Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Gloucestershire and to the officials for this match. On field, Mark Newell and Neil Pratt, and in the scorebox, Mike Turner and Jane Huff. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield. However, you must remain off the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field. The Central Co-op County Ground is a venue for everyone. To find out more about our inclusive and accessible facilities, please contact info@derbyshirecc.com or visit the main reception.
get that at the start of the update. Leave Fletcher as the update. Oh, that's it. But they have no idea who's going to be there, and I've had this, and
you'll get that with live a lot more.
That was just so with the update, Ed Seaborn, who was the story comes in. And then, we don't think that was Ed Seaborn.
I think the worst thing you can do in that instance though is actually correct. I don't think.
No, she didn't.
No, I think that's right. I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
You get on with it, and then it's up to them. Let people know it's not Ed Seaborn.
Especially if there was a previous update where.
But, well, no. You're still in the. Fletcher on standby. That's autocorrect. Yeah,
everyone's just going to be sitting
when he finishes, we're all going to applaud him.
Yeah, the thing is, the folks going to wait for we're listening to the poshest commentary ever since Blofeld and Brian Johnston. I half expected to be going, oh my dear old thing at some point. No, you two, at some point I expect to fall call it oh my dear old thing. You, please say my dear old thing.
It's not as posh as you.
No, it's not.
I said that.
Yeah.
Can you try and get into your commentary somewhere along the local tennis coach his name's Mick Stubbs. Go on. If you can get it in, I'll buy you $5. I'll buy you $5.
Probably got enough stuff whizzing around his head at the moment without it's just like that.
Ready, go,
Good morning and welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground for day 2. It's Derbyshire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire ending day 1 287 for 6. A long day 1 actually in the sunshine. It's going to be even warmer today as well, is the good news. I'm Freddie Cardy. Alongside me is Ed Seaborn. And, well, we're off for a slightly late start because it's coming up to 11 o'clock and the teams are still down there by the boundary.
Well, I must say, morning, Freddie.
Good morning,
everybody. I must say, I think we are going to start probably even later than yesterday morning. And we found out what the issue was. Well, at least roughly what the issue was. Why we started at 11:02 and 30 seconds yesterday. There was something shining. It wasn't the sun either. Well, it was the sun indirectly, I suppose. This is a good explanation. It was shining off some window, I think on the far side of the ground, and I can only assume that it stops shining at that particular angle at 2 minutes past 11, because at 11 hours, 50 seconds. Here we go. Out they come. Well, I say out they come. The umpires are coming out. The Derbyshire players have made it as far as a tight huddle, and the Gloucestershire not-out batters will join them shortly. Miles Hammond on 140 and Ed Middleton on 41. This fine partnership from a Gloucestershire perspective that has taken them from 167 for 6 when Graham van Buren was out in one of the most unfortunate dismissals I think I've ever seen. I still can't work out how the short leg fielder Matthew Montgomery held on to that. It was a drag down from Bashir. It was walloped into Montgomery at short leg, and he was able to trap it to his body, and that was the end of Van Buren. But since then, Hammond and Middleton have done a sterling job for Gloucestershire to get them up towards a sort of a total that they might have been after the toss was won by them yesterday and they decided to bat. Wickets falling at fairly regular intervals and a few dismissals that I think, well, from the batter's point of view, they'll be walking back thinking, well, Van Buren probably the most extreme example of that, but if I tried to do that again, I probably couldn't. Charlesworth was out cutting a wide delivery that bounced. Ollie Price got a short one down the leg side that he ended up helping into the keeper's gloves. Tommy Borman leading edge back to the bowler. But through it all, Miles Hammond, 140 not out. A really impressive innings. The way that he approached each bowler individually, attacked the spin a little bit, but then also knew when to rein it in. Judgment of what to play and what to leave was immaculate, and some of his stroke players ever very eye-catching. We've got Mohammed Abbas bowling the first ball of the day from the racecourse end, and Hammond down the pitch and just softening that one down into the ground. There is no run.
Hey, good morning again. Update done.
Good morning. Is that a slight sense of relief?
That is a slight sense. I was just hearing about Leonardo da Vinci, and there was a story about new names for recycling bins, and then I was next.
Oh,
so
I see.
That was excellent. And now, over to the cricket, and I have to mention the weather because I was filming out there yesterday, and there is a brown line along the back of my neck from the sunshine, and it was lovely. It's going to be even warmer today.
Abbas, 2 slips and a fourth slip, I'm going to call that. Abbas is in edged short of that 4th slip. And it was, I suppose, played softly enough by Hammond, but this may be an issue as the game wears on. The heavy roller has been flattening the surface this morning already, and Abbas was struggling to get Nix to carry even yesterday off his full length. We've seen some balls really fly through on this hybrid surface, but the way it is so often with hybrids, if you bang it in, you get the carry, but if you bowl it full, you may not. Abbas bowls prodded offside. Hammond gets Gloucestershire underway with a single to deep point, 288 for 6. Hammond moves to 141. The partnership is worth 121.
Deep point and deep square leg out for Hammond. First over of the day. Mohammed Abbas coming in is maybe a little surprising. And he said to you after it was a soft pitch, I think I read on the BBC Sport website.
I'm glad you, because to be honest, I cannot remember a thing that Miles Hammond said to me yesterday. And that wasn't because he wasn't perfectly personable. I'd got to the point where I'd been listening to myself all day, so I couldn't take on any more information. Good or bad. But no, I think we could see yesterday that it was very much two-paced. Middleton facing his first ball of the morning, that's let go wide of the off stump. It felt like a sort of pitch where it was a real struggle early, and then against the old ball, as so often happens, the old ball, everything just smoothed over and it became much easier paced and true. And with the exception of that, I mean, the big moment of yesterday now turns out to have been because Hammond not only has got his 100 but is continuing on that drop catch when Hammond was on 99 in the slip cord, and Middleton prods forward. As ever, he's several steps down the pitch thinking a single might be there, even though he's hit it quite firmly to Harry Kane at cover. So he's got to get back.
Very eager. Very eager.
Eager Ed. I don't think there's anything that's ever been said.
Is there another eager Ed?
I don't think there's anything that's ever been said about me. But anyway, he's been the perfect foil for Miles Hammond as Middleton. He's found some singles, rotated the strike. We're really pleased to see the way that he's grabbing his opportunity in the first team again. That's a good ball from Abbas, but well left by Middleton. That was a sort of delivery that when Abbas came on with the start of the second new ball yesterday, it was a sort of delivery that Middleton was being tempted by, but it only took him a couple of overs, and it's something that he won't have done very often. I mean, his first-class career is only, 6 matches before this one, and it's quite a difficult thing to do, batting down the order. You come in against the old ball, then the new ball comes along, and you've got to make that adjustment. And I thought that was probably the most impressive part of what Middleton did yesterday. Just reset after a bit of early pressure from Abbas. So 288 for 6. Gloucestershire have added their first run of the morning in that first over.
Ben Aitchison, not Aitchinson. Many people have fallen for that trap. Aitchison over the wicket to Miles Hammond, who cuts away, and they do have that deep point out. Just the fielding, they'll trot through for a single, and Aitchison will get a look at Ed Middleton. Good evening in Derby, Ed?
Well, no, not really. And that's not because Derby isn't
a long day.
Pleasant. Exactly.
It was a long day.
I had the best of intentions to go and make the most of it somewhere, and then I just dropped my stuff off, and I think I threw myself on the bed as I did with my rucksack, so no, nothing too exciting. There are huge plans this evening, though. Yeah? Enormous plans. Oh, yes, we're going to a curry house in a travel lodge.
Oh.
I think that's the idea. So that should be thrilling.
Here's Aitchison to Middleton. Deep third on the boundary, everyone else in close, and Middleton defends out to Shoaib Bashir at point. Bashir always lively, does the fielding. So Bashir of Wayne Madsen at first slip, Caleb Jewell at second. Of course, Ben Aitchison is one of those who would be in the slips, as we know with that drop catch. Miles Hammond on 99 yesterday. So Madsen, Jewell and Anderson in the slip cordon. So Aitchison turns at the top of his mark. Some clouds in the sky. And this is defended down to a wide third man, Mohammed Abbas.
He did that well yesterday, did Middleton. There were a couple of occasions where we weren't entirely sure how deliberate it was. There was one boundary where he just barely touched the ball and it went between second slip and gully perfectly for 4, and we weren't entirely sure how deliberate it was. But the way that he's played shots like that, and it's been impressive in the way that he's been able to score off good deliveries in this innings.
Aitchison around the wicket now to Miles Hammond. Hammond tucks it around the corner. Bashir running around to the fielding at square leg. They'll think about 2 and they will come back. But she just couldn't gather it in time, and it's some good running again from this pair. The partnership 125, 292 for 6. Gloucestershire.
Yeah, but you know how I couldn't name exactly who's at which hotel in London, but you know the big 5-star hotels, you know, the Langham or something, they've got a 3-star Michelin restaurant or something. The Travelodge here's got a curry house.
And this is left alone by Hammond. Well, I can't really talk about London hotels, but I can talk about a curry house. I haven't been to this one, the Travelodge. But
Well, I haven't. The
Get a
menu,
good
the menu
curry at Derby.
looks perfectly good.
yeah, some good options.
But yeah, it was a slight surprise to hear that.
Aitchison continuing around the wicket to Miles Hammond. 144 not out. And he just turns this around the corner to Bashir, who was back towards the boundary at square leg. And Hammond just able to tick the strike over. End of the over, 293 for 6. Gloucestershire were 287 for 6. So 6 runs added from the first 2 overs this morning.
I've also noticed that Derbyshire's over rate, which miraculously at tee was level, is now at -3. So
Yeah.
they're going to have to do something about that at some point. I'm sure they will expect to bowl again, so that won't be an issue. But it's not going to be getting any better this morning because of Abbas and Aitchison bowling. I don't imagine the fact that we again probably started about 2 minutes past 11 will count against them. I have no idea. If the umpires haven't walked out to the middle yet, I think it would be a little bit harsh to say that more overs should have been bowled. Abbas in and trying to turn it leg side is Hammond, getting himself in a tangle. Ball strikes him high up on the pad, there's no appeal.
It's not like the umpires are out there in Derbyshire are just saying, yeah, we'll gently come down from the changing room. So
No, although
it's just a little slow.
yesterday morning, having had the 2-minute delay for whatever it was, sun shining off a window, we then had another about 3-minute delay as Derbyshire suddenly decided they'd quite like to have a short leg. I'm sure they didn't, they just had a look at the pitch, which had changed considerably since the toss. I thought they needed a short leg. Abbas bowls wide of off stump, and it's a pretty ugly take for Guest to try and have to deal with. He's done well. He's half volleyed it pretty much in front of first slip.
Madsen was hopping out the way in fear.
Surprised. Guest lunging towards him.
He's going to have some work to do, I think, Brooke Guest. In terms of, just as you say, the difference in the carry.
I'm sure James Brace is already licking his lips looking at that.
Because Abbas, you know, everything's in and around top of off stump. You know, he bowls that almost low trajectory, the low arm.
Abbas in edged. Oh, brilliantly caught at second slip. It's a one-handed pluck for Aitchison, who dropped that catch when Hammond was on 99, and he's caught this one with Hammond on 145. It ends a special innings from Miles Hammond. He got squared up by Abbas, the edge just about carrying, but it was more about the fact that it looked as if it was going wide of second slip, but Aitchison has reached out to his wrong side and he's caught it one-handed. So Gloucestershire lose their 7th wicket, and Messrs Lloyds and Russell remain in the history books. At least they would have done, even if they'd scored one more run, I suppose, because it would have been a joint partnership record. But they were 1 run short there, Hammond and Middleton, of the record 7th wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire on all grounds. They've got the ground record here, but in terms of all grounds, just the 1 run short of equaling that record. But it doesn't take anything away from what was a fine partnership. That is a cracking reaction.
He's taken those sort of catches before, Ben Aitchison. I think there was one against Glamorgan here late on last season where it was another left-hander. It makes you wonder why he didn't pouch Miles Hammond on 99. And
that's felt sorry for him.
Yes, it's a magnificent catch. You know, fast bowler in the slips as well. He's been bowling. He bowled his first over back in the slips, takes the catch, and said about Abbas, so he tried, you know, when he's at his best, he puts the ball in that place time after time, and that was the probing line and length to get rid of Hammond. And Derbyshire, that's almost the perfect start to the second day, just to get Hammond gone early, just to get into the bowlers, and getting to work, and that's what you want from Mohamed Abbas.
2.5 overs, and Gloucestershire lose their linchpin for this innings. Out comes Henry Brooks at number 9. He was at 9 actually last match. I was going to say he's a position lower, but he's not, because Matt Taylor came in ahead of Henry Brooks on his Gloucestershire debut. He's got 3 slips for company. Abbas is in over the wicket, bowling to Brooks, who defends into the ground and up into his body. But I don't mean this in a derogatory way at all, but there's quite a lot of Henry Brooks between the ball and the stumps there, so it was never likely to sneak through onto them. A very tall man is Henry Brooks. I think in terms of leg to body ratio, he might even rival Dom Goodman, Gloucestershire staff last season. Here comes Abbas. He bowls to Brooks, inside edge onto pad. Squeezes out into the onside. There's no run.
Just about hear the inside edge through the effects microphone that's balanced nicely out of the window.
What is that manufacturer? I'm terrible at keeping up to date with these things.
So am I.
It wouldn't matter what piece of willow I'm using, but I've never seen that one before. Other manufacturers are available, but it says Neon. Never come across them.
FIFA headquarters, is it? Or UEFA headquarters in Switzerland, Neon. But
Yeah, I think that's spelled slightly differently.
Oh,
In comes Abbas and bowls, driven by Brooks, and he won't beat a tumbling Caleb Jewell at mid-off. They probably could have run with the shot, if I remember correctly.
yes, yeah.
Neon.
So how's this one spelt?
Well, it's spelt like the gas. The noble gas. N-E-O-N.
Yes.
I've never come across them,
Neon
but
cricket. There we go, yeah. Colourful, as the name might give away.
yeah.
Kaleidoscope, Vibe, Tropic, Ocean and Shock are the different brands. Other companies are available, as we should
We've got to
say.
find out what Henry Brooks is.
Yeah.
I think he's a tropical vibe person. No, so tropic and vibe is separate.
Different, yeah.
What? No, you're the generation. You
Well-
explain it to me.
Well, we've got the binocular as well. It might come in handy now as Aitchison comes into Middleton. He's 42 off 99 and he defends into the offside. And Martin Anderson comes round to do the fielding. 2 slips in.
Come on, you explain this to me. How can you have just vibe? Surely you have types of vibe, don't you? Or is it just the neon vibe?
I think you could just say this is a vibe, and that just means presumably a good one. But again, I'm maybe not the right person to,
I think you're certainly
to
more
qualify what
qualified
makes
than
a
me.
vibe. Aitchison comes in again, left alone outside off stump by Middleton. Yeah, they're very sort of Caribbean, tropic and kaleidoscope.
I'm trying to have a look. I think he might be Kaleidoscope. Looking at that. I'm sure he hasn't paid that price for it either.
No.
Not that I'm going to say what price that is, but I'm sure you.
I think
you
you're
can
right. I
Find
think
out
it is
if you're
Kaleidoscope.
interested.
Yeah.
It does look like Kaleidoscope to me.
Perhaps to put the bowler off as Aitchison comes in, defended again into the covers where Harry Kane races in to do the fielding. Ends up running across the pitch and back round to short cover.
That's the voice of Derbyshire, by the way.
You will
in
hear
case
that.
You're wondering who,
You will
who
hear
it was.
that. Very, very excitable. And from what I've heard in the first few games, a Mohamed Abbas super fan. He is very much his biggest supporter when Abbas is bowling. This is tucked into the offside again. Looks very comfortable as Middleton.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. there. Yeah, you're already learning the veteran moves.
Oh, I've been there. I've done it all. The classic of Amrit Basra that from the One Day Cup last year when Derbyshire were chasing a big total against Essex. And I said, well, he's a good player of spin. I'd push him in up the order. And Brooke Guest agreed. Amrit Basra came in at the order. Then Simon Harmer comes on to bowl, and he was out for 2 or something similar as Middleton turns this away out to the deep square leg fielder for a single. Brooks in his kaleidoscope bat come on to strike, and we'll get a decent look at it.
I really hope that Henry Brooks, well, I mean, I should be hoping that anyway, but I really hope that Henry Brooks takes, even something like a 2 for 3 for. That's enough. That's all I need to force him to be my victim of the day at the end. I can ask him about his choice of lumber.
Final ball of the Aitchison over, and it's defended nicely, punched in fact, down the ground. Chappell doing chase at mid-off. They'll come back for a couple, and Brooks is off and underway. End of the over, 296 for 7. The wicket to fall. Miles Hammond caught Ben Aitchison at slip, bowled Mohammed Abbas. Hammond going for 145 off 241.
Yes, you do see it sometimes. It's quite hard. I mean, we mentioned it a fair bit in the last match in terms of it being hard for a bowling side sometimes to come out and have exactly the same intensity the next morning as when they're pushing for wickets the previous evening. It is hard for somebody who's had the time to process what they've just achieved in terms of what was already Hammond's second highest first-class score yesterday evening to come back the next day. But he got a good one from Abbas, who's bowling now, and once again Middleton is using his height and his reach to get down the pitch and block this one out into the offside, and there's no run. You're using Fletcher's monocular,
I
notice.
I'm struggling with it a little bit, mainly because I'm not very good at
you
using
are
one
looking
eye
at
at
through the right end.
I was this time, but yeah, I think I backed my eyesight actually to it's not told me anything new. So, but yeah, the nocular that was kindly brought up to Dave Fletcher. He's off to Burton.
Abbas in bowls, and Middleton works this one neatly through backward point. There should be 2 here, as there's work for Abbas to do round the deep point boundary, and the score moves to 298 for 7. I've had a message, by the way, from Harry Everett. I probably should have read this actually because it's Harry. No, just don't worry. I'm sure it's fine. Where he says neon's quite common. You'd have thought I would have noticed before now, given the kaleidoscopic nature of them. Abbas bowls, that can't have been too far off stump. Ooh, I was expecting to see the bails go flying up there, as were Derbyshire. I mean, sometimes they can be a bit histrionic in terms of their attempts to convince the batter that they shouldn't have left the ball. But that time, like, even when the umpire has his mouth covered a bit, that's when you know that it must have been quite close. Oh, it's that one. Thank you, Harry. Part owned by Ian Bell.
Ah.
I did know that he had a share in a company, but I didn't realise it was that one. Brilliant. Oh, beating the edge this time. Middleton having not played at a ball that perhaps he felt he should have played at. He then plays at one that perhaps he shouldn't have played at. But again, what he's done when he's been beaten that's been so noticeable is he's just played down the line of that off stump, and he doesn't go lunging at it. He doesn't try and fiddle it with his hands, and that so often is what leads to those nicks.
Yeah, will Abbas go for the kill? Push it a little bit fuller. 2 balls left in the over.
Abbas in bowls. He's bowled a short one, which is attempted to be pulled round the corner by Middleton. He's got something on it, but not as much as he was hoping for. And that will take the score to 299 for 7, with Middleton up to 46. And Gloucestershire just 1 run shy of a second batting bonus point.
A lot of similar scorecards yesterday when I was flicking through this morning. A lot of teams making a decent amount of runs, not always at the quickest pace, and then not being bowled out on day one.
The sun's starting to bake these surfaces. Abbas bowls, beats Brooks. That one flies through, taken up high by Brooke Guest off a full length. That's the end of the over, with Gloucestershire at 299 for 7. Lancashire have been bowled out for 370, by the way, so Matthew Potts taking the final wicket of James Anderson, LBW for a duck. Doesn't get out for a duck very often, does
No.
Jimmy? Well, he's got out for a duck there.
Normally good at getting up the other end when the
Yeah.
final wicket falls. I think he's got that stat.
Well, Harry Everett, by the way, has been in touch as part of the BBC's live text service, which is up and running. You can see those wicket alerts there. It's the best place as ever to keep up to date with what's happening all around the country.
I think just in bowls, it's off a pad, I think, of Middleton. Gets through for a leg by. Yes, they did mention on that live text the 1 run short of the record 7th wicket stand for Gloucestershire.
I wonder where he got that
Derbyshire.
from.
I wonder, yeah. Great minds think alike.
No, it's all part of the business. So, the 300 with a leg
Yes.
by. Wasn't exactly greeted with a rapturous reception from the locals, I must say, but I don't blame them.
So Brooks 2 off 5. Partnership already 7, and something you could be critical of Derbyshire at times is allowing those easy singles. But Gloucestershire have run well, particularly that big partnership. It's just come to an end as Brooks pushes this forward down the ground, and it won't beat the substitute, Lewis Rees, who hopefully is a bit more refreshed, ready to go today after that long drive down yesterday. And yeah, we've had an injury sub in the Durham game. Sam Connors replaced by James Minto, who was in the under-19 World Cup, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Number of promising seamers. That England side. Aitchison bowls again. Guest just covers up. Wasn't able to take it cleanly. It was down the leg side from Ben Aitchison.
Probably also thinking about just finally back to that bat, it probably makes sense that Henry Brooks would have it, given that he would have been a teammate of Ian Bell. In fact, I think they both played for Warwickshire in a match that I covered way back in COVID against Gloucestershire.
This is flicked away out towards square leg, so Abbas coming round from fine leg to do the fielding. Deep fine leg, throws back into Brooke Guest. Yeah, Ian Bell, 1 point a batting consultant here, I think I'm right in saying.
Yes.
2023.
He was. And he also did some, I think he was part of the BBC's commentary team for finals day in 2020, and I didn't want my, it's quite it's quite the banquet that they tend to lay on at Edgbaston for that, even during COVID.
301 for 7. Aitchison bowls, and he's bowled him. Well, they say there are 2 types of leave, and Ed Middleton will not reach his first class 50. He falls 4 short, 46, and Ben Aitchison, who took that fine catch at slip, has now followed it up with a wicket of his own. Gloucestershire 301 for 8, and Derbyshire making good progress this morning.
Well, that's a shame for Ed Middleton, because you sort of felt that actually the close of play, it came at not a good point for Gloucestershire, really, because they wanted that just to have carried on the way that Middleton and Hammond were going, but both components of that partnership have been removed relatively early this morning, and Middleton's really batted well. He's getting a generous round of applause, as he should do. That was his highest first-class score, 46. Just falls shy of the first 50. Some impressive cartwheeling action from the stump. It certainly let Middleton know that it was hit. And yeah, as with everything in his innings, he's been quite decisive about whether he should play or whether he should leave. But unfortunately, that time he left one that cannoned into the off stump. So that's the end of Middleton. But well batted, and where Gloucestershire would have been without, well, particularly Hammond, of course, but without the company of Middleton, well, yeah, what was it, 167 for 6, was it, when Van Buren was out? Somewhere around that region, yeah, 167 for 6. They might not even have got to that 250 mark, but now they've got to 300, and Will Williams is out at number 10.
Yeah, this is just the morning Derbyshire would have wanted. Gloucestershire finishing day 1 on 287 for 6, so Brooks faces Aitchison, takes a step down, leaves this one, it hits him on the pad. He'd walked a couple of steps down, had Will Williams, and no sign of movement from the umpire. So end of the over, 301 for 8, the wicket to fall. Middleton bowled by Aitchison for 46.
Would have been quite something, the ball after
Yeah.
a leave that smashed into the stumps, a leave that was LBW. But it looked to me as though he came down and across and then left it. So whilst, of course, it doesn't matter whether you're struck outside the line or not, with it being no shot offered, whether the ball would have come back enough to hit the stumps, especially down the pitch, umpires are quite reluctant, but you see them occasionally get a little trigger happy when it comes to those LBWs with a batter not offering a shot. I think the bowler sort of feels as though, well, you're completely done there. You should get the LBW. Abbas to Brooks, no shot, through to the wicketkeeper. So the 350 in terms of the batting bonus point, unless something extraordinary were to happen in terms of Brooks and Williams deciding to have a bit of a swing for it. That doesn't look very likely, so it sort of feels as though that's pretty immaterial. It's just about trying to eke out as many runs as possible, continue to frustrate Derbyshire a bit this morning. Abbas bowls on, driven by Brooks. He hasn't really middled that one. Ball's picked up by Rees at mid-on.
Shows the pressure Abbas creates as well when it's just outside off stump, and as you say, Middleton was leaving well or, not flashing at it, and then you've got Aitchison trying to knock the stumps over at the other end and testing you that different line. This is what you want from Mohammed Abbas, just when he goes, and the economy can be really, really good, and then it creates opportunities at the other end. But yeah, an all-action morning for Ben Aitchison.
Abbas is in, and that's defended comfortably by Brooks towards mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, I think he's just that sort of bowler. Like, in a way, I've talked a lot since Bancroft has returned about the effect that he's had on the top order and just that tempo that he bats with. In a similar way, Abbas is that sort of overseas pro that shows you exactly how it should be done in English conditions. Is a bowler that's pretty much made for them. He's bowling now, and that's a gorgeous delivery which has the beating very much of Henry Brooks, and I suspect would have had the beating of quite a few others as well.
Yeah.
Pitched up just outside off stump. He felt he had to play at it, and then it also goes through pretty well behind the stumps. He's got a decent record with the bat in his first-class career, Henry Brooks, averaging, well, we'd rounded up to 17, so certainly no mug, although it was a fairly quiet first Gloucestershire game for him with the bat. Abbas bowls to him, and that's just pushed up to Rees once again at mid-on, and there's no run. 4-0 his 2 innings there, and well, Williams, he's not in the side for his batting, but Williams averages 12 as well, so he's not an absolute rabbit.
I saw Will Williams score 60 odd as a night watchman for Lancashire at the Oval once, and he went on to take 4 for as they won the game. I was looking it up last night to think, was I correct?
Abbas bowls, bit of bat and pad I think there from Brooks. It squeezes out into a completely vacant leg side. They obviously feel that if Abbas bowls it short, Brooks might swing it out to deep square, but they've ended up giving the number 9 the single, and then they've got the number 10 on off strike for the next over. I must admit, I didn't see that was signalled a leg by, but I assume it must have been in the end, so it was just pad. 302 for 8 at the end of the over. No, it has gone up as a run. I thought it looked as though there was bat and pad involved. I thought I must have missed the single, so Brooks does move on to 4.
So yeah, Lancashire, he made, I've pulled the scorecard up, 2023, 61 of 220 as night watchman. And as Aitchison bowls, and the bat was just turning in his hand as he nudged the ball away. Montgomery's throw from point is over the stumps comfortably, so they'll come through for a single. Williams 61.
So that's his highest first-class score, that.
And then he took 4 for as Surrey were bowled out for 84. I think it was at the third day of that. And he took 4 for Tom Bailey, 5 for... And Jack Morley, now from Derbyshire, was playing in that game as well.
So what year was that, 23?
23,
Yeah.
June 23.
I so vaguely remember the game because it was a match where I think Lancashire, who'd been expected to contend for the title, looked as though from that match they really were going to. Just defend. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
Well, I think the listener knows what happened anyway.
So early
At least
in
we
the day
didn't
as
say
well.
different things.
Oh dear.
We
And I've been
both said
commentating from this end nearly all match as well, so that's not an excuse.
Well,
Terrible.
in case you didn't know, it was defended. We've got, that's double sourced as Aitchison comes in. And, Brick Guest diving to his left. It was down the leg side. Williams is sent back. I don't think there was any touch, and it was a nice piece of wicket keeping in the end to prevent the byes down the leg side.
But yeah, so we had going back to that game where bowled Surrey out for 84 in the second innings, but it just never quite happened. And I think that was the year where Lancashire came runners-up in all 3 competitions, was it? Certainly around then.
303 for 8 as this is defended nicely by Williams. I remember turning up on the third day thinking this game could be over quite soon. And Williams made it a good day of cricket. And
this must have been the year before that. Yeah, 2022. That must have been the year they were runners-up in all 3. And I was there for the one-day cup final. Just went to watch at Trent Bridge for the Darren Stevens final.
Aitchison again, a solid defence from Will Williams. So that was the year of the Hampshire crazy blast final, was it 23?
Yes,
Nathan Ellis
the
and
no
the
ball,
no
having to
ball.
bowl the last ball twice, the fireworks going off, and then no ball, and re-bowl it.
Final ball of the over, 303 for 8. Aitchison over the wicket to Williams. He defends this one out to mid-on, and they'll take a quick single. Well run, 304 for 8.
He might be a little bit relieved about that, Williams. He was 6 unbeaten in his last innings, but he did get 3 ducks in a row before that, and so he's somebody that can certainly hold a bat. He got a pair against Durham and then a duck in the first innings against Lancashire.
Just a look at the Aitchison wicket, and there's some nice movement in. And you can see why he's left it, actually. We said about 2 types of lead, and I think I've been a bit harsh on Middleton because that has really hooped in at the end.
Well, that's exciting if you're Gloucestershire in a way to see that. Whilst you don't want to see Middleton bowled 4 shy of his maiden first-class 50, at the same time, if they're hoping to get 20 wickets and the ball is seaming in that much, they'd be quite happy with that. It's impossible to tell from this angle what it did or didn't do. Everything just looks straight on. Abbas bowls a short ball, and Williams has nothing to do with it, tucks it.
Sure, Bashir will be loving this because now he's in at a short mid-wicket because he was out on the boundary for Mohammed Abbas, and now he can watch everything up close and let everyone know how good Mohammed Abbas is. He's very loud in the field. He's loving it for Derbyshire, and I think Abbas as well, considering how cold it was for the Worcestershire game, I think he'll be enjoying bowling in this weather. His final game before that Pakistan Test series against Bangladesh.
Abbas running in. There now, bowls back of a length this time to Williams. Not a genuine bumper. There's no short leg. Fended it off into the onside, so he doesn't really have to be too bothered about keeping it down, especially.
Some day for the short leg yesterday. Matt Montgomery, that catch, remarkable.
Did you ever sit down and work out exactly how it got there? I mean, I saw he ended up pretty much clutching it with both arms tight together to his chest, but I've no idea how the ball got there. Surely he couldn't
sticks.
have, it must have stuck, and then he trapped it, surely. That pace. Abbas is in, and that's played away off a thick edge by Williams, but he's controlled it well. He might even get 4 for it. He will get 4 for it, because Mohammed Abbas, I'd say he was in pursuit, but I think that would imply that there was a sort of a 2-horse race there. There was
Montgomery, yeah.
There was only a
Montgomery.
1-horse race. Was that Montgomery chasing after it? I'm so sorry. I thought the way he was running looked distinctly Abbas like.
And
he's
there was
bowling.
an Abbas moment right under that
bowling.
balcony yesterday that was similar. But yeah, I think there is maybe some concern over this outfield that if you throw your shoulder down,
Yeah.
is it the best idea towards the start of the season?
It's true, especially in this fixture. We saw an Aaron Donald do
Yeah.
his shoulder as
Well,
a...
that was the box of balls, wasn't it? That was by the, was that?
Was
by
it the box
rope?
of balls
There was a
that
box
did
of
it?
balls by the rope, and I think he tumbled over those.
Abbas bowls, squeezed leg side by Williams, and Bashir has the opportunity to do some fielding, which he takes with some serious aplomb and pretends to do a backhanded shovel to the non-striker's end where Henry Brooks is standing with his bat tucked under his arm. 308 for 8 with that boundary to Williams, who's moved on to 5. Brooks also with 5. And yeah, it was nicely played that by Williams. Abbas might be thinking about returning the favour later on. There's nothing fast bowlers like more, I think, than being thick-edged through the gully for 4. There's a firm-looking defensive shot from Williams, which just eludes the bowler, but Jewell will field at mid-off. And Abbas, as they so often do, last ball of the over, Shoaib, you go and stand at deep square leg for the number 10, because I might bowl a short ball. Williams is going to have to get a good piece of it to hit it out to Shoaib Bashir, but we'll see. Abbas running in, he's there now, he bowls, and he's certainly not hitting that to deep square leg. It's way outside the off stump, and Williams rightly says that's fine. Just take the end of the over. 308 for 8.
Well, England passed against England future. McKinney bowled Anderson for 3 with an absolute beauty by all accounts. So that'll get people talking. Durham 3 for 1 in their reply.
Gloucestershire could have done with a... Well, every county could do with Jimmy Anderson, but you could dial an Anderson, McKinney making 244 in the second round of games in this championship season. I mean, it was a very impressive innings. He just absolutely commanded the crease and hit 36 4s and 6 6s.
Brooks lets this one go. He's got a deep third, deep square, deep fine leg, and then free slip, so keeping his options in play. Montgomery is at cover point. Rees mid-on, Kane mid-off. In the sunshine at Derby. 308 for 8, Gloucestershire. So 2 points for them, 2 points for the hosts so far. In the overcomplicated system, that will forever draw conversation as Aitchison comes in. He's beaten the bat of Brooks, who just played down one line.
Have you been listening to Griff with his
And well, you don't have
point
much
system?
choice. Well,
Whether
you want to
you can
listen.
hear whether
Yeah.
you're listening, I suppose, is the
Yeah,
real
sometimes
thing.
I'm at home in Derby and I'm listening to Griff and he's here. You can hear him. But no, he has his thoughts, the football style, and I think a lot of people do. Aitchison comes in and defended up to Kane running in from mid-off. I think there's already teams that are in different positions that don't quite reflect their performances, and because of those bonus points.
I mean, especially with the 8 for the draw business. I mean, a couple of years ago, Lancashire got relegated, having won 3 matches, whilst Warwickshire stayed up relatively comfortably, winning 1.
Aitchison bangs this one in. It's flashed up into the air, down to Shoaib Bashir, bounces in front of him, and it's gone for 4. All action there. It was banged in short from Ben Aitchison, and Bashir was going for the catch, and in the end it's bounced past him, gone down to that wide third man boundary for 4. Brooks moves on to 9, 312 for 8.
Now that one we had the perfect view for, and I thought it was going to carry comfortably to Bashir, and I think he thought that as well, but it just never looked like he was moving in quickly enough to start with. He had that sudden lunge towards the ball. It just came up short.
Aitchison fuller this time, and the Slips are all up, hands on their head. Yeah, I'd like to see that one again if the camera guys, I'm sure they got a nice angle of that.
Perhaps he was distracted by the flashing kaleidoscope from Henry
That's
Brooks.
what I mean. That's why I need the colourful bat. So I always say football goalkeepers should have the most colourful, ridiculous kits possible to put the strikers off. Bristol City did that for a while. Aitchison comes into completely over, defended by Brooks, 312 for 8.
I'm not sure too much Bristol City have done has put the opposition off in recent times, but anyway. Yes, I have to say that I think probably that catch should have been taken, and it was tough the way that it ended up because of the fact that Derbyshire didn't quite get there. But it's never the easiest. You don't get much time to judge exactly how much they're flying at you. But off the bat, I thought that was very much catchable. So I think Brooks has got a bit of a life there on 5. And Derbyshire, what have they got? 4 overs to take one more wicket now. As Abbas continues and bowls a full ball, which Williams defends straight. The ball dribbles ever so slowly up to Rees at mid-on. And there's no run. So I think there's only the one game, despite the fact that there were several teams who were 7 or 8, 6, 7, 8 down overnight. There's only that one game, that Lancashire-Durham game, where the side's actually been bowled out this morning. Worcestershire still batting, having done the bulk of their work yesterday. Bowled Kent out for 196. Kent decided to bat first and then fell short of 200. Worcestershire 118 for 3, replying to that 196. So that's a deficit of only 78. As Freddie mentioned, Durham have lost their first wicket 10 for 1. After Lancashire made 370. In comes Abbas with a keeper up to the stumps now, and well left by Williams, and he's making sure everybody knows that it was well left by standing there lunged forwards with his bat above his head. Guest removed the bails for no real reason other than just because keepers like to do that. He's repaired them himself, so umpire Neil Pratt hasn't had to move a muscle at square leg. He is a wonderful cricketer to watch, Will Williams. I hadn't had the opportunity to watch him too often, being in opposite divisions. He played one match at Bristol, but that was heavily curtailed by rain. Again, exaggerated leave from Williams.
Holding the pose.
Keeper. Yeah.
Brilliant. No, and then Guest just saying, yeah, I know I can remove the bails, but I'm not going to this time. Maybe an eye on the over rate.
Well, they
No,
haven't
to
had
mop them
much of an eye on it, I don't think, this morning,
No.
because we've got through not even 11 overs in 47 minutes.
But it still feels a little quicker than towards the end of yesterday, where it did slow down at times.
It does have that effect when a partnership is established. Abbas bowls beats him. Is there an edge there? Derbyshire think there is. Pleading for it, but not out, says umpire Newell. It's a strange one, that. The keeper and the bowler seem absolutely convinced. Abbas is still standing there, and I think the umpire might suggest that he might like to move back towards his mark at some point.
Walking very slowly, like a man investigating a menu at a restaurant, just thinking, what would I like? And really thinking about it, and walking back to his mark now. He was not happy. Guest is clapping now to try and get him going, but yeah, we'll have to see this again if we can.
I'm certainly not going to help the overrate this, that's for sure. Well, no idea from this distance. All we can say is that there was a pretty instantaneous appeal from the keeper. Abbas just wheeled off thinking, well, that's just out. I don't think he even really looked at the umpire until he then looked at him for about 30 seconds.
Have we got a replay, Phoebe?
Abbas is in and pushed away leg side by Williams. There is no run.
Even still, you can't tell sometimes, but yeah, the Derbyshire fielders all went up. Williams held his ground.
She already demanding replays. I told myself I wasn't going to do this. I thought she'd get a break today with no Fletch saying, "Oh, this replay, no that replay." Lucky to get any replays.
Yeah, we are.
With these
And we have
days
the
before the
screen in
county
here is
streets.
now perfectly synced as well, which
Yeah.
that is quite something.
Final ball of this Abbas over. It's in to Williams now, and Williams is well forward to defend into the offside. So Abbas is having another little stare and a word of, why didn't you walk for that one? Well, nobody does. It's 312 for 8. Williams has 5. Brooks has 9. And I wonder how much longer Abbas will carry on for. It is a remarkable thing that you've got a man who's going to go off and play Test cricket. And this is great. Pakistan actually letting their international bowlers bowl. Abbas has bowled 26 overs. Can you imagine the limits that would have been in place with almost every other country on an overseas bowler playing in an overseas league? He's bowled 26
Or in their own league.
overs. Yeah.
For one, as Aitchison comes into Brooks. Brooks is flashing outside off stump. There's no contact here, and Aitchison walks back to his mark. Yeah, it's almost as if playing cricket is good preparation for playing more cricket, but that's a whole other talking point.
No, we could talk about it. We've
But
got a while.
Well, fascinating thing we do was the England women. I don't know if you saw that about their sort of preferring training camps in the last couple of weeks. So
Yes.
that's incredible to me. Aitchison comes in, it's a huge inside edge down to the toes of Henry Brooks, and he's just going to walk off a little gingerly. It's almost it is a win for the bowler because you've left one on him there, and Williams just comes up to check on his partner.
I don't think Brooks was in much of a position to play the shot that he'd selected. However, it did appear the ball did stay slightly down. So something that we're sort of monitoring in terms of how this pitch continues to behave.
This is defended more comfortably out to Harry Kane this time at mid-off.
So he was in quite an upright position anyway when he tried to drive and hadn't really strode into the ball at all. But it goes back to what we noticed, particularly first up yesterday morning, and what Miles Hammond said as well. You know, there is that bit of up and down, there is that bit of two-pacedness in the surface, but how it behaves as it goes on, we'll see.
This is left alone nicely by Brooks. Jimmy Anderson's got Alex Lee's LBW. He's by far and away the top wicket taker, isn't he?
Was that 23?
Yeah.
I think he's got already now. In, was it 4 games?
Yeah, and he's played all of them. Maybe again, when we're talking about resting and etc., Jimmy Anderson going strong, playing in all the games. Aitchison, Gloucestershire 312 for 8, 2 wickets to fall this morning. Defended stoutly. Open stance in the end by Brooks. He's on 9, Williams is on 5. I'm looking forward to Mohammed Abbas's next over already after that big appeal.
Well, is he going to bowl one? He's bowled 6 this morning. He did bowl a 7-over spell yesterday, so it is
I think
possible he
I
gets
think he'll
another.
want to.
Yeah. Well, they might do also, given that it would be the last from that end of the 110.
Aitchison, this is steered away out to point, where sliding in is Matt Montgomery. He's been doing an awful lot of shadow batting in between balls, I've noticed. He really is one for shadow batting. 312 for 8, 108 overs gone.
Nope. It's going to be Chappell, I think. Already removed cap. And yeah, whether this is going to be the full-on barrage or whether they're going to hedge their bets or just try and bowl full, but Chappell is going to come on. 2 overs left of the 110. Derbyshire chasing every point that they can get. They'd be frustrated if, having removed the 2 overnight batters in relatively quick time, what did Hammond add? Was it 4 runs? And yeah, you didn't do me there, Zach, with your practice delivery. Not at all. Not at all. That's not why I paused.
I thought you were going to say his big smiley face on the screen.
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Although they can be very scary. When you see these cricketers who've had to do these social media shots before the start of the season for that sort of thing. Now, Hammond added 5 and Middleton added 5 also to his overnight score, but it would be frustrating for Derbyshire if it were Brooks and Williams that stopped them from achieving this third bonus point. Chappell in and bowls full and prodded out to the covers by Williams. He was hoping he might have found a gap. There's a cover point, there's a mid-off, so there is a sizable amount of space between the two. And then there's, well, I think it's more of a very backward point on the boundary. In front of the old stables. 3 slips, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Williams waiting for Chappell. In and bowls and pushed forward defensively by Williams up to mid-on. They seem to be taking on the role of frustrating Derbyshire. These two are not really advancing the score by a huge amount, but they just build up that frustration for Derbyshire to take into their bowling innings. There's nothing like a good bit of tail-end blocking.
Especially after you break the big partnership, get both of them out, both of them in style as well.
Chappell goes in, bowls another full delivery. Williams tries to angle the bat to get it finer this time and ends up picking out the point fielder, who's probably moved a couple of steps to his left. So he's found the fielder's hands a couple of times. It's like Bashir at it again.
Is it? Yeah. He'll be waking people up in the hotel if they're having a lie-in.
Is it a lie-in at 4 minutes to
I don't know.
12?
Well, I thought it sounded clever, and then I checked the time and thought that doesn't quite work, does it?
Alcoholic stupor, perhaps. This is a bouncer from Chappell, which Williams ducks underneath. He's not got the field really for the bouncer, but then he might have caught Williams by surprise. It was certainly something that we saw in the last match, especially when Lancashire tried to bounce Williams. He does have a bit of a habit of taking his eye off the ball when he ducks. So this is the sort of thing that the analyst, I think, tells the players. Chappell in, that's a good ball. Williams has tried to motion as though he's run his bat inside it, but no, I don't think so. And he just don't know how this is going to go through. That one, I mean, Brooke Guest could have been more than halfway to the boundary and that ball still would have carried. So it's not the case that it's totally dead out there, and you sort of think with the hybrids that there should always be something. Chappell's coming to the end of his over here. He bowls wide of off stump and Williams doesn't have to play. So a tidy over from Chappell, but no wicket in it. Maiden for Zach Chappell. He's got 1 for 56. And at the end of that over, 312 for 8. And 1 over remains for Derbyshire to take this 9th wicket.
Third maiden in a row. I mean, that would have been 4 if not for that Brooks 4 that could have been caught by Shoaib Bashir. So really could have been a wicket maiden and then 3 more maidens.
They have been very disciplined bowling attack, even when Hammond and Middleton were building that partnership.
This partnership then 11 of 43, and there is the cut shot for a ball that was never there to cut from Brooks. It was far too straight, and he's now walking away, just having a little word of himself.
Well, I think that shot shows that the Gloucestershire aren't just out there to frustrate Derbyshire, but he's given them a couple of not chances, but well, actually that probably was a chance down to Bashir, but it was another delivery that could have found an edge.
Brooks do here, he just nudges this through mid-wicket, where Rees will have to run around from mid-on, and they're going to race back for 2 and have a bit of good running. The throw is from Rees, and Aitchison a few yards back from the stumps picks up. I will have to leave you at the end of this over briefly to update the listeners on BBC Radio Derby, share the news of these 2 wickets to have fallen. And then plenty of updates in the afternoon. Big day of football, we're towards the end of the season. Penultimate games in the EFL, of course, as Aitchison comes in. That's short and comfortably ducked underneath by Brooks. 314 for 8.
Well, again, they've got the fielder put back to the boundary if Brooks really gets hold of the short ball, but there's nobody in close if he just fends it off and it goes up in the air. So he
Yeah, would have to
reducing
carry
your chances. Yeah.
all the way to Chapel on the deep square leg boundary, just walking in after having a drink. That was steered away nicely to Montgomery at cover point.
Has there been a single wicket in the first division this morning?
I'm not sure.
Every time I look at everyone's on such similar scores, and there's not going to be many bowling points around.
Here is Aitchison, defended by Williams. In fact, it's Brooks, the scorecard, just taking its time to move around.
Ooh, so it's all down to this ball. You're going to have to stay on for this one.
Yeah, I know.
It's all down to this ball. That's great. Fletcher's coming to the back of the box. He's so excited about the possibility of this one extra point.
Here we go. Aitchison is in. He bowls, and it's driven nicely back to the bowler. And after 110 overs, then Gloucestershire 315 for 8. And I will be off to do my update.
Thank you very much, Freddie. So it's 2-all after the first hour. Careful, I'll get HR onto you with any more of that, Fletch. So how many overs have we had? We had 14 overs in the first hour with the over rate at -3, and Chapel still bowling. We're going to see, I think, the same field as the previous over, so just the sweeper down at fine leg, no sweeper at square leg. Chapel bowls. That's a very wafty drive from Will Williams, which won't improve the mood of Derbyshire out there. He had a thought of sending that off to the boundary somewhere, but ends up just playing at fresh air. Shoaib Bashir is now warming up at mid-wicket. And they'll need him to bowl, apart from anything else, because they've cycled through most of their other options. Martin Anderson hasn't had a go this morning, 2 for 42 yesterday. Chapel bowls a quick delivery, fired down the leg side. Not sure whether that's taken any pad. It hasn't. It's just not quite stopped cleanly by Guest, but he's probably saved himself 3 byes. And that'll add another run to this rather slow moving, but for Derbyshire, infuriating 9th wicket partnership, and they haven't even got Gabe Bell out there yet. Partnership's worth 14 from 51 deliveries. Chapel in now to Brooks, gets a wide ball and cuts it away, and that'll be 4 runs. Out to the deep point boundary. He's had a few goes at that cut shot as Henry Brooks, but that one, he has got a fair amount of that bat on. And he has his first authoritative boundary, really, 319 for 8. Brooks moves up to 15. He's a tall man, and he's one of those fast bowlers that you tend to think he's got the ability to hit the ball a very long way if he wants to. That one was almost the sort of leave that we've seen, a leave that's crashed into the stumps. Williams's first ball, he was wrapped on the pad with a leave. That was nearly Henry Brooks leaving the bat there and having the ball run off the face of the bat through behind the stumps. And that, if I remember rightly, is exactly how he was out in his last innings. So he almost repeated the trick there. And it is a tricky one, because you just don't know exactly what height it's coming through at. Defended by Brooks, out to extra cover. 319 for 8.
I'm struggling with these updates because they've put me on again after this humorous bin story about the bin puns, and they mentioned wheelie helpful, and it's my sort of humour, and I think it's obviously yours too. And then I have to say what's happening in the cricket, and I'm just struggling a little bit to suppress that laughter.
It's absolute garbage.
There we go. I'll see if I can tie in my next update with a... Best not to, but nicely done, Ed.
Here comes Zach Chappell, bowls, and that's short again and cut by Brooks, but he's not timed it. Picks out point, and there's no run. So 319 for 8 remains the score. These two have been together for over 9 overs now. And that is definitely in the category of more than frustrating. And they've even forced Aitchison out of the attack now after 26 overs, 2 for 71. Those figures, they're the absolute least that Aitchison deserves. He's been really impressive, and if Derbyshire, if it's not this season, if it's next season, whenever, they'll continue to be challenging for promotion, I'm sure. And the fact that you've got Aitchison as a component of this attack, somebody who doesn't bowl at no pace, but really complements Abbas. That's a big thing to have. He's clearly really enjoying his work at the moment.
Yeah, back from injury last season. He's been the old cliche, like a new signing, but he's had that effect. He's a confident character, and like you've seen this morning, fielding at slip, and often fielding very well at slip. That is, when Caleb Jewell, who's also a good slip fielder, hasn't actually spent much time there. Martin Anderson as well, who's good wherever you put him in the field. So here's Shoaib Bashir, his first bowl of the morning, comes in over the wicket, and it's run down to third. Hayden is on the field as a sub. He comes on and does the fielding. I wonder if he's on for Mohammed Abbas.
It's the most likely culprit, isn't he?
So Bashir, of course, those bowling figures slightly skewed because he came on to complete Anish Dal's 5th over halfway through after Dal went off yesterday of that horrible ankle injury. Send him our best wishes, of course, as Bashir fires this one in a little bit quicker. He's got Montgomery in at short leg, ready for some more action potentially. I wonder what the bruising is looking like. He had one smashed into his shins as well later on in the day, where of course you got the pads, but when it's in your stomach, it was a remarkable moment. Shoaib Bashir, then the tall figure again, fires this one in, and Brooks is up to the task. It's interesting because you'd think maybe is Bashir going to toss one up and just try and get it above the eye line and see if Brooks goes after him, but he's not taking any risks at the moment. There's a little skip in his run up, Bashir, and he fires this one in using his feet as Brooks. The ball doesn't really go anywhere up to the onside, and Bashir just stares back at him. Brooks walking off past Montgomery at short leg. 320 for 8, which I'm sure most Gloucestershire fans would have been delighted with if you told them that scoreline when Van Buren was removed by Bashir with that Montgomery catch. That was 167 for 6 yesterday. That was in the 66th over, so it's been a good fight back.
I mean, you're seldom out of a game with this sort of score. I mean, of course, it's possible that a side charges off and bats for 2 days and makes 500, but you're seldom out of it.
Here is Bashir, then final ball of his first over of the morning. Bowls, and there's the paddle sweep, and it's really nicely played by Brooks, who wondered if he might come down the ground. He's only going to get a couple, but showing Bashir one of his tricks there, and that's the first real sign of aggression we've seen from Brooks, but he played it really nicely. 322 for 8.
And that is 1,000 first-class runs for Henry Brooks, which is still a milestone for those who bat a little further down the order.
And a nice way to get there as well.
First 1,000 runs in your first-class career. I'm sure he would have loved to have been playing more than he has been the last couple of years since that move to Middlesex. But he's got the opportunity to play some cricket in this block for Gloucestershire. And the way that things are, I think everybody knows that Gloucestershire are in the market for seam bowlers, and Henry Brooks knows that Gloucestershire are in the market for seam bowlers. So, at the very least, if he can impress here, he'll have one offer on the table for sure, with his Middlesex contract up at the end of this year. Chappell bowls now to Williams, and this is pushed very competently past backward point by Williams, and he will come through for a single, 323 for 8. Williams moves on to 7. He passed me yesterday, as the players have to file past us. We have to insert ourselves where the players have no option
like
but
a
to go
mixer.
past us.
Yeah. Always awkward.
Williams just greeted me with a cheery hello, and then good day, wasn't it? And I'd have thought for Williams it probably was, because he didn't have to do anything. I'm not sure he'd even quite have been padded up.
Catch some sunshine. Yeah.
Oh, Chappell's caught Brooks on the crease there, an appeal for LBW. Brooks is a tall man, though, and although he was not really forward, it did look as if he was caught a little bit higher up on the pad, maybe. Whatever Chappell said to the umpire, he sort of nodded his head and went, yeah, fair enough. Here we go.
We got the replay.
We're going to get a replay. And
High.
ooh, maybe, yeah.
But
Or Brooks...
was it straight enough?
Brooks showed the bat to the umpire in a way that was subtle, as Chappell bowls a ballooning bouncer that even Brooks barely has to duck. It's going to be signalled as one of the allocation for the over-shoulder height. I don't know. Did he get a touch on that? I know Brooks is tall, but he really was trapped quite a way back, and the ball didn't exactly leap up at him. Anyway.
Yeah, you're earning your money as an umpire when the carry is different and the bounce is a little bit different. But it wasn't the longest Chappell appeal, I would say that.
Yeah, I'm wondering
Maybe
whether
gave
that
it
maybe
away.
was because of an inside edge. Chappell bowls to Brooks, edged. Oh, has he dropped that? I think he might have done. He's in very close at gully. There's Martin Anderson. And I didn't see the ball bounce. It may have been that it was trapped by Anderson, but I think almost the body language of the players, some of them aren't exactly sure whether that carried or not, but it looked as if it just maybe did, but he's in so close, you've got no time to react, even off a soft edge like that. Chappell bowls, Brooks drives. It's a good-looking shot, but he won't get any runs for it with Montgomery in the way at cover.
Yeah, so those two catches, drops, we think were chances.
Putting a
we haven't
question
seen
mark
the back,
down by that one.
But that twice off twice Brooks dropped, once by Bashir down at third, and then
Missed, I think I'm going to say.
Yeah,
rather than
not sure he didn't get the
dropped for
hand,
that
he
one,
was
'cause
sliding
he,
in,
He
but-
slid on the half volley, but I think probably he could have moved.
it was the fact Chappell had his hand on his head there. I
Yeah.
think that gave it away.
I think he felt it might have done. Brooks drives even harder this time, and perhaps if he hits it a little bit harder than that, he might be able to burst it through the hands of Montgomery. No, I don't think so. He certainly gave that one a good rap, but again, for no runs. So 323 for 8. Partnership is worth 22. And Brooks he's done what you sort of hope that lower order bats do. He's made his average, so he's made 17, and you can't really ask for too much more than that. You sort of hope that everybody gets to around about there, and you've had a decent amount of wagging from the tail.
He will face Bashir now, who gives it a little bit of flight. It's turned into the onside, and Williams straight away says there's no run, indicating to Brooks. Partnership is 22, and well, if you count both of those as chances, there have been a few in this innings yesterday as well that have gone down. As Bashir fires this one in, it's nicely steered off the back foot to Anderson for no run.
You're right, he hasn't bowled one of those almost moon ball deliveries yet. I don't know that he thinks Williams is going to charge at him, but you'd think to Brooks it might be good, because he's already used his feet a couple of times.
He's given that some flight, and Williams has gone after it, and it's gone for 6. The umpire's just conferring briefly, and well, he didn't give it loads of flight, did Bashir, but it was just nicely there for Williams to get after it. It was swung away over mid-wicket, and yeah, Will Williams moves on to 13.
I suppose I should have qualified in terms of using the feet and going straight, because that was a slog sweep from Williams and great connection.
Rees has just gone out to that deep mid-wicket boundary to ensure that there's protection there if he goes for a similar shot. Chappell is just moving a little finer at deep square leg and coming in 10 yards off the boundary. Short leg is still there. Wayne Madsen at first slip. Will Bashir entice Williams to go again? He's darted that in, and Williams can only defend off the back foot, and it was a nice clean connection, comfortably over the boundary in the end. There was no fielder out there, so it was a relatively risk-free option.
Just having a look to see how many sixes he's hit in his first-class career. That was his 11th 6.
And he's wristily whipped that down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. It was a bit of a flamboyant cricket shot from Williams. 6 and 4 in this over. Bashir is standing with his legs spread apart and wondering where to bowl now. It was a wristy shot.
He's having some fun, Will Williams, and he has a lot of fun when he bowls as well, particularly after he's followed through. It's
We were
always
enjoying
fun to
that
watch.
yesterday in the warm-up. And Nick Potts does similar for Derbyshire. His legs go flying out behind him. Looks like he's flying through the air. As Bashir darts that in, and it's turned away for a straight mid-wicket. And actually, if you see photos of Nick Potts, he will leave the ground entirely, and he does look like he's flying. And there's some great pictures of him. End of the over, 334 for 8, and very productive over. 6 and a 4 from Williams. We talked whether Brooks would be the aggressor. Williams now has 18, Brooks 17, the partnership 33.
Yeah, this is, in terms of the innings as well, this partnership is getting up there in terms of one of the higher ones. Was it I couldn't quite see in time. 3rd or 4th highest. Not bad for the 9th wicket, and especially given that Derbyshire would have felt they'd done the hard work in terms of removing the 2 established batters in Hammond and Middleton. I think this is almost moved to infuriating rather than frustrating now. 33 from 73 and being kept in the field for the majority of this morning session.
167 for 6. Derbyshire would have been eyeing bowling them out for under 200 yesterday.
In comes Chappell and bowls to Williams, and that's left alone as a brimstone butterfly makes its way in front of the commentary box.
Glad you were on and not me for that, because I'd have just said lime green. But you know your butterflies.
Always the first ones to emerge. You just about have when the cricket season starts.
There was a chat on the Hampshire commentary. I watched a fair bit of that stream because Derbyshire didn't play, and they were talking about ash before oak. You're getting a soak in terms of what trees come out first. And Anthony
Bowls a full
Gibson.
delivery is pushed away into the offside by Williams. There's no run.
You always learn something new. You always learn something
Oh,
new.
Anthony Gibson, he loves it, doesn't
Yeah,
he? He's
knows his
all
trees.
over he knows everything about the countryside. I'd say he needs to get out more, but maybe he needs to get out less, yes.
No, I did enjoy. I watched a fair bit of that because you had Baker and Rue, and it was a really good game of cricket. And nice without Derbyshire playing to flick between a few streams. Did catch up on the Surrey highlights this morning. Really good crowd again at the Oval. And a really nice crowd yesterday here as well. It's not quite as busy today.
Chappell bowls, delivery targeting the pads, but Williams knocks it away almost disdainfully into the onside for no run.
But yeah, really encouraging attendance yesterday. The ice cream van did a roaring trade, and obviously with Saturday football day, Derby are away at QPR, so maybe a few people will sort of stay here. But yeah, good crowd yesterday.
Yeah, but it's amazing what crowd you can get when it's sunny weather, warm enough to sit outside. Chappell bowls back of a length, fended off into the onside by Williams, but there's no short leg there. There hasn't been for any point of this innings, and Derbyshire have occasionally put a fielder back at deep square, but they've not put a fielder in at short leg. And I must say, I've been a bit surprised, given the fact that both of these are tall, fast bowlers, and you tend to think with tall, fast bowlers that you, at some stage, you bang it into their rib cage.
Particularly Zach Chappell. And yeah, they've got Bashir in that short mid wicket. Jewell on the boundary. Jewell usually fields in what would be the ring, so that's interesting.
Chappell bowls back of a length. Williams is in line relatively comfortably there and plays it into the leg side for no run. So I don't know what to make of this, really. We're not going to know what to make of it until Derbyshire start batting, because when you've got 9 and 10 making it look as relatively easy out there as these two are, you start to think, well, it's going to be hard work for anybody to take wickets on this. But then we did see that one ball that Middleton got, which jagged back, and he possibly very rightfully thought he could leave it, and he couldn't. There's a Yorker attempted from Chappell, but Williams has not only dug it out, he's had time to flick it down to fine leg for one. And another single moves the partnership to that's the one. Put my teeth in. Partnership's worth 34. Williams has 19, and Gloucestershire to 335 for 8 at the end of that over.
Oh, I did say at the start of his innings, I've seen him score 60 before, and he's obviously pleased I'm here, because he's looked comfortable, hasn't he? The man who was dropped twice, we think, was Brooks at the other end, and Williams took a liking to Bashir. Yeah, it's interesting. They've both come in and got settled nicely and haven't really looked hurried by anything or particularly concerned, particularly when Bashir's been on, and he's going to continue from the City end. It is that shorter boundary. Two right-handers there. The leg side boundary is the shorter one, away to that Elite Performance Centre with the white seats down.
Elite performance, I like that. Not just high performance, elite performance.
Elite performance. Best of the best. And there was I think you get sort of the businesses and companies come for their sort of day out, and they were all on the top of that Elite Performance Centre enjoying.
They say beverages. Elitism is a bit of a problem with county cricket, so it's disgraceful.
We have the Decent Performance Centre or Adequate Performance Centre. Bashir comes into Williams. Will he go for it again? He just nudges this down to mid-on, halfway back towards the boundary, maybe, for that miscued shot. And he's going to take a few strides back now. Mid-on, mid-off, quite deep, but mid-on is deeper. Maybe 15 yards in from the boundary. Caleb Jewell is at mid-off, taking a couple of steps back in as well. Chappell's at a very short, fine leg for that fine sweep. If Brooks goes to it, and they've got a short leg in under the helmet, Matt Montgomery. It's Bashir comes in, and it's just defended nicely by Brooks. Back to the bowler for no run, 336 for 8.
I'd love to know at what point of Shoaib Bashir's life he decided to put that, I don't even know what to call it, at the start of his run. Does a little trot and then a hop.
Here is Bashir. It's pushed back to him by Brooks.
What makes you decide to do that rather than, just stick your leg out sideways or something? It obviously helps him get in rhythm somehow, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to think if it's something he did when he first played for England or if it's something he's developed. Because, he has got that, and he bowls now, turned away to the fielder at short leg.
I mean, I saw him a couple of times even before he played for England, but I can't remember whether he did that or not. I think he might have done.
Partnership 35 as Bashir does that little hop. He's given this some flight, and Brooks has responded with a boundary very straight, just on the offside. He moves along to 21, partnership 39, and both of these batters have just got stuck into Bashir, and he's not invited them to as well. They've come out and shown that initiative themselves.
Yeah, there's no problem with that, and it wasn't really a delivery that was absolutely looped up there, but it was just quite inviting for Brooks with his reach to be able to get to the pitch of the ball, and he didn't try and launch it into next week, which might have given him a few issues as well. It was just an easy strike back over the bowler's head, take the 4, rather than having to be content with the only 6. Was that Aitchison who had to just crawl underneath the stand to fetch that ball?
And Madsen and Guest are just having a good long look at the scoreboard and a chat. The scoreboard around to our right as Bashir moves to around the wicket, darts this one in. Brooks defends the final ball of the over. Gloucestershire 340 for 8. Coming up to 25 past 12. Saturday in the sun. There were points yesterday where there was literally not a cloud in the sky, and it is going to be hotter today.
Yeah, we've got a few cirrus clouds up there today. The cameras pick out James Bracey, who's not in his whites yet, and I suspect he's probably thinking, oh, we've got some golf swings. I bet that was Hammond. Somebody in a hoodie, my bet would be Miles Hammond. They probably can't move because you've got a 39-run partnership for the 9th wicket.
No way.
Yeah, he's probably just going to have to loiter there in that area that we do the interviews in. A few of the other Gloucestershire players sitting in front of the dressing room. You don't want to be inside the dressing room really on a day like this, do you? You'd be sitting out there on the foldable chairs in front, enjoying the warm weather. Chappell, now there is a short leg as a short ball. Williams tries to smack it away and completely misses it. So they've got the short leg, they've got the deep square as well. So I think at last, after, well, I don't know how many minutes these two have been out there for, Williams has batted for nearly an hour, so there you go. Been together for the best part of an hour, and Derbyshire have finally had enough. They are going to ask Zach Chappell to bowl some short deliveries. Brooks down for a chat to Williams. I wonder what he's saying there. Yeah, go on, just keep swinging. You can clear that boundary, I'm sure.
Yeah, which Bashir has gone back to now, rather than being halfway there.
What was he saying? You don't have to play at it, Just get underneath it. Let's see. Chappell in bowls, back of a length, and well, I say cut. I mean, he jabbed at it wide of the off stump in a sort of manner that a number 10 can do when they think that they're about to be hit in the face.
If you were very, very complimentary, you'd say rode the bounce. But I think that
he did keep it down.
Yeah, he kept it down.
Whether he knew exactly how much he was keeping it down, I don't know. But at the very least, fend it off offside. There's no fielder under the helmet there. Chappell bowls. He wears that one, does Williams, on the hip. And he signals very helpfully to Henry Brooks that it didn't bounce as much as he expected it to. I don't think that's much comfort to the non-striker. It's just a different part of the body that you're about to receive a bruise on. And they're down for another chat now. Just love to know what's said in these sorts of interactions. There's a lot of hand pointing going on from Williams and gesticulating.
It's who takes the senior role, I wonder. Who goes, you know what, I'm going to sort of take charge here. These are my instructions. Or if they go, you know what, do your own thing. We'll scramble along, see how we go. And that's work. 39, the partnership.
This is going to do wonders for the over 8 as well, because it's this sort of short pitch barrage where you feel like you've got to make a field change every ball. Somebody else has got a different theory as to exactly where this ball is going to be unintentionally hit by Williams. So they've got a mid-wicket in place. The deep square has moved in front of square, Harry came, because they've got more of a backward square than they had before, and a fine leg. So they've got 3 back on the leg side boundary as Chappell bowls a bumper and Williams ducks it. He had to get down pretty low there as well, because that wasn't one of those ones that really zipped through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's the one that keeps low that could be the problem, and that's why they've got that mid-wicket in quite short. It's again the one that, if you're trying to defend, if you don't want another bruise in the hip, and you maybe just glove it, or the ball just pops in the air on the onside. So I don't think necessarily we're going to see the big pull shot with those 2 men back. It almost, as a batter, you think, right, I'm just going to put that away for the meantime.
2 balls remaining in this Chappell over. Bowls, and that's fended off around the corner by Williams. Thank you, body line. It can only have 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. Didn't hit his glove at all. I thought it might have been glove to start with, but it wasn't. It was body again.
That's the field. That's the ball that the field is for, essentially. if I'm reading it right, which I'm probably not. We are completely guessing, as always, but that's why they had that mid-wicket in short and the short leg for the ball into the hip.
I just still think 3 back on the boundary.
Mm.
You're still asking him to hit it a very long way. Brooks, I could understand it more, and the slip has even gone into that almost long stop position behind the keeper as Chappell bowls a harmless bouncer that Brooks gets out of the way of. And I feel for Zach Chappell after that over, not just because of the effort that he's put in, but also because he's bashing the ball in there and he doesn't know exactly how fearsome it's going to be. And you run in, you put all your effort into a delivery like that, and it just limps over Brooks, who didn't play a shot at it. And it doesn't exactly help your sort of fast bowler's bravado, does it? When you're giving it everything, you bowl a short ball that you think is going to be a fearsome delivery that's going to have the batter in all sorts of discomfort and hopefully caught at short leg, and then you've got time to stare as the ball lobs into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. 341 for 8 at the end of that over.
And also, you know, when you're batting and a couple of these seamers are on, that there's a decent chance you might get the same treatment. And Chappell is someone who'd go after it. Here's Bashir around the wicket. Both of these batters have taken a bit of a liking to him. What can he come up with here? It's nudged away through backward square leg. Reese coming to do the field in front of our new roaming camera here at the county ground, which has been very exciting to have someone out there can go around the ground. It's connected up to the media centre by however it works, and you can go anywhere in the ground.
I like that technical description.
Yeah. Oh, I've done filming here. This is my 3rd season now. I still don't know how any of it works. It's probably similar to radio as well. As Bashir bowls, he gives this one some flight. One hand comes off the back, but Williams has sent this for 6. That's gone even further than the one he supposedly middled, because one hand came off the bat. It's flown out into the car park over the deep mid-wicket boundary. One of the Derbyshire coaches is jogging back to fetch it. It's gone a long way.
What a shot from Williams! I mean, he just gets better and better to watch as well, Williams. One-handed follow-through slog sweep, 6 over a fairly decent length boundary, and the way that he just held the bat up, almost as if he was raising his bat for acknowledgement of what he'd just done. And he'd received some from me, that's for sure. That's an extraordinary shot.
Well, that ball's gone into the tarmac with those little rocks. I wonder if the umpires are going to have a look back. It's Chris Wright, the bowling coach, who's had to go and fetch it. And, well, Williams, that's his second 6 of Bashir, who's bowling around the wicket, which, to that short boundary on the leg side, he's asking the question. And they have Reese back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but that was in front of where he was and comfortably over the boundary, over those dugouts into the car park. Bashir again fires that one into Williams, and he's smart enough to know that ball was going to be quicker and fuller, and he keeps it out.
So 17% of Will Williams' career 6s we've seen now. Shoaib Bashir has seen as well.
Entertaining session of cricket this has. Bashir continuing around the wicket. Didn't quite time that, did Williams, up to the short mid-wicket fielder.
But it's so impressive the way that he's being so selective about what he's doing. You know, he's not just trying to cart everything out the ground. It's really, he's picking the delivery that he sees as the one to hit.
And he's just steered this one nicely out to cover point, where Anderson runs round onto one of the practice pitches that was in use this morning. Come through for a single. That's the 350 up for Gloucestershire, who are going along really well this morning, despite the loss of the 2 overnight in batters, Hammond and Middleton. The partnership is 49 between Williams and Brooks for the 9th wicket, as short leg takes the helmet off, gives it to Wayne Madsen. He's going to come round to point, just backward of point. Bashir to finish his over. Really almost bangs that one in halfway down, and it's just punched back to him by Brooks. And Gloucestershire 350 for 8, 118 overs gone, and at this rate they have 27 minutes until lunch. They're just going to keep going, these two.
Yeah, it's again, it's just that thing of in a way, what do you want to see if you're Gloucestershire? Do you want to see the ball doing quite a bit with 300 on the board? Or actually, do you want to see it looking really quite flat out there? But it's just hard to gauge because you've got a fielding side who've been out there in the field for a long period of time, and they were starting to look as though they were flagging a little bit yesterday evening, and now they're having to come back out there. So it can so often be different when you start afresh. But given that, sorry,
That's okay.
given the fact that they've got plenty of spinners, Gloucestershire, I think, would probably like to see it doing a bit more for Bashir. The short ball barrage continues, not terribly short from Chapel, just back of a length, clipped away to long leg, and that is a 50-run partnership between Will Williams and Henry Brooks, and what a enjoyable effort this has been if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, but certainly not if you're a Derbyshire fan. But I just admire the intelligence, the way that these two have gone about it. Yeah, they've had Brooks has had maybe 2 lives even, as Chapel bowls round the wicket, and that loops through to the wicketkeeper as Brooks sways out of the way. But they've actually known when to attack, known when to take singles, and just been happy enough to build the partnership in the way that, you know, that a top order pair could do. You're very much enjoying this as Will Williams follow through.
Because I think one hand off the bat is a bit harsh, because it was a proper connection at first, and then a split second later the hand came off.
Chapel in down the leg side, Brooks pretty much shoulders arms to that one, having stepped inside it.
But as you say, it's the way he just waved it in the air afterwards, just admiring as well. What I was going to say is that Martin Anderson's not bowled yet. Maybe if they want to go back to the conventional line and length that was working well for Abbas and Aitchison. But again, it's the short ball plan that has, the field has dotted everywhere.
I think they sort of feel as if they've had no choice but to go to this for a little bit. Chapel bowls, that one doesn't get up too much, but it's well worked by Brooks into some space at a conventional mid-wicket, and he'll come through for a straightforward single. He moves to 22. Gloucestershire up to 352 for 8.
Just sort of sums up things for Derbyshire. A good start, and then just frustrated again. And again, you look at the scorecard. Of course, Anuj Dalu was bowling nicely before the injury yesterday. The person who substitutes him, we're told, won't be bowling because of injury. Lewis Rees. And they'll just be now looking at their options, thinking, well, look, can Abbas have another spell before lunch?
Chapel bowls, tries the Yorker, but it's almost nonchalantly flicked by Williams to the deep backward square boundary where Bashir is patrolling, and that's another run to the total. He's tried these Yorkers, Chapel, but seemingly Williams knows when they're coming almost. 353 for 8, Williams to 31. You don't have to look too far back to see Gloucestershire's record 9th wicket stand, because it was only 3 years ago. They've got a little way to go to get there. Zafar Gohar and Matt Taylor put on 99 for the 9th wicket in the 2023 fixture. I was just having a look back and seeing, because the innings profile felt relatively similar to this. Oh, he's tried to uppercut this one as Brooks, and he's missed it completely. It's sailed over his head and the keeper's head. It's been signalled as wides, and that'll be 5 more runs on to the Gloucestershire total. 358 for 8.
Yeah, really starting to get away from Derbyshire, and that is really insult to injury for Zach Chapel, because it looked at first, did Brooks get a tiny edge on that going over Brick Guest, but it took off. And no chance for the wicket-keeper in the end, and well, I wonder if this might be Chapel's last over before they try something else. As I say, you might give Abbas a couple overs before lunch, but I'm surprised. I think Anderson was tired by the end of yesterday, so...
Chapel bowls, another grunt of effort, but oh dear, and of course, because he's now used up his bouncer allocation for the over, so even though that was only over shoulder height, that is a no ball, and so 2 runs are added, and also Zach Chapel, I think, receives a warning for that as well, does he? I think the dangerous and unfair bowling part of the no ball law comes in there. I think that may have been what the umpire was motioning. So if Chappell bowls, it exceeds his allocation again, and I think he gets removed from the attack, which he might want at this stage. This is short and wide and slammed away for 4. He might want it even more now. The partnership moves up to 63. That one sat up for Henry Brooks, and he dispatched it to the cover boundary. So it's 364 for 8. And Brooks has 26. Williams has 31. I was just looking back to that match 3 seasons ago. It was heavily affected by rain, and Gloucestershire, not for the first time, found themselves in front of Lewis Deploy, who is not for giving up his wicket. But Gloucestershire made 383 in that innings, and they were 182 for 5 when James Bracey was out, and 245 for 6. That Zafar and Matt Taylor partnership really took the innings away from Derbyshire, with Charlesworth and Hammond having put on a good stand earlier on. Charlesworth made 87 and Hammond made 50. So there's a little bit of similarity there. I'm only talking about that match as a reminder because that's where the record 9th wicket partnership between, for Gloucestershire, I should say, against Derbyshire comes from. 99 between Zafar and Matt Taylor. This one worth 63. And very much as valuable.
Well, asking he shall receive. Martin Anderson is on from the City end. He replaces Shoaib Bashir, and I'd imagine Zach Chappell will shortly be replaced as well. I think you're right. I think maybe he wishes he banged in the final ball of that over short as well. As Anderson, that's back of a length and flicked away down to a wide, fine leg. Mohammed Abbas to come through for a single. Anderson, whose first couple of spells yesterday were outstanding. They could barely score a run of him, and then the final one, you could just see on a warm day the tiredness was creeping in. But yeah, that tough work for Zach Chappell, that last over, and it really is a thankless task. 2 slips for Martin Anderson, who bowls again. It's on a length and defended to Harry Kane. It's Montgomery. Now, he's been shadow batting. That was a golf swing, as he has a chat with a couple of the slips. It's always one or the other.
It's a good name for a golfer.
Montgomery. There's another golf swing.
That was spelled differently as well, wasn't it? Colin Montgomery. It was IE at the end, if I remember rightly.
Anderson into Brooks. Brooks just nudges this away to Montgomery, who runs round from backward point.
And it's also a very golf name anyway, isn't it? You know, the sort of people who play golf. Feels like Montgomery. Most of them are called something like that.
The Germany international, Matt Montgomery.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah.
You're very, very multicultural here at
Derby
with your Italians and your Germans.
I heard yesterday that some of the uni students on my course, I think first years, as Anderson came in, and this is flicked through square leg. They'll come back for 2. The throw-in is wayward out to Madsen, who I mentioned because there was a media day here, I think like a mock one with some of the students, and Wayne Madsen was asked, what's your favourite Italian meal? And I think he said a spicy lasagna. Phoebe will correct me if I'm wrong, and of course testing his knowledge of that country, where I don't know how often he's been. But again, Germany and Italy, cricket powerhouses.
Martin Anderson could play for Sweden, I'm sure, if he wanted to.
Here is Anderson, and that's off a deliberate edge down to Montgomery. Yeah, so it is a multicultural bunch.
Speaking of Swedish cricket, I'm sure at one stage that former Gloucestershire player Jonty Rhodes was appointed as coach of Swedish cricket. I'm not sure whether it was probably one of those short-term things for those European Cricket League type things, but I'm sure at one stage that was the case.
The ice cream van is back, and it's lucky it wasn't here a few overs ago when Williams sent that 6 out to where it is now as Anderson beats the bat of Will Williams.
No, that's good from Williams, is that. Just play and miss a couple of times just to make sure everybody knows there's still something in this pitch. No, so now it is comfortably, this partnership, the second highest of the innings. And I mean, Williams hasn't really looked any closer than what we've just seen there to actually getting out. So again, what to make of it? Bashire's going to have a go from the racecourse end, so Chappell, I suspect much to his own relief. I mean, sometimes you just feel, I know, being a bit silly about it, but you must feel as though you're on a hiding to nothing sometimes, and so Chappell probably having that sort of feeling there. So he's going to go off and graze at backward point, and Bashir will switch ends. He started off originally at this racecourse end, then settled into a really good rhythm from the city end yesterday.
Did you say it was Harry Everett on the live text updates?
He
A
is.
few minutes ago, Martin Anderson is yet to bowl. Surely he is worth a go before lunch. This is no coincidence here, Harry. It's bad if you're repeating what I'm saying. I'm sure you're not.
No, no. Well, I mean, that's
Ed is fine.
That's kind of their job. Bashir bowls really loopy delivery, which is paddled round the corner, and that will be at least 2 runs. The ball's going out towards the boundary. Mohammed Abbas creaks down and picks up, and they take 2.
I could feel the pain from here as he was slowly going down, thinking, oh no, it's actually not going for 4. I'm going to have to be called upon here, and it's not holding up as well. I've got to get down.
370 for 8. Bashir is in. Another very slow leg side delivery, which Brooks, I'm sure, will feel he's missed out on there. He tried to really whip that one round the corner, and yeah, he's looking annoyed there, because that was a delivery that quite a lot of people would have fancied having a go at. Anyway, there's no run. Bashir, another very slow flight to delivery, which Brooks just knocks down to long on, which is exactly what, from a Gloucestershire point of view, you'd hope he would do. There's plenty of singles available, 3 sweepers back on the leg side boundary, and there are runs to be taken. Gloucestershire can still build this total up further. 371 for 8. The field stays back for Williams. Is there anybody back at cover at all? I'm lunging round. No, so there's not many back on the offside. Williams forward defends slightly uncertainly into the offside. I don't think there's going to be any turn, but it's always that slightly tricky angle for a right-hander that you see off-spinners go for a lot more now than I think you certainly used to, with that angle across, play for some straightening, which doesn't happen. Bounces a bit from Bashir, but Williams rides the bounce, flicks it to deep backward square. That's another run. 372 for 8. Williams 35. So understandably, the intensity of Derbyshire in the field has dropped considerably, especially as half of them are scattered off to all parts of the ground. That's off the back foot. Brooks looking to cut, and he takes another single, and that is the end of Bashir's comeback over. And
I'm in trouble.
No, you're not. You're not. Harry says that Martin Anderson is in his fantasy team, so yes.
Yeah, that's. We're all very, very much fantasy players up here.
The thing is, well, I've done it before, but I've not done it for a couple of years now. But the problem is, if I remember rightly, he needs Anderson to come back, but there's that bonus point, isn't there, for the economy under 2.5? So he needs him to have a couple of cheap overs here.
Here is Anderson. He bangs this in short. It doesn't really get up, and it's cut away in front of Montgomery. They'll come back for at least a couple. Montgomery pulls it in before the boundary, and they'll race back for a third and get there comfortably. Really good running again.
Careful, Will. You got some overs to bowl later. Use up all your energy now.
Running has been good throughout this innings, hasn't it? Through a number of these partnerships. But the runs are there to be had. And certainly you can see the tired legs in the field as well. The batters are pushing the fielders. They know they can take those extra chances. 376 for 8. I would have thought that yesterday, midway through the afternoon. As Williams just gently flicks this away to Shoaib Bashir on the square leg boundary. High score of the season for Gloucestershire, I presume?
Yes, well,
Yes.
it was the highest score of the season quite a long time ago. Well, their second innings against Lancashire, 305, was their previous highest. And very, very comfortably their highest first innings score of the season.
11 overs to go before lunch. 11 overs, 11 minutes, sorry. Otherwise, we can get very
Might be
hungry.
11
as
overs.
Anderson comes in, defended by Brooks.
I think if it probably almost would be exactly 11 overs if a wicket falls in the next three, then we'll have the extra half hour. So it could well be 11 overs. There's that excitement to look forward to. Just
Yeah.
what Derbyshire want actually now is to take the wicket and then potentially have to field for an entire half hour longer in the morning session. Nobody wants that.
Anderson, 2 slips, bowls, and he does ride the bounce there, does Brooks. They'll come free for a quick enough single. Kane throws in, and it's into the back of the legs. It was very, very wayward at the stumps.
Completely unnecessary throw as well. I'm not suggesting that was out of frustration at all. Well, the shy at the stumps might have been, not the shy at Henry Brooks, but if a bowler did that, you'd get a warning. It's just silliness of the game. Fired it at Henry Brooks.
Here is Anderson bowling down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. Manson and Aitchison, tall figure of Aitchison, who was just down below us in that last over, chatting to some of the fans. So, cover point on the boundary, square leg show of Bashir having a chat with Chris Wright, he's very active, Chris Wright. He gets around the boundary, goes for his walks, he's been in that dugout as well, likes to chat to the bowlers. Anderson again past the umpire, back of a length cut away nicely by Williams, and both of these two still look very assured out there. Probably the frustration for Derbyshire is the short ball looked the most effective, but also wasn't getting them anywhere, and they've had to go back to their other plans.
I'm not sure about the fields that were set for the short ball, but at the same time, when a lot of them were just looping through anyway, it just doesn't look as though there's much mileage really for bowling short. I can imagine that Henry Brooks is out there thinking, I hope I'm not having to do that myself later, because he would be the one, I suspect, that would have to do it. Just under 10 minutes to go until lunch, and this 9th wicket partnership continues to grow. Brooks is obviously working up a sweat out there with all this extra running that they've been doing. Just had his helmet perched on the back of his head for a moment, but Williams stepping in to face Bashir, who'll continue round the wicket. He bowls now to Williams. That stroked up to mid-off. They want a single here. That's going to be tight, but I think he'd have made it. He went immediately, did Williams. Rees misses the stumps, and for once misses the batter as well.
That was a good throw.
We've seen a couple of times in this innings, not just that one from Harry Kane, the batter being struck. Williams has 38 to his name. 380 for 8. Bashir into Brooks, who drives. He doesn't want the single. Done enough sprinting, thank you. Everybody's getting very excited out there. Bashir in and bowls, and forward defending is Brooks. Just when you think, he's a fielding side, come on, just actually almost try and hit us out the ground here, give us a chance, and then what does the number 9 and 10 do? They just decide to block for a bit. Having pushed the field back, Bashir bowls. Oh, that's an ugly shot from Brooks. He came down the pitch, I think, trying to hammer it somewhere, and then he got a very low full toss, or almost yorked himself and hacked it out to deep backward square for a single. As they say, not how, but how many. 381 for 8. Bashir whirls in and bowls. A forward defence from Williams. He's getting really excited. Now, this is almost as exciting, I think, for him as that one-handed slog-swept 6. The possibility of just being able to drop and run into the offside and sprint through to the non-striker's end. 382 for 8. There's that rude exhaust pipe on the road outside. And now Brooks is dropping and running. Derbyshire have scattered the field and created the gaps, and now these two are just picking off the singles. As Bashir is through, well, he's through 25 and a half overs because of that injury yesterday, and hopefully Anuj Dal has got over some of the initial shock of what must have been a really horrifying moment for him as he went down in his follow-through.
Yeah, luckily we've had no similar concerns. I don't think any of the sawdust has actually been out there today for those bowlers bowling from the city end, which is good.
Yeah, early moisture that was talked about. I'm sure that will have gone now. Warm sunshine. So 383 for 8, end of that over. Bashir 2 for 88 in those 25 and a half overs.
Can Derbyshire break this partnership then before lunch? It stands at 82 runs for the 9th wicket. They'll pick up a single through mid-wicket. Bashir running around.
Didn't fancy a second there.
Sometimes they run like their life depends on it. Sometimes they'll trot down the other end.
They're just seeing the possibility of being able to walk in at lunch and let everybody know just how well they've done.
Joe Root has a wicket for Yorkshire. It's got John Simpson out.
Oh gosh,
Centurion.
of course you forget he plays
Yeah.
for Yorkshire.
Chris Wokes got rid of Haseeb Hameed, so all of their potential openers, not that I think Hameed would be in the conversation, seem to be struggling today. John Simpson, a very underrated cricketer down at Sussex, and they're still going. Fletcher's made it to Burton. We said they're unchanged for the 3rd match in a row. That is rare. They need a point to confirm their survival in League One. They're at home to Exeter City, whose goalie scored a last-minute equaliser rather magnificently last time out. There's another single through the mid-wicket region.
This partnership is starting to become the equivalent of the goalie scoring.
Yeah, the cricketing equivalent. I guess that is it. A number 11 hitting a 50 or the winning 6 or something. But yeah, I have seen it. I have seen a goalie score from inside his own half before, but I haven't seen it up from a corner like a late goal. As Aitchison moves around to mid wicket, Abbas goes to mid on. So it's a more conventional field now. There's a wide, fine leg, deep cover point. Squarish mid-wicket on the boundary, defended to Martin Anderson, and I think we'll have, if he's slow here, maybe just 1 over before lunch, 4 minutes to go. They set some fields and...
Well, that's a problem, though, because they kind of need to get through them as well. I mean, it was -3, but...
Yeah.
Exactly raced through this morning.
I wonder what the conversations will be at lunch for Derbyshire in terms of what plans can we go to, how can we start the session, as this is driven beautifully through the
Lovely
cover.
shot.
That's a gorgeous shot from Brooks, and that might not find the boundary, which would be a real
Oh, it did.
disappointment. And well, there's justice in this game sometimes because it's crept into the fence. It wasn't the finest piece of work from Caleb Jewell out there, and Brooks, that is... Well, in terms of a conventional cricket shot, that's the shot of the morning, but we've seen those couple of 6s as well. But that's the first time we've seen a real cover drive. Brooks moves on to 42 off 75.
I mean, from Brooks, this isn't a huge surprise, really. He's got 6 first-class 50s, but Williams only has that one that you were talking about earlier.
Anderson bowls full, and it's straight to Aitchison at mid-wicket from Brooks, landing just in front of him. End of the over then. 3 minutes to go, 2 now before lunch, so there will just be that 1 over from Shoaib Bashir. At one point, Matt Montgomery took his cap off and handed it to someone, and I wondered if he was going to come on with his mystery spin, which he did for a couple of overs against Worcestershire late on day 2 or day 3, and that's all I think we've seen of him with the ball.
Well, I was starting to be a little bit concerned in terms of the scoreboard, because I was thinking if Montgomery were to bowl, and then at that stage I made the totally stupid assumption that an all-rounder would be replaced by somebody who would be batting and bowling, rather than a pretty much specialist bat. But why on earth I would ever have thought of that, I have no idea. But I was starting to wonder whether we might run out of room even yesterday at one stage if they just decided to give Montgomery an over. But it will be Bashir to bowl what will be the last over before lunch if Derbyshire don't take a wicket, as Williams defends a full ball into the offside. He's going to start playing for lunch now, isn't he? The problem is if you start playing for lunch and then you just prop forward and get pinned LBW, you start thinking, oh, why did I do that? But Williams is probably the number one choice for Gloucestershire in terms of night watchman. He hasn't actually had to do it yet, but he's been padded up at least twice, as that's knocked to short mid-wicket where Anderson fields and there's no run.
Gabe Bell will be loving this. He's had his pads on for a while.
I don't know, it depends whether he likes sitting there with his pads on, really. I'd imagine he might not. Bashir bowls, very full, almost up in the block hole. Williams squeezes it to backward point, and there's no run.
I just wanted to say his name before lunch because, as you know, we've been wondering about saying that name quickly and how difficult going from Gabe into Bell, the double B.
No problem at all.
You've got the experience.
Bashir, he's in length ball, turned leg side. There's an extra fielder up inside, as it were, the ring now. And there's no run as Montgomery fields, and now he's been told to don the helmet. With 2 balls left until the lunch break, it's 1 o'clock. Arguable, really, as to, well, I mean, of course they will want to take the wicket, of course they will, but they really want to be in the field for half an hour more is another question. That was a good ball from Bashir. It was quick and full, and Williams had to be about his business to get the bat down in time, which he's able to do so. So 1 ball remains in this Bashir over. Aitchison comes in from the boundary. Suddenly decided Will Williams isn't going to try and slog the ball out over long on. Bashir bowls. Williams will guide this away through the vacant gully region. Won't have enough on it to go to the boundary. He'll take 2 runs, and that means that he will level Henry Brooks at lunch on 42 apiece. A cracking morning for Gloucestershire, having started on 287 for 6, and then lost the 2 established batters. Miles Hammond just falling shy of his second 150 in first-class cricket. He edged Mohamed Abbas to Ben Aitchison, who'd put him down on 99. Brilliantly caught one-handed by Aitchison for 145. Ed Middleton shouldered arms to one that seamed back and then crashed into off-stump. He made an excellent 46, his highest score in first-class cricket. But since then, no more wickets. Brooks 42, Williams 40. That partnership record of 99 is under threat. It's on 90, this 9th wicket partnership at lunch. And Gloucestershire, I'm sure, will just continue to bat on as far as it takes them after it, see how many more runs that they can accrue. It's 391 for 8. We'll be back for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes. Join us then.
Please contact info@derbyshire.ccc.com or visit the main reception.
Very, very well. Lunch has just been taken from 391. Very good. Nice one. That's the last one. Yeah. So all the rest of the No, that's good. I mean, that's, that agenda, that's not an easy thing to do. A lot of I can imagine football is a lot easier as well, because it's very tricky. You can have more things to add or take away.
To make a lot more decisions about what you include and don't include. And also, because when, so, because as you can see, when you're having to go pretty much straight forward,
Please welcome back the officials and player for the next session.
What is going on there? That was the grooming camera. I mean, somebody's had a cutaway there.
To goal from the city end, Hammond.
Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground, where Gloucestershire enjoyed a very productive morning session. They added 104 runs to their overnight total for the loss of the two overnight batters, Hammond and Middleton. But the ninth wicket partnership head Seabourne stands at 90 off 140. Mohammed Abbas is brought on to break it, and well, both of these two will have 50s in their sights.
Yeah, certainly will. Yeah, it's a question of whether they're going to get nervous over the lunch break.
Here is Abbas from the city end. It's cut late off the back foot out to Martin Anderson for a single.
And of course, there's a partnership record looming as well. Not that they have any clue or real care, I don't think, about that, but it would be something to look back on for these two, I suppose. Yeah, it's just been really impressive the way that they've gone about it. I mean, Williams has cleared the boundary a couple of times. You'd almost have expected Brooks to be the one to hit a couple of sixes out of these two, but he's mixed that in with some careful defence and some steady scoring, just manipulation of the field.
Anderson comes into gully. Montgomery wanders round to point on the boundary. There's a rather straight deep mid wicket. I think that's Bashir at cover, and then mid on, mid off, and a wide fine leg on the boundary as well. Abbas. Gloucestershire 392 for 8 at the county ground. Abbas bowls, defended on the onside by Williams. They've both picked their moments really nicely, including going after Bashir a little bit, a couple of sixes out into the car park, and then that lovely drive towards the end of the session from Brooks through the covers, which has not been a shot we had seen all morning before then. It's a bright sunny afternoon now, only a couple of wispy clouds in the sky. Lovely day for cricket, and Abbas turns at the top of his mark. 1 wicket for him this morning as he bowls, and this is defended wide of mid-on, who runs round. They'll get a single. Yeah, that Abbas very early on. The second over of the day, removing Miles Hammond for 145. A great catch by Ben Aitchison, one-handed at second slip. And then Aitchison, a couple overs later, got rid of Ed Middleton for his career best 46. Left one that nipped back in viciously and cartwheeled off stump. And since then, it's been a bit of a run fest. They've fended off the short ball really well and not been tested by much else as Abbas bowls, and it's cut late away out to Matt Montgomery, who has to run round from point out to a more backward point. He slips over, just drops the ball. They'll come back for 2, which they were going to do anyway. And the partnership now 94. Brooks 5 off a half century. Williams 7.
Do you enjoy your Korean broccoli cheese?
Yeah, I will be reflecting and doing some Googling if that is indeed Korean. But it had a bit of everything, as the lunches do here. If there's something you don't like, the chances are you're going to like the other 6 food items. So, you know, you find there's different layers in there, which is good fun. As Abbas bowls back of a length and defended into the offside, you know, you get through the meat, and suddenly there's some cauliflower, broccoli, and then there's some peppers and bean sprouts, and then there's some potatoes on one side. But it does guarantee it fills you up for the next session, and that is the most important thing.
Yes, and if you're one of those people that don't like us talking about what we had for lunch, it's a sunny Saturday afternoon. There are plenty of other things I'm sure you could be doing. No. It was a slightly odd one, though.
Abbas final ball of the first over after lunch. Balls and nearly an inside edge onto the stumps. Instead, it's gone past leg stump and away for 4. And Brooks moves on to 49. That cannot have missed leg stump by much. It's another ball that just didn't really bounce particularly. 399 for 8.
Partnership on to 98. No, that was very tasty. It was just odd. Sort of Salmagundi of delights. So, 2 runs away from a 3-figure stand for the 9th wicket, and Williams on 43. I don't think it's a great surprise that no, it's not going to be Shoaib Bashir. Oh, now it is a great surprise.
Cool.
I thought we were going to get some spin, so I didn't even look past the monitor to see who was bowling it, and the board had Bashir on as well, which did me. But it's going to be Montgomery. So the 7th bowler used by Derbyshire is going to be Montgomery, and he fires one down the leg side, which misses the gloves of Brooke Guest, or takes a little flick off them, I should say. And that brings up the Gloucestershire 400 with a bye, as Henry Brooks suddenly realised they could scramble one to short fine leg. So they've brought the 400 up. The partnership is worth 99, so that has equalled the record highest partnership for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire for the 9th wicket. And Montgomery hiding the ball behind his back, bowls a loopy delivery down the leg side again. That will be the 100 partnership, and it might even be a couple more than that. The ball was bobbling out towards the rope, but it won't quite get there. 2 runs taken. They are byes, but that brings up the century stand between Brooks and Williams, and Messrs Gohar and Matt Taylor wiped out of the record books. Lloyds and Russell for the 7th wicket survived by 1 run, but these two have eclipsed the county record partnership, and they'll have another run there as the ball is driven by Brooks to short extra cover. It ricochets off the fielder and off to mid-off, which allows Henry Brooks to come through for a single that brings up a half-century, his 7th in first-class cricket. He brought up his 1,000 first-class runs earlier on, but he's reached a 50 in just his 3rd innings for Gloucestershire. And now the focus turns to Williams, who's on 43. He gets a very short ball from Montgomery, and that's been battered along the ground down to long on for a single. So 404 for 8.
Well played, Henry Brooks, and it's been a huge partnership, and one that both of these two can then take into the field as well.
Montgomery bowls to Brooks, who just prods forward and defends. Yeah, I mean, if you'd have said even 300 at one stage, never mind then 350 and then 400. Gloucestershire in dreamland. Down the pitch comes Brooks. Thought about something expansive, and then just ensures that the ball doesn't go through for a stumping, gets some bat on it. And the ball is fielded at cover for no run. So Montgomery's first over concedes 2 off the bat, but also 3 byes. And Gloucestershire to 404 for 8. I wonder how the Mohammed Abbas from the City end was reached, whether Abbas went, oh yeah, just give me a 27th over, let me at him, or whether somebody had to, or maybe that, yeah, or whether Madsen actually had to go up to him and say, would you mind awfully bowling a whatever it is now, 6th spell or something.
Yeah, 1 wicket, 5 made and 72 runs, and into his 27th over. Abbas, who's got Madsen at slip, Anderson at a gully. The chat was at lunch. They didn't think that catching chance had carried to Martin Anderson. That was off Brooks, who defends. And he's sent back by Williams. In fact, it's Williams who's sent back by Brooks, my mistake. But the Bashir chance, that was in the air. Brooks was on 5 when that went down, in front of us, down to our right at third man. Brooks now has 50. So it's safe to say a few drops have cost Derbyshire in this game. They could have wrapped up this innings, really, when Gloucestershire were 167 for 6 yesterday. They'd have been thinking we could wrap this up in no time. So Bass bowls, defended, and it's between gully and cover point. They're now 404 for 8. 2 bonus points each for what that's worth.
Guest back up to the stumps. I'd imagine we'll be seeing a fair amount of Bracey up to the stumps with the man on strike. Maybe not with a new ball, but it won't take him too long. Wouldn't have thought, especially if Derbyshire are looking to get down the pitch.
Abbas bowls cut nicely, but only a single out to Montgomery on the point boundary, who comes in.
It's turned into quite a still afternoon. There was a bit of a breeze this morning, but there's not going to be much to really get the flag moving. It's completely limp from the side of the balcony area.
Abbas in and bowls, and it's taken him on the pad, but a very muted appeal. Abbas turns, walks back to his mark. Gloucestershire 405 for 8. We've seen all sorts of interesting fields and field placings today. Got a short mid-wicket here. Anderson still at gully. Madsen's gone quite far back as a slip with Guest up to the stumps, which he has done a couple of times. Here's Abbas over the wicket, and it's on the pad again. Guest runs around to do the fielding at square leg, no run.
Yeah, so pretty much had to go back to just good old line and length after lunch with Abbas, because the short ball tactic, safe to say, at least the way that they did it didn't really work. I still think that if they just really targeted the rib cage area, a leg gully maybe, they never really put one of those in.
Here's Abbas, defended nicely again to Caleb Jewell, who at some point, we'd think today anyway, unless this gets ridiculous, will be facing his Tasmanian teammate in Gabe Bell, which will be exciting. But as things stand, there's still 2 more wickets to take.
Well, it is probably going to be very exciting for those two. We had a brief flurry of excitement trying to think about various Tasmanian versus Tasmanian incidences that might have occurred. I think it's fair to say that enthusiasm rather died once the actual hard work had to be done. Montgomery bowls to Williams, and that's defended into the onside. Guest will trot out from behind the stumps, and there's no thoughts of a single. When it comes to having watched a morning's cricket and then you get the 40 minutes at lunch, it's not always the first thing you think of is pouring through a list of several hundred names to see who might have played where and who might have bowled to who, pushed out to cover for no run. And Williams is not going to be hurried here. There's no really much time pressure, to be honest. This is defended once again, and of course Gloucestershire will need the time, in theory, from this point of proceedings to take 20 wickets, but equally they want these first innings runs, and they want to keep Derbyshire in the field. They've been out there for over 128 overs, tossed up by Montgomery and driven pleasantly by Williams to the left-hand side of mid-off. And that'll be a single to Williams. He moves to 46, 406 for 8. Montgomery bowls, wide ball left alone by Brooks. I'm very impressed that Montgomery does this ball hiding business behind the back, even in Championship cricket. Just pops out there, and yet it's another fairly loopy off break, which is turned away down to long on by Brooks. He'll keep the strike at the end of the over. So it's pretty tidy stuff from Montgomery. Just a couple of runs from that second over. 407 for 8 in this gruelling day in the field for Derbyshire continues, as they'll be hoping to make Gloucestershire toil in similar fashion when they finally do get to bat, but still 2 wickets away from doing so.
Abbas then to continue, and this is again, you think about the injury replacement rule, and we've struggled to establish sort of what the options were, how much it was the match referee's decision, the umpire's decision, how much it was Derbyshire's decision. But to replace someone like Anuj Dal, who would have bowled quite a few overs, with someone who's not able to bowl, that is harming Derbyshire at the moment, you feel. But again, there's only so much we can talk about that because we don't know really how that decision was made. As Abbas bowls, defended to mid-on.
Well, I think what we do know is that and from what we've seen from the last match as well, Lancashire clearly wanted Tom Bailey, so they must go to the match referee, and the match referee then makes a determination about exactly what like for like means in their interpretation. I think maybe the key part of that being their interpretation.
Abbas of Anderson in it. Gully goes for the cut shot. We've seen that a couple of times from Brooks where maybe it wasn't wide enough, and Abbas, he doesn't often give you balls to cut, so Brooks might just have a little thing because he steps back.
See, the thing is, it's all very well to say even roughly like for like, but what are we talking? Are we talking about just looking at overall numbers? Are we talking about looking at recent numbers? Because you could have all sorts of arguments about, well, is this player actually in the last couple of years, has he been better than that player, that sort of thing.
Here is Abbas, it's defended.
Various departments, especially when you're dealing with an all-rounder like Dahl, you're not going to get somebody who, on the sort of scale of batting and bowling, is absolutely the same. But the thing that I just don't understand how it can happen is that when the replacement actually arrives, Gloucestershire are nearly bowled out, and let's face it, they wouldn't have been foreseeing 407 for 8, so they'd been thinking, right, we need 10 wickets. We're actually going to have to potentially have this player bat twice.
Here is Abbas down the leg side off, I think, a tiny bit of bat. Yeah, the interesting thing with Dahl, it's going to be a leg by, is that the most like-for-like player to him is Martin Anderson, who, and Derbyshire have 2 sort of similar all-rounders, and they play them both. If Anderson sat on the bench, that's the easiest decision there is. The one I would think of was Amrit Basra. He was playing in a second 11 game. That Derbyshire lost, I think, by 1 run in the end. So I think they obviously didn't want to pull him out of that. I think he just had gone into bat after the injury, and they were obviously thinking, well, we've got a game on our hands. That was only in Nottingham, so it would have been a shorter journey for Amrit Basra than for Lewis Rees. As Abbas comes in, it's defended through square leg off an inside edge. They will come back for 2. And also, the point of this, I guess, and what I guess is good from Derbyshire, is you don't want to be pulling people out of second 11 games and other games across the country, and to have them sat here on the bench for 4 days potentially when they could be playing elsewhere. So,
yeah, so that's the other thing with this injury replacement rule at the moment, is that you basically are always almost on call. You have no idea whether you're going to be needed or not. And I should stress also, I had no problem with Derbyshire asking the question, can we have Rees as the replacement? Final
ball of the over is defended to Caleb Jewell at cover.
It's not on them to make that call. It's just like appealing for an LBW. You're perfectly within your rights. There's nothing in the laws of the game other than excessive appealing. In that analogy, you're perfectly entitled to appeal for something that you think is out, and in this case, Derbyshire can go to the officials and say, in your determination, is Lewis Rees a like-for-like replacement? And if they say yes, absolutely fine. So I'm absolutely not having a go at Derbyshire in this situation. And in terms of the timing as well, I think it was clear there was no, even though that's how it might look from the outside, I don't think there was any consideration as Montgomery bowls a low full toss, which is driven straight to cover by Brooks for no addition to the score. I don't think there was any sort of, that situation that I was talking about earlier, where you think, well, actually, we need some runs here, so we'll try and look for a replacement that's more batting inclined. As this is pushed back to the bowler, I think it was, the actual situation happened early enough that I don't think that would have been a consideration. But the problem is how it looks. There's Montgomery bowls, flights it up, it's driven by Brooks, mid-off is up, long on is back, as is deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, so they clearly think Brooks is going to try and swing leg side with perhaps the angle more so than the turn. We haven't seen a great deal of turn. Steps down and knocks it to short mid-wicket, so Montgomery keeping it quiet this over. So getting through it at a handy rate as well. Aitchison continues to loosen up at long on, as once more Brooks shimmies down, but just is able only to really work it with soft hands out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Montgomery close to a maiden over here as he bowls a quicker ball, and he's going to concede a single. It was quick, it was full, it was wide. Brooks drives out to deep cover. So the partnership moves to 110 with that single, 411 for 8. Brooks 52 and Williams 48. But yes, it's just, I think it's just a really bad look that you end up with a batter that is, in his career, is 8 points higher than his replacement, given that it's the majority of his output in the match is going to be batting as opposed to bowling. And also, did he average about 60 last season and has been an opening bat, whereas Anuj Dal, for all his many abilities as a cricketer, hasn't really been a first-class opener. It's absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, I'd sort of hope that we'll be forced to talk about this for a little bit longer before the rules change, and eventually they will. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do about it, and I get why there was the feeling that we needed this as Abbas continues and bowls, and he takes some pace off that maybe. Brooks just angling it down into the gully. It's fielded there for no run, but he did push it that one a bit. But yeah, it feels like a well-intentioned decision that just hasn't really been thought through, and it would be so nice if for once we could actually think through these things before introducing them to what is supposed to be the highest level of domestic cricket. Abbas is in, and Brooks goes back and is able to tap it away to mid-on. So there's not many runs being scored here, but also it's just that feeling of, it so often gets to around about this 120, 130 over mark especially, and it starts to feel a lot more like going through the motions, and there is a certain feel of that out there. Derbyshire just kind of waiting for somebody finally to relent out of Brooks and Williams. Short enough that Brooks can rock back and cut. Protection out on the boundary in the form of Montgomery means only a single is added, 412 for 8. Elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire have taken the lead against Kent at 208 for 3, with Kent dismissed yesterday for 196. Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira have a good partnership going, and Worcestershire look to be bossing that one. 14-run lead, 7 wickets in hand in first innings. Abbas to Williams, edged through the gap between slip and gully, down to the boundary for 4, and that is Will Williams' second first-class 50. He'll shake the hand of Henry Brooks and well might he raise his bat. That has been a really entertaining innings to watch if you're a Gloucestershire supporter. A couple of mighty sixes swung off Shoaib Bashir, one with just a one-handed follow-through. But otherwise, he's actually been pretty patient, and yes, there was a little bit of fortune about the way he got there with that edge right between the two fielders. But he'd be a hard individual to suggest he hasn't deserved some of that luck. 52 from 86 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. A wide ball now, and guided away by Williams through point. And he'll pick up a single out to the sweeper, 417 for 8. Williams and Brooks, 53 apiece. Williams, a slightly higher strike rate as well. So had that run, by the way, the 53rd run for Will Williams, that is his 1000th first-class run. I wasn't entirely sure, I must admit, when Will Williams walked out to bat, sorry Will, that he was going to reach that milestone in this innings, but he has, as Brooks defends the last ball of this Abbas over out to cover, and there's no run. 417 for 8, as the partnership is 116.
Came from 86 balls and contained 3 balls.
Derbyshire being made to toil in
And there are the details of Williams' 50. As I say, brought up his 50 and then his next scoring shot, bringing up 1,000 first-class runs. So both Brooks and Williams have reached that milestone in this partnership. Certainly an enjoyable one from their point of view. Montgomery to Williams, who's tried, I think, to roll the wrists on that, but he's left the bat face open and goes out to cover for no run. Continuing the look then around the country after the excitement as Montgomery bowls, shortened down the leg side and flicked handsomely away by Williams, deep backward square. He'll just pick up a single.
I've left you for a while there, Ed. Sorry, there was so much sport on in the update, plus the wheelie bin stories, that it was a long old delay.
No, don't worry. It's a busy time, and it's important that everybody in the county of Derbyshire or around them hears about this Gloucestershire 9th wicket partnership as Brooks pushes this one to short mid on. There's no run. So Durham 95 for 4 as a reply to Lancashire's 370. A couple of wickets for Jay Anderson. There's a bit of a mix-up there as Williams looks for a single that Brooks tells him isn't there, and he's right to tell him that it wasn't there. Another fumble on the infield, so wouldn't possibly have mattered anyway, but Rees attacked the ball well and stopped Brooks from thinking of a single. Montgomery bowls, fires that one in a little quicker. Brooks turns it back to him. Wicket also for Mitch Stanley and George Balderson. Both these sides, in fact, coming off fairly narrow defeats to Lancashire. 4 to defend is Brooks. In the first division, well, Glamorgan, who looked as though they were going to be comfortably the first side bowled out, are actually the last side standing in their first innings. Mason Crane has 90.
Wow.
Not out from number 9. Van der Huchten made 52. In fact, that's got to be pushing one of Glamorgan's higher totals, I'd have thought, without anybody scoring 100. Kieran Carlson made 95, Sean Dixon made 90, and now Mason Crane is 90 not out, but he, of course, could change that. Nottinghamshire 42 for 2 at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire made 459. And just pause for a moment because my scoreboard is being very, very slow. Oh, we've got some time, okay.
We have Ben Aitchison is on to bowl from the City end as Montgomery continues to warm up. So we'll see his first ball before the rest of the scores. 2 slips in, Williams on strike after bringing up that half century. Aitchison bowls and there's a fend at it from Will Williams, and this races away to the boundary for 4. So there was an edge from Williams. When it's your day, it's your day.
That's how he brought up his 50 with an edge which actually would have been catchable for a second slip had Derbyshire had one, which they did not. That one not catchable, falling short and then between. But as you say, when it's going for you, those ones squeak through and end up going to the boundary. So I'm not quite sure what that noise is. I think that's the noise of somebody rummaging around for the ball down below us that you might be able to hear.
It's just been thrown back to Anderson over the hover cover.
So anyway, let's get through these other scores in the meantime. Essex made 409 in 117 overs, and Surrey are 26 for 1 at the Oval, and Sussex were finally dismissed for 502 by Yorkshire, who have just begun their first innings at 2 without loss.
Aitchison then, Derbyshire still looking to break this partnership, and he can just defend this out to cover for no run. Williams.
What a start to the season it's been for Sussex, with all that talk in the off-season about, you know, it feels like a squad that's really pulled together, knowing that this is the last year of, well, it's the last year of Paul Farbrace, certainly. You'd have to imagine it's the last year of several of those players at Sussex.
Aitchison bowls Fuller, defended into the mid-wicket region over the practice pitches, and very slowly the fielder at mid-on jogs round.
Starting the year, what, -12 as well, weren't they?
But I think they're, from listening to some of the interviews, they basically said, yeah, we just need to go and win.
Yeah.
You know, they've gone out and played this attacking cricket.
Well, that's what they've done, isn't
sorted
it?
things out, yeah.
Won their opening 2 matches and 500 on the board at Headingley.
2 slips for Aitchison. Very solid defence again from Brooks. Well, it's flat out there, isn't it? We've got some of the inconsistent bounce, more low bounce than anything. But there is no sign, because there was some quite extravagant movement for the Aitchison delivery that Middleton left, and it crashed into off stump, and we've not really seen anything like that since, albeit we do have the angle where we're a few pitches over, as Aitchison bowls full, defended nicely by Brooks. 423 for 8. Sunglasses on for Ed Seaborn.
Yes, getting a little bit glary out there. It's always the bane of the commentator. A sunny day and then trying to peer at a silhouetted red ball with your sunglasses on, but
and then back down at your laptop.
It's a tough life.
That's a nice shot. Didn't quite get it in front of Kame as much as he'd have liked, running around from point to do the fielding. Single taken, 424 for 8.
Sort of I know what it feels like with Derbyshire being in the field for a long period of time, because well, Gloucestershire have had that a couple of times this season, but it I said it before. Oh, hello. It does almost reach the point. That noise, by the way, was the noise of Freddie's sweater hitting my microphone. Missed me, but you managed to hit the microphone.
When all of your items of clothing are very wide, the sleeves.
Unlike you. As Montgomery bowls, and that's flicked into the onside by Brooks for a single. Everybody dropped back again. They're just still thinking that Gloucestershire are going to try and clear these boundaries, but they haven't shown too many signs of wanting to do that since the lunch break. 425 for 8. Brooks moves to 55. Montgomery to Williams. Nice delivery, which is defended. Williams enjoying himself as ever. Irritating Montgomery by continually presenting his bat to him. Yeah. It sort of reaches that stage where you almost don't even want to read the score out. Montgomery bowls, defended into the ground, and bounces back up and hits Williams' bat. I mean, if you're the commentator who's had to sit through an opposition's 9th wicket, 124 run stand. This record
First day on the job.
Lengthen. Montgomery bowls, whipped leg side by Williams, and that will be a single 60 for Williams, 426 for 8. My first day, I'm trying to think, my first day of championship cricket, I think I saw something like 22 wickets fall
Wow.
in 2.5 sessions because the start was delayed. Oh, he's gone for a huge wipe here as Brooks, and he's not been stumped somehow. Despite toppling over, he must have still just about had his foot in his crease when Guest removed the bails. Umpire Pratt is going to allow Guest to repair the stumps. He's doing it quite well, I must say, with his gloves still on.
It looked out for all money, didn't it, from up here?
I thought Brooks must have gone, but I don't think he almost seemed to swing himself back into his crease or what. Anyway, there wasn't a massively loud appeal, so I assume he must have been back as Montgomery fires that last delivery in very quickly, and it's just defended. So that completes the over. Montgomery's done well in terms of not being got after. 5 overs for 8, with only a couple of extra byes in the overs that he's bowled. But Gloucestershire continue their march onwards. 426 on the board for the loss of 8. They've got a way to go to break the overall 9th wicket record for Gloucestershire. Now, this is a player that I've not had much cause to look at. Not W.G. Grace.
I was going to say.
1896, W.G. Grace versus Sussex at Bristol. It's W.G. Grace and Sidney Kitcat. Yes, that is his name.
So I'm just going to have to read that.
Sidney Kitcat. Occupation stockbroker.
Well, breaking had to be involved. As Aitchison comes in from the city end in the bright sunshine. There is now barely a cloud, and Williams defends out in front.
There is a connection, though, because he, it seems, was schooled at Marlborough College, which is where Mark Lane, Gloucestershire's head coach, also.
I thought it was going to be an actual chocolate connection.
Well, no, actually. Oh, I could have said that, couldn't I? And you might have believed me.
Yes, I probably
We were
would.
the Kit Kat family that founded the chocolate bar.
Aitchison bowls. Again, defended a big shout of no from Williams, who... Was it 60 again? He made against Surrey, so we've on for
61, was it not?
So first class.
Yeah, 61.
High score 61, so he's looking to go past that.
Milestones aplenty for Will Williams. 1,000 first class runs, record partnership, second career 50, and one more run away from levelling his career best.
Aitchison full as an appeal. The umpire just looks down at his feet as Guest goes to do the fielding. They'll come through for a leg bite.
Oh, no.
Or not. So
It's
there,
not.
that says it all.
There it is. There it is, his
Decision
61st run.
Martin Anderson is taking his cap off down below us, puts it back on, just scratching his head. Somebody's trying to make some noise out there. I'm not sure if it's Shoaib Bashir, but they're trying to keep going. Madsen and Jewell are in the slips. Kame is walking in, as is Montgomery. Aitchison bangs this one in. That is a good bouncer. And the Brooks has ended up falling backwards. Not onto the stumps, fortunately, just down on the ground. And he climbs back up. Whether that was just a better directed bounce or if it didn't bounce as much, I'm not sure, but he just had to get out of the way.
I think both things could be true.
But we've not really seen one that's really threatened the helmet at all. All of them have just been easy enough to sway on.
Although yesterday, Miles Hammond did get beaten by one that went to the boundary.
Flew away. Aitchison cut nicely past Montgomery, who was just diving a little bit too late, and that will go to the boundary for 4, the point boundary in front of a stand, the small stand that was to the left of the media centre last year. It's been moved round there next to the groundsman's area, and there is one fan in there on his own who's probably having a lovely time, because I think that would be me if I was here as a fan. Sit on your own
you'd sit
in the
there?
sun. Not there, but you know, no one anywhere near you is the best way to watch cricket sometimes.
There's a few people who've taken shelter in the only covered stand.
Sun will be coming around the top of that pavilion over there for the members. Aitchison bowls a better length, and Brooks defends on the onside. End of the over, 431 for 8. And Derby County has plenty of excitement because Hull City, who they're chasing for playoffs, along with Wrexham, who play tomorrow, they're losing 2-1 away to Charlton, so it opens the door for Derby. They're away to QPR, and Alfreton, the Derbyshire side, they are looking to stay up, complete quite amazing escape. They're winning 3-2 at the moment. Buxton are on for playoffs as well. So there is loads of football, loads of sport all weekend. London Marathon tomorrow. We're just having a look, talking about Alistair Cook, I think is running in it.
Is he?
For the find the cause.
Montgomery bowls. Williams works it leg side through backward square and moves on to 62. So that is outright his first class career best score. Well batted, Will Williams. I would say he's not showing too many signs of slowing down either, but he hasn't. They're not quite going for the quick singles they were before lunch, I've noticed, as Brooks gets a loopy delivery, which he ends up rather digging out into the leg side for no run.
There you go. The Ruth Strauss Foundation.
Ah, yeah.
Sebastian Vettel's there as well.
Montgomery bowls, fires that one in towards the pads of Brooks, and it's prodded to mid-wicket.
Aaron Ramsey and AP McCoy. So Sir Ben Ainsley, Dame Laura Kenny, plenty of celebrities if you're down there watching.
But you'd have to look quite quickly to see them. Brooks defends back up the pitch. I can't say there's ever been anything that I've either thought of doing, which won't come as a surprise to anybody, but also to go along and watch.
No,
Montgomery now driven back to the bowler. I'm not going to make any sort of terrible, crass
I have watched
analogy about watching this partnership, but yeah.
My dad ran it a couple of times, and I don't really recall watching.
Montgomery is in, and Brooks pushes back again. So 6 overs for 9 for Montgomery. He's also gained Derbyshire a point, as it were, as well, because the over rate has gone from -3 to -2.
Crowd have gone mad.
Be rejoicing in the peaks. It's 432 for 8.
Aitchison continuing on, and this is very much the case of Derbyshire just waiting for things to happen and getting on with this game. As you said yesterday, Graham Van Buren was caught. Well, Montgomery didn't have a lot of choice to catch it. It found its way into...
Caught him,
it caught Montgomery. Found its way in and stuck for the volley of Bashir. Gloucestershire were 167 for 6. They are 432 for 8 in the sunshine at 2:20 this afternoon on day 2. And it's another stout defensive shot from Will Williams. He's faced 100 balls now. 131 of 213, the partnership. And... those Gloucestershire fans over here will be having a better time of it than last year, the first game of last season. When
We weren't here for too long, were we?
No. This is going the distance, I can predict from now, especially the weather, the way it is, as it's defended again by Williams. The weather is lovely. A few keepy ups from Zach Chappell, who then bowls the ball to Abbas at mid-on.
It has to be said, Derbyshire have taken this rather stoically in the field. There was one desperate roar from Zach Chappell when I think an edge flew through a vacant area and went for 4. Otherwise, they've kept remarkably level out there.
Aitchison bangs this one in. It's another good bouncer. It's the first time we've seen really him go to the short ball strategy, and it's not as obvious in the field as well, which is making it effective. And again, you can't criticise Zach Chappell's effort, but these are a couple of well-directed short balls. Will he throw the Yorker in now?
I sort of wonder if Chappell's problem almost, you mentioned that the further and the harder that you bang it in, the more it can take off. If almost a few of those just balloon too much from Chappell, whereas Aitchison's not quite as tall as him.
Aitchison goes short again, and that might have been gloved into the onside out to square leg. But there was no short leg, Ed, and that's the perils of setting these fields and moving from one to the other. The ball lands where the man was. That's how it is.
Yeah, you can't have them everywhere, especially with the short ball stuff. It's reached that time. Are you still there? Yes.
It's 4 minutes to spare.
TV.
It's one of the running jokes in our house when the TV does that. We all have to rush for the remote, even if it says you have 90 seconds. Aitchison bowls on it. length and it's defended. There's an almighty scramble for everyone just to make sure the TV doesn't disappear. We've been watching football all day on a Sunday. Aitchison walking back to his mark. But yeah,
This one gives you almost, I think, gives you 5
Loads of time,
minutes
yeah.
to press the button. That's quite generous.
obviously knows it's a cricket ground where things
time-
take
time
time.
moves very
People
slowly
take time,
here, yes.
things take time. 433 for 8, final ball of Aitchison's 29th over. He bowls full, and again, Brooks defending. And neither of them have just gone and had a slog at anything that's not
No.
there as well. They've just been really watchful.
I seem to be auditioning for spots up the order. It's exactly the way that they've gone about it. As you say, they've not batted like, again, Brooks more so than Williams by his record. You wouldn't think that Brooks would look like somebody completely out of place. Averaged about 17 coming into the innings, but you'd still expect there to have been a lapse in concentration, or or just a delivery that they misread at some point. That's so rarely happened, and when it has, they got away with it, and those opportunities have been few and far between. Oh wow, Williams has gone for a single to the bowler. Having said that, he started running down the pitch, even though the ball hadn't beaten Montgomery. It would have been a tight single, in any case, to Anderson at mid-on.
There was that stumping chance, which we didn't get to see back. That was a reckless shot, but they survived.
Montgomery bowled very quick delivery and defended to cover. Yes, I suppose, though, having said that, when you've battled away for 50, however many it was, sort of earned the right, especially as a number 9, to have a swing at something. But yes, that was a little different. That was really looped up there by Montgomery. Williams has gone to try and smash it towards us and has ended up toe-ending it along the ground to mid-on. If his one-handed 6 earlier was handsome, that was perhaps less so. Oh, he goes back and tries to cut that one and misses the ball. Looked wide and short enough to him to have a cut, but possibly neither, as Guest takes behind the stumps.
It's been good fun, this, from Montgomery. I'm looking forward to watching him in the blast. I think he'll bowl through those middle overs like he did for Notts, and there's a bit of everything.
Montgomery bowls even slower, and Williams, as if to prove the point, decides to play the most technically correct forward defence. I'm not sure if the MCC even does a manual anymore, but you sort of feel obliged to mention it.
Considering the action, there's a lot of variety in the flight and the pace.
Montgomery bowls. We've gone to cut that one again as Williams, and ends up splay-legged, staring off back at the bowler. He's still standing there with his legs akimbo, but that goes down as a maiden from Montgomery. His figures continue to improve. So just like all of Derbyshire's bowlers, really, it felt as though they were going about 1 and over through their first 6 or 7 overs. So maybe if you can get to about 20 overs or so, Gloucestershire will increase the scoring rate against him. 433 for 8.
Aitchison bowling his 30th over in what's been some real toil in the field for Derbyshire. My update in a few minutes is basically going to be exactly what I said at 2 p.m. and hopefully my one at 2:45, if that comes. There'll be something different to report on. We do have a career best score to report on as Brooks defends into the onside. I have said that a lot, and he comes through for a single.
I think that's been one of the things about this partnership as well. It's been the fact that they've, and Middleton did this so well as well, and his innings of 46 has started to get dwarfed by those that have come below him. But what he did as well, they were able to defend and find gaps and take singles even without Derbyshire pushing the field right back.
That's a cover drive, not quite timed to Montgomery. No run.
It takes that extra level of control to think, right, I'll take this good delivery. There's my space. It's just enough space for a single, and that's where I'm going to hit it.
Yeah, it's Wayne Madsen will not be enjoying this in terms of every field he's set. Gloucestershire seem to have a plan, and they find ways of keeping the strike ticking over as they do there. Again, Williams into mid-wicket for a single. 435 for 8. Partnership 134.
I think it's pretty clear that I'm going to have to be bothering one of these two by the end of play.
Well, there was talk at lunch about Brooks's loan spell at Derbyshire a few years ago and how he could have a spell. He's a bowler who can have a spell where he can tear through a batting lineup, and the confidence they'll both take into the field when they're eventually there. It's another decent short ball, not anywhere near short enough to duck under it, so it was a very late pull that was just clothed out to mid-wicket for no run.
That was a very strange shot from Brooks. It almost had the sense of the ball sticking to the bat as it hit it, and it seemed to stick to it for quite a long time through his swing and didn't go anywhere at all.
Here's Aitchison, defended, and I'm going to leave you, Ed, as I've got another update to do.
No problems. So 1 ball remains in Aitchison's 30th over. I mean, that's also not really what you want if you're Derbyshire off the back of a bye week. You come straight back in and your opening bowlers are getting through 30 overs apiece. Abbas 30 overs, 1 for 81. Aitchison 2 for 85 for now, and it will remain 2 for 85 as Brooks is playing this one from the crease. The ball's fielded at mid-off. There's a shout of over, and what are we? 52 overs remain to be bowled today, so you can usually pretty much take 3 off that number in terms of the number of overs that Gloucestershire would have to bowl. So they're not going to have to put a mighty shift in the field today either, which is always a bonus. Although having said that, both Williams and Brooks are going to have to put a long shift in because they'll be the ones going out to bowl in short order, or perhaps not short order, but once the innings ends, I mean. But I don't think they'll care too much at the moment because they're both quite enjoying their time in the middle batting. Bashir comes back, so Montgomery spells 7 overs for 9, but it's Bashir looking to try and at last break this 9th wicket stand as Williams flicks it to mid-wicket for no run. I mean, again, you would think if you're going to get a 9th wicket partnership of 134, you'd sort of guess most of those partnerships in history would have had an established batter in along with them. Bashir bowls, use of the feet, blasted in the air, mid-off and mid-on, both up. It's a pretty safe shot from Williams, and he's lofted it straight enough of where a long off would have been anyway, and takes another boundary, extending his career best with each run that he scores. 439 for 8. Williams on to 68. And the first time actually that he's really looked to target Bashir straight. They keep mid-off and mid-on up. It's a quicker delivery which is stroked away to cover by Williams. And Caleb Jewell there, I think it is, who's prevented any run. Staring up at the sun and pointing up there. Yeah, we do get it in this country, you know. Bashir bowls, and that's a nice little delicate dab from Williams, which should bring him a couple of runs. There was a bit of hesitation about coming back for that second run, but they make it through pretty comfortably in the end. Just using the pace of Bashir's quicker delivery there for 2, 441 for 8. Williams into the 70s. Bashir bowls, that's a quick delivery which Williams has just blockaded again. Formed the barrier. Just when you think he's playing a shotter ball, gets the good delivery and blocks it. And once more, it'll take a pretty decent delivery from Bashir, open the face of the bat, run it through backward point. This time, despite his eagerness setting off for the first run, he won't come back for a second, so Williams has kept the strike. This extraordinary 9th wicket partnership moves on to 141.
Yeah.
This has got to be the biggest 9th wicket stand I've commentated on. can't remember too many bigger ninth wicket stands than this. It's a remarkable performance from these two. As I say, the bowling is, whilst it's not been especially penetrative, that's the word, it's not as though they've been serving up a lot of garbage either. There's been some perfectly decent bowling, but it hasn't provided the breakthrough. I'm going to get spin from both ends.
Yeah, Montgomery from the City end.
I suppose what Derbyshire are now have to be a little bit concerned about. They won't be thinking this, but they've got to be a bit concerned about it. Is as this total continues to run further up, they've got to make sure that this over rate is dealt with, because they could stand there with the score about 400 and think, well, we're bound to get a second bowl, but you've just got to insure against the possibility of not getting a second bowl.
The good news is the weather is set very fair for all 4 days, as Anderson couldn't do the fielding at mid-wicket, so Williams gets through for a single. I mean, we talked about nervous 40s. I'm not even going to start talking about the other one for these two, but back of their mind, maybe. I think they're both professional enough to just be getting on with this job, but it's going to come at some point if they can stay out there. There's Montgomery over the wicket bowls, gives that some flight straight to Anderson at mid-wicket. It's all happening in the football. Alfredson conceded late, so they're relegated, the Derbyshire side. And then in the National League, there was that straight shootout between Rochdale and York, where Rochdale needed to win to go up. York needed a draw. As Montgomery bowls, comes down, does Brooks, and swings this away out to deep mid-wicket, just for a single. They probably could have gone back for 2. So Rochdale went 1-0 up in the 95th minute, and they thought, that's it, we're promoted. York City equalised in the 90th plus 13th minute, and then the whole fans ran on the pitch, and York are going to go up to League 2. So all happening in the football. And Montgomery fires that in, cuts nicely, opening the face of the bat to allow it to go in front of Chappell at deep point, who runs around. They'll come back for 2. Nicely played shot, and almost at times, batting practice is harsh on Derbyshire, isn't it? But they'll take so much out of this innings in terms of time in the middle and facing different threats, facing the line and length of Abbas and Aitchison at the start, facing the spin from both ends now, facing Chappell's bouncers and Aitchison's. They've had a bit of everything thrown at them, but again for Derbyshire, the fact that Rees can't bowl, if they had the left arm angle and then opening up those footmarks for Bashir as well, they need Rees back fit and firing. Of course, he wasn't even meant to be playing in this game, as this is defended by Williams. And I did notice as well, watching the clips from the second 11 game, there were 2 left-arm seamers presumably on trial. So I wonder if that is an area that Derbyshire are looking at in terms of bringing in a left-armer. We'll have to see. As Donald is onto the field. And Iron Donald. Abbas is trudging off to have another rest.
I was just having a look through the Gloucestershire social media feed, where they've got somebody who's lovingly prepared a half-century graphic for Will Williams, but I don't know if they had a Will Williams batting graphic to hand. You tend to think bowler, let's get a nice shot of him with a ball in hand or something, presenting it to the camera, and just a general shot as they've used there. But
it's like the goalie scoring for Exeter.
Bashir bowls and guided away, steered through the gully by Brooks. Should be 2 there. He'll come back for 2. As deep point runs around, the partnership moves to 147. 448 for 8. I think what they should do next year is get Williams in that position with the slog sweep, the one-handed follow-through slog sweep with the bat pointing off just to where he's hit it. Bashir in. Oh, it's thudded away by Brooks, late to square leg for no run. It's almost, I mean, it's pretty much the reverse of Babe Ruth calling his shot before he then hits the home run. Williams is pointing after his 6. Bashir bowls a back of a length delivery into the pitch, allowing Brooks to rock onto the back foot, flick it firmly out through mid-wicket, and there's a single. 449.
Perhaps It's helpful
Great.
in the crowd if you've not seen it, if you've looked up from your book or your phone and suddenly the bat's that way and you've gone, okay, it's over this way. And if you're in the car park, yeah, get your phone out for the insurance claim.
Bashir bowls. 4 defence from Williams. There's nobody at point. Simple single added, and that brings up the 450 for Gloucestershire. They've had 2 batting points, but they've got to 450. The partnership is worth 149, with Bashir a couple of balls remaining in this latest over as he skids one right through Henry Brooks as the ball ricochets off the wicket-keeper. I have been contacted by the creator of the graphic, but don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
Yeah, Exeter did have one for the goalkeeper scoring, which was excellent.
Bashir bowls flicked back to the bowler, and 4 runs from Bashir's latest over, so 450 for 8. As, well, it's sort of reached that stage that inevitably does for somebody when the score runs up to this amount. Unfortunately, Bashir's runs conceded has reached 3 figures. Apologies if you've just heard a noise a bit like a machine gun going off, which isn't. I mean, usually that's what people say my voice sounds like, but if you are hearing that, then apologies. I think it will. It will quickly go anytime it comes back.
They don't need me at 12:45, which is good because there is very little to update.
12:45?
2:45, sorry. It's very different at 12:45.
Need you at 12:45 at night.
Yeah. As Montgomery bowls, and it's heaved down the ground to a wide long on. And there was just, very little to update people on, apart from the 150 partnership has come up between Williams and Brooks. Off 249 deliveries, so a decent rate of knots as well, all things considered, for this 9th wicket. Montgomery in, and down comes Brooks, who's hit this between mid-wicket and long on for 6 more. I think that is his first 6 of the innings. Yes, it is. Brooks taking a liking to Montgomery. He's been very good with the ball. Beat the bat a couple of times, and now a bit more aggression. Brooks moves on to 70. 457 for 8. As Bashir goes back on the backward square boundary. Chappell's at point. Kame is at long off, and somebody is at long on. This is just crunched back to Montgomery. Aitchison, I think, is at long on.
It's really up to Brooks now what he wants to do, because everybody's scattered to the boundary, so you can get a single almost anywhere.
Montgomery bowls flat and quick and flicked away nicely out to deep square for a single by Brooks.
I mean, at the start of the day, 287 for 6. If you were to say Gloucestershire would be 458, the first question would be, how many miles Hammond got?
Yeah.
But,
that's the frustrating thing for Derbyshire, is that they broke that overnight partnership. Montgomery tosses this up, down comes Williams. Montgomery fields well off his own bowling. They got Hammond in the 2nd over, and 2 or 3 overs later, Aitchison bowled Middleton. And you'd think, right, they'll wrap this up in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, and they'll be out there batting. They are still searching for the 9th wicket. Montgomery to complete his 9th over the wicket, tosses this up, and over goes Williams. It's on to the balcony, I think, up towards those seats. It looked like it was destined for the roof at one point. It's dropped down now on the ground floor, and it's another big 6 off the bowling of Montgomery. 464 for 8. Williams moves on to 82.
well, I don't know whether there's been a call now or a message or something to say, right, let's get a move on, or whether they've just decided to target Montgomery a couple of times, because I'm already sort of thinking, will Bell bat? But in a way, because Gloucestershire are now scoring runs, if particularly at this stage with Williams being ahead of Brooks, if Brooks were to get out, it would be incredibly harsh on Williams not to send the number 11 out. but that's a call that they may or may not have to make. There's a long discussion going on now, actually, between Brooks and Williams, whether they've just decided, right, it's an hour since lunch, we're going to just have a bit of a dart now, or, as I say, you just don't know, because they've been so selective about the deliveries that they've taken on that it may have just been they saw two that they liked in that Montgomery over, and it just happened to be that they took both on and hit him for 6.
Shorter boundary as well.
Yeah, that is true. Shoaib Bashir bowls, and Brooks has tried to play that one firmly, almost really try and fire it past Bashir. He's able to field off his own bowling. Round the wicket, Bashir will go. With Brooks on 71, there's a very slow delivery, and there's a huge swing, and I thought a miss. Guest doesn't take it. I don't think there was an edge on that, but
He was down for a while after they guessed.
Bashir sort of looked up to the heavens, but then he probably would have done, thinking he had him. He doesn't have him here, though, because that has been absolutely blasted, and it's gone all the way for 6 as well. It was hit flat, it was hit very straight. And another fine strike from Henry Brooks this time. He didn't have a 6 before last over, now he's got 2 of them, on to 77.
This is your test for Shoaib Bashir. This is where you're up against it, and you're trying to prove your worth. How can you get Brooks out here? How can you break this partnership? Wayne Madsen, interestingly, was applauding him quite vividly straight after that ball crossed the rope. Guest has now come down, thought about having a chat with him. Guest has gone back. Madsen's now going to come down. But it was such a clean strike and so straight between the two fielders. They were never going to be in the game.
I mean, this has got to be almost better in a way for Derbyshire. So they've got the over rate back to level by bowling this spin. So they're now actually being able to take their time, having rushed through some overs. So that's at least a bit of better news for Derbyshire. But they must feel, okay, right, now at least the end might be coming. We might be put out of our misery with Williams and Brooks targeting boundaries. And so they're just going to put even another fielder back on the boundary.
Money on this being nudged for an easy single.
That would be the cheeky thing to do. Bashir bowls very slow. It's been wound up by Brooks and fired for 6 more straight down the ground.
I've lost my money.
Well, he can't loop it up any slower and any higher, and every time he does it, Brooks just says thank you very much. It's not the longest straight boundary. I think I might have to stay standing up if he's going to keep doing this. He's going to have to peer around the window. 476 for 8. Brooks has overtaken Williams now on to 83. As Bashir bowls to him, quick down the leg side, missed by Brooks, and Guest pretty much just wears that one down there.
Tough going for Guest, doesn't it, this innings?
Yeah. It's a long time to be keeping for. And then, well, he's coming in at 5, I suppose, so he'd hope for a bit of a break. Bashir bowls another flight to delivery, and that's been hit along the ground this time down to long off. Brooks can certainly let you know when he's going for a big shot. His entire body sort of tenses, and then through it swings the bat. That is 477 for 8. Brooks has kept the strike on 84. That has now equalled his first-class career best.
Mason Crane stumped for 99.
Oh,
what a shame.
stumped?
Stumped.
What are you doing, Mason?
With the bowling of Ajaz Patel. Zach Chappell's coming on, so back to seam now that over-rater's level. He's coming on from the city end, and if this is bouncers, then, well, it's a long day anyway in the field.
Oh, no, we're not going to ask him to do that, are they? Surely not.
The umpires are just conferring, umpires Newell and Pratt, about something or other. Maybe about, would they go back to the fact that Chappell bowled those bouncers before? And you were saying if there was one more,
Well, I just...
or is it a new spell? So
No, I think it's for the innings that he is on. I think that were they just talking about the ball there?
yeah,
But I think, if I remember rightly, it goes to that dangerous and unfair bowling business.
so Chappell is back to us at the moment. Brooks looking to move past its high score. He averages 16.66. Played over 50 first-class matches. Chappell comes in and it's hammered back down the ground. That will be his first-class high score, and he'll get there with a lovely boundary, power and placement straight down the ground. And Henry Brooks moves on to 88.
I'm quite sure what that shout was from somebody. For a horrible moment, I thought somebody was going, "You Bears," with Henry Brooks, the Solihull man and Berkshire product. But yes, well, that overall record partnership is under threat.
Chappell to Brooks. Goes short, and he's nearly gone back onto his stumps there as Brooks. It was a good short ball that clocked Brooks's helmet, and as he was stepping back, that left foot nearly ended up on the stumps. He did well in the end, having to take evasive action, and now we will have a stoppage for the concussion check.
So let me just check Mr. Kit Kat's number again. It's 193 is the record stand for Gloucestershire overall for any opposition, any ground. WG Grace and SAP Kit Kat in 1896. But we had a record partnership a couple of years ago at Bristol. James Bracey and Graham Van Buren erased WG actually from the record books then. I must admit, I completely forget who WG was in partnership with when they put on 277 for the 5th wicket. So if this one goes, then WG will only have one county record partnership left. 7th wicket that would be. And at the moment there are 3 of Gloucestershire's record first-class stands against Sussex. Would be 3 against Derbyshire if these two can continue, but they are showing signs that they sort of want to get on with it. And so they've been, I don't know if they've been told, right, if you want these extraordinary milestones, you've got to get on with them. But right, thank you. I've been informed that the shout is Bruno for Henry Brooks. Thank you very much. That's cleared that one up. I don't think there are any more questions.
Here is Chappell. Third ball of this over, back of a length, defended nicely, and Williams just has to get a bit of a move on, but Madsen was round doing the fielding. Donald is trying to gee up Zach Chappell from down at third man in front of us. Glorious sunny day here at the county ground.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how many of the Derbyshire spectators are admiring the gloriousness of the day at this point.
Yes, we can ask our camera team at T how the members feel about this day so far, and I think we'll know what the answers are as Chappell comes in again and have a good crowd. Oh, and that's hit up and over, and it has cleared the man who was halfway back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was Mac Montgomery over his head in the end. Williams moves on to 86. And at one point it looked like Montgomery was in the game, but over his head.
It sounded pretty decent off the bat from Williams, so I was perhaps overconfident that the ball would clear the fielder, but now they've just put the fielder straight back to where that was hit anyway. They've had enough of Williams being able to clear the infield.
It's that area of the dugouts and the car park behind it that's been peppered, and that's an emphatic pull shot between the two fielders on the boundary, one in front of square, one at the deep mid-wicket, and it's gone straight between them. Williams 90 of 127 now, and he's timed that beautifully.
Good grief. I almost, it's reached the stage now where I don't really want to say anything.
No, I don't. no Gloucestershire connections.
There are too many things at play here. I mean, I'm looking at
when both batters
Williams' score, Brooks' score, the partnership. I just don't want to say anything.
The fact both batters are sort of edging there in tandem as well They're on very similar scores as Williams turns this away. He's suddenly got in front. Brooks has been in front at times, and they're catching each other up. Single to end the over. 491 for 8.
It's also just this sort of feeling that now they're starting to play these shots that are attempting to clear the boundary. You just think, oh no, okay, for the sake of a quarter of an hour or so. But I know you can't think that way because you're trying to win a game of cricket. But at the same time, sort of think they've done so much hard work here that, you know, this has gone from being a handy first innings score at the start of the day to being a very decent one. Then it's gone even several levels beyond that now that it's nearly 500. It's not quite, well, it's not quite that Gloucestershire are batting Derbyshire out of the game, but it's not far off because they'll now need best part of 350 just to avoid the follow-on. So in a way you sort of think, well, as long as they're scoring runs at a handy rate, which they will be with the field set back, now's the time just to cash in, isn't it? But I don't know.
And there'll be some panic around here as well because Derbyshire drew with Worcestershire, and again, that, you know, I think Worcestershire was 7 down by the end. It was that calamitous collapse at Old Trafford in a game that they did really well to get into a position when they should have won. Gloucestershire here coming in haven't won. You know, Derbyshire will be seeing this as a game, you know, they want to be challenging for promotion. They've got Kent away next. You know, out of this in Kent, Derbyshire will really feel we need to get the season kick-started, and they have the opportunity in this innings, and it has really got away from them now.
Here comes Bashir bowling to Williams on 91, and that's clipped into the leg side. And there's only 2 fielders saving the single, a mid-wicket and an extra cover, and that was played to Madsen at mid-wicket. Even the fielder on the 45 isn't really saving the single. Williams is forward and driving. Excellent stop from Bashir. That's good committed work off his own bowling. He's got one of the used pitches to dive across as well. Not really the most pleasant thing. He's just examining his right elbow there after that dive, but saves a run. Bashir in an attempted lap sweep from Williams. It's gone up in the air, but it's going to fall short of short fine leg. Now Williams has actually got a run because I think he thought that the ball was going to be caught when he hit it, and he's dawdling up to the non-striker's end as the throw came in. But in the end, Williams realised that he did actually have to keep running. 492 for 8. Williams to 92. This certainly could start to get quite nervy. It was a strange shot choice given that the fact that there was a fielder there almost especially for that paddle. Quick delivery, cut away, and well stopped at extra cover by Montgomery.
It looked like it was straight down the throat of, I think it was Mohammed Abbas, and Williams, again, his heart must have been in his mouth, but yeah, a very brave shot. Will Brooks take on Bashir here with 3 on the boundary?
Bashir bowls. He will take him on, but it's gone straight up in the air. This is going to be the end of Brooks. It is. Guest takes the catch. Brooks falls for 89. And this partnership has fallen 2 shy of the county record for the 9th wicket. You sometimes wonder if they knew these things, whether they'd have done exactly that. But for once, Henry Brooks looking to plant Shoaib Bashir back over his head, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, was done in the flight, straight up in the air. The only issue for Brooke Guest there was looking straight up into the sun with his helmet on as well. It's never easy with the helmet on, but Henry Brooks walks off, having made a career best 89 from 149 deliveries, will that be, I think, once the... No, 148. But anyway.
Nice to see Lewis Rees go and shake his hand and pat him on the back as well. It doesn't have to be a century for that to be acknowledged. There was a bit of a celebration from Bashir. He's just glad to see the back of him. And yeah, you did wonder, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the boundary. There were singles there, and I think Brooks might look back and think, well, at least I'm never going to die trying, but...
He's put the team, I suppose, before himself as well, which is always going to earn you credit. It does mean now we've got a slightly nervy situation where Bell has got 1 ball left in this over to face, and he's got Williams at the non-striker's end.
Williams will be...
on 92.
We can't say not being entertained today, I would say that. Even though it's been sort of one-way traffic, we've had some big shots played. It's moved at a quicker pace than yesterday. Those 2 early wickets, the brilliant catch from Aitchison. And now whether Bashir can get another fourfer.
Well, everybody's back on the boundary, so they want Bell to take the single and keep the strike here. Bashir bowls to Bell. Full delivery is defended into the offside, and they turn down the single, despite the fact that Bashir haired after it anyway as though he was trying to prevent it, when actually you'd have thought he would just have stared off and watched it go by. But I don't think that's the Shoaib Bashir way. And he also, I think, would have seen that Bell did not fancy that single. So he's done his job in terms of seeing the over out. Gloucestershire are 492 for 9, with Williams on 92 of those. And well, it's a shame in a way that it's come to this in so much as now Williams is going to face Chappell, and he's almost got to hit out because of the fact that he's got the 11 at the non-strikers end.
Is he capable, Bell? Have you seen much of it?
He can certainly block. He's got an average of about 7, so he's very much, by the numbers, more of your genuine number 11. But he's shown that he can certainly block. But yeah, now Williams has got to decide whether he turns down singles or whatever he does. We're going to get a ball change as well. I'm sure that's exactly what we needed, but that'll delay proceedings even further. But you just think this is, my nerves are going, because I'm sort of thinking for Williams's point of view, and you don't really want to think this way, but he is 33 years of age. He'd never scored higher than 61 before. How many more chances in your career do you get to score a first-class side? I'm just saying why I'm particularly nervous, because he really deserves this, but
it would be a tragedy if neither of them get there. I think that would be unfair.
Yeah, the match situation and the situation with the 11 at the non-strikers end sort of mean that he's pretty much got to just go for this, and he's got Zach Chappell bowling at him as well. It's not as though it's a couple of swings that clear a short boundary off a spinner.
He's got to hope that he can do what he did and pick the gap with these pull shots if it is short. That has gone for 4, and it is 4 runs. So there was just a touch from Will Williams. It wasn't a great delivery down the leg side, back of a length, and Williams moves on to 96. So, Ed, I'm going to leave it to you. Go on.
Thank you, Freddie. That's very kind of you. I must admit, I wasn't sure what there was on that, but
no, I thought that was 4 wide.
I think if you're the umpire almost at this stage. So it's 496 for 9. Williams on 96. In comes Chappell. He bowls to him, and Williams swings again down the leg side, and he misses it this time, and it's taken by Brooke Guest. Where's that fielder down on that boundary? Yeah, he is really fine now. So Williams can't really get 4 down there in the same way. You've got an extremely fine leg, almost a fine leg as well. Those are the only 2 fielders permitted behind square on the leg side. You've got a deep square, a square leg who's relatively far back in just about the circle, as it were. Everybody else on the boundary. Chappell bowls to Williams. It's short. It's swung away leg side. It's in the air, and it's going to fall short of backward square. Oh, dearie me. And did they take the single? They did.
No. Williams is...
Did they not?
They didn't.
They didn't take the single. Apologies.
Still...
They're both tall, fast bowlers, and they were both doing exactly the same thing. So Williams has turned down the single, and now I suppose he can wait, possibly, until they bring the field in. Or is he just going to keep swinging? On 96, Chappell bowls to him, short, an outside off stump. Williams runs it out to deep point and only gets a single. So he's on to 97, and Bell has got 2 balls to face of Chappell. I feel a bit for Bell in this situation as well, because he's been sitting with his
so long
with his feet up for the best part of a couple of sessions, and now he's got to come out in a position where he'd have thought I might just be coming out and having a bit of fun about a half an hour ago, and now he's in quite a serious situation where he's batting for his partner.
Because even if you come out and Williams is 70 not out, you can still just have a swing, there's no pressure on you. Almost the better that Williams has done, the harder it becomes now for Gabe Bell, and they're still looking 3 short of 500, which would be some total. Anyway, but it's a funny game how now it's all about those individual milestones. As a Chappell will bowl to Bell. There's a leg slip in place. Chappell bowls. It's kept out well by the Tasmanian.
Oh, he gave it his best shot with that quick Yorker to Chappell. There's no mercy here.
That's his effort ball, certainly. So, leg slip, Madsen at conventional slip, Jewell at points. There's a short cover. Well, more of a mid-off. And then a short leg, short mid-wicket, and a wide third man, and a deep fine leg as well. Chappell. Can Bell survive? Bell gets back, and it was maybe off the handle of the bat, but it falls safe, and Williams will be back on strike. Who will he be facing, I wonder? 97 is Will Williams, and Bell has done his job very well.
Yeah, he took one. Well, I say he took one for the team. He took one for Will Williams there to Bell. I'm not sure exactly, as you say, what part of him that came off, but it wasn't going to hit the stumps, and I think Bell was pretty much just going to make sure that the ball, as much as he could, went somewhere safely and just put something behind it, get everything behind it, pad, body, bat, gloves, just get something on it, and he did. So Bashir will bowl. Williams 3 off 3 figures, and the field is going to be scattered everywhere. The problem is if Williams just if he thinks I can get a 2 somewhere and then he can't quite, because there's no fielders saving the single now. Bashir will bowl round the wicket to Williams, and Williams on the back foot runs it into the leg side. They're not going to run. Williams swishes away at thin air with his right hand in annoyance. He thinks, oh, there was a gap there for 2. Madsen's actually the only fielder who's not on the boundary at cow corner pretty much. Mind you, we've got about 2 cow corners. Bashir bowls to Williams. He goes for the paddle sweep. What's that come off? Did he paddle that into his own head? I think he has. And I think we might need a concussion check here, Mike. We are. We're going to need a concussion check. He's on 97. Will Williams has ramped it into his own face.
And again, he's doing it with the fielder there at a short fine, who nearly took the catch a couple of overs ago. I was just thinking, has he got the reverse sweep, because that gap was there.
I think in fairness, that time, he was trying to go straight over the keeper's head, and maybe then he might have been able to scramble back for 2. But yes, you're right. The really brave shot here, and I've no idea whether Will Williams has played a reverse sweep in his life or not, but the brave shot, like you say, is the reverse sweep, because you're working with the angle, and if he gets it away, he's at least got 2 to keep the strike. Chris Powell has come out to examine the helmet and make sure that Will Williams is okay, which he undoubtedly is. And well, I'm not suggesting that any serious protocol would be ignored, but I mean, goodness knows, on 97, you're not coming off here with it 497 for 9. There's no reprieve here. So everybody scatters again. 2 balls have gone in this over. Will Williams from number 10 on 97 not out. Bashir bowls. He's gone for the ramp shot. It's an appeal for LBW. It's not out. They haven't run. So I'm assuming, I mean, the ball maybe wouldn't have gone far enough anyway for a second run. I'm assuming that he didn't hit it, though.
He's gone for it again.
It was the shot that you pretty much call for, because I think he was looking to get that offside, that particular paddle, rather than leg side. Bashir bowls. Williams down the pitch, miscues it. Doesn't matter, it's going to fall short of deep backward point. The ball spins a bit. Williams is coming out for a second run. He's going to be run out here. He's run out. He's run out on 98. Williams diving for his ground. He tried to get back on strike. The throw coming in from the deep. It looked as if it was going to have him by a mile. Guest had to drag it onto the stumps, which he's done. I thought Williams was just going to take the one, move to 98 and go on to the next over, but he tried to catch the fielder out. Oh, that is really sad for Williams, and he got a pat on the back immediately from a couple of the Derbyshire fielders. That is one of the most extraordinary innings you're going to see from a number 10, and it ends in one of the most extraordinary ways, with Williams slumped on the floor, staring at the ground, run out, too shy of what would have been an absolutely special 100. Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 498 in 148.4 overs. Brooks made 89, Williams 98. It's those extra couple of runs. It's extraordinary, isn't it? We saw it yesterday with Hammond. He was put down on 99, and Williams he shouldn't be kicking himself, but goodness knows he's going to be, because the 100 was pretty much there for the taking. Everybody was back on the boundary. Next over, they'd probably have had to bring everybody in pretty much.
I don't want to put the blame on Bell here, because it was Williams who was out, but Bell was happy for the single. So there, if you watch it again...
But I suppose the only thing, though, is does Williams ever hesitate? He turns, he goes pretty much straight away.
Yeah,
he was just never going to make
Yeah.
it. He was never going to make it.
And a single would have left 2 balls for Bell to face Bashir, which, you know, he would have probably backed him rather than facing the seamer. So that's what the 90s does.
He could not have run that any quicker, Will Williams. So there was never quite 2 there. Oh gosh, I'm sure he won't be thinking too much about that later on. But that's one of the most extraordinary innings and ending to an innings I've ever seen. It's, by the way, just to say that wouldn't have been the first 100 by a number 10 for Gloucestershire, so he's not fallen short of that particular piece of team history. Not that he's going to be thinking about that at the moment, because somebody called Stanley Brown made a 106 from number 10 back in 1898. That was the highest score by a Gloucestershire number 10. But in terms of Will Williams's personal statistics, I don't know. At least there is something really sort of remarkably, tragically heroic about having your career best, and who knows, might go on to beat it, you never know. But having your career best as 98 run out, I think that's almost as good a story as making a first-class 100 for number 10. It's an absolutely remarkable scorecard. You've got Hammond 145, which you would think would be the most memorable innings of this innings, but it won't be, because Brooks made... well, I say it won't be. It will at least be pretty much level by those innings from Brooks of 89 and Williams of 98. And just the way that they went about it was so impressive, and in the end... They did have to play some bigger shots just to try and get on with winning the match, but just a real shame that neither of them, as you say, ended up making it.
Yeah, it's quite the drama at the end of a... Meandering wouldn't be fair, but from a Derbyshire point of view, it almost opened things up again, because, you know, if they'd got on past those centuries, and there'd have been some more runs on the board, you'd imagine, but just the panic that these individual milestones create, and then, as you say, fair play to Brooks, the message was probably there, don't get there in singles, and they both played those shots, particularly off the spinners, and, you know, we weren't quite sure how Williams was going to go about it until there was that ball from the leg, down the leg side of Chappell, first ball of Chappell, and Williams has thought, right, I'm nearly there, and then everyone's back out on the boundary, which of course you can't do in white ball cricket, and it's one of those peculiarities of, you know, the red ball game, where actually it becomes really, really difficult, and you have to pick those gaps. He had to take the chance, and you just wonder if they could have nudged Bashir for singles and found the 2, as they obviously tried to do there, but the fact there were a couple of balls left in the over. But yeah, it'd be interesting now, you know, Williams and Brooks, you pick yourselves up and you've got your job to do with the ball on. You know, that's what's great, is now they've gone well above their pay grade, and now you've got to go out and do your day-to-day job, if you like.
I mean, Henry Brooks is already out there warming up.
Yeah.
And so's Williams. So you pretty much just pad straight off, having charged for and unfortunately a non-existent second run. you've made 98. You've batted for 3 hours, over 3 hours, and now he's got to probably take the new ball with Bell. It's been a strange day with Middleton and Hammond just, what was it, 1 run short of the record 7th wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire, with Williams 2 shy of a maiden first-class 100, and also, what was it, that Brooks and Williams partnership 2 short of the record county stand for the 9th. We've had quite a few nearly but not quite in the record stand, and also Gloucestershire not quite getting to 500. All of those things, to be honest, don't really matter very much. It's just well, I say don't really matter very much. Of course, a first-class 100 would matter an enormous amount to Will Williams, but as I say, I think you could sort of imagine how Williams will look back on it as an amazing feat that he did, and it's almost a good as good an ending to the sort of stereotypical and tired metaphor of gathered around the fire with your grandchildren, that sort of thing. But you know, it was a very noble end,
Definitely.
to an extremely noble innings from Williams. So, well, we've only probably got a couple of minutes until they're actually going to come out again now.
I can tell you some football scores for listeners on BBC Radio Derby. There'll be no interest for others, but Burton 0, Exeter 1. Burton need a point to confirm their survival. They go to Leyton Orient next weekend, and I believe if Burton are not safe, then Fletch will be there, and I'll be at Kent. First trip to Canterbury for
So
day 2.
actually, what are you hoping for then?
I don't mind. I will say, Dom, if you're listening, which you're not because you're at QPR, I'll go anywhere. QPR 1, Derby 0. Talking of that game, so both the Derbyshire sides are a 0 down. And, well, there's been plenty of drama elsewhere. If we go through some of the county championship scores, Leicestershire 34 for no loss in reply to Glamorgan's 440. Notts 113 for 2, trail Warwickshire, who were 459 all out. Surrey is 69 for 2 in their reply to Essex's 409. Jamie Smith just 5 runs for him, but Ollie Pope has 31. Sibley 29. Yorkshire a lot of work to do. Sussex 502 all out. Yorkshire 39 for 1. I think Joe Root is coming in next. Adam Live has gone there already. Division 2 elsewhere. Lancashire 370 all out. Durham 139 for 7. 2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey, Mitch Stanley, 1 for George Balderson. So Lancs going very well in a big game there. Kent, of course, yesterday 196 all out. Worcestershire going well, 280 for 4 runs for D'Oliveira, Hose and Libby. And back here we're all set for the second innings, which, well, could have easily come last night. It's coming at 3:20 on day 2. Caleb Jewell, Harry Kame, and we're going to have, whether it's from the off or in a couple of overs, we're going to have Tasmanian against Tasmanian, Jewell against Bell, which is going to make for good viewing. And he's done well, hasn't he, Bell, in Gloucestershire colours so far?
What's the time in Tasmania at the moment?
There'll be viewers. And it is going to be Bell.
What's the time? It's 17 minutes past midnight. I think that's the perfect time for watching cricket. They'll be used to that.
That's the
won't they,
sort of
watching
time
the
I'll watch
Ashes
the
over
Sheffield
here?
Shield if I can't get to sleep. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Go like for like.
Yeah, so Bell from the racecourse end to start off with, and if Williams isn't tired enough, I'd assume he'll bowl from the city end. He's fielding at mid-on, and Bell jogging in now and bowling the first ball of Derbyshire's reply to Harry Kame, the right-hander, and that's just allowed to pass safely by. So Bracey back there. We've got Price at first slip, Bancroft at second, Hammond the Centurion at third, and Middleton is at sort of a fifth slip, really. There's a bit of a gap between Hammond and Middleton. Bell bowls, it's squared up a little bit there, Kame, but he does deflect the ball down through backward point, and that might go to the boundary. It has. sliding effort from Charlesworth, but I can tell you that wouldn't have been 4 first thing yesterday morning. That would have been at least only 2, but Harry Kame gets Derbyshire underway with 4.
Yeah, and the new ball as well, pinging onto the bat. And Kame will be pleased, 4 of 2. Bell, I've watched a fair bit of the Lancashire stream. He likes to set a batter up, doesn't he? He's quite patient. He can work them one way and then go for that full delivery.
Bell in, bowls, wide delivery, no stroke. Yeah, he's certainly not somebody that is a, you know, he gets a lot of wickets in Australia, but he's not either kind of express pace or anything like that, but he is, at his best, he's very accurate. I mean, his spell, I'll bring up his figures actually from the second innings against Lancashire. The most recent match, Bell in bowls, a nice looking delivery which carries through to James Bracey behind the stumps. No shot from Harry Kame. He bowled an awful lot of maidens. He had 18 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 26. And yeah, he's just one of those bowlers that you think, he's on the song, he's landing it on whatever piece of coinage you like. Bell in and bowls, that's short and wide. Doesn't bowl too many of those at his best. That's gone to the boundary for 4. Cracked away by Harry Kame off the back foot. Derbyshire 8 without loss. Looking to make a positive start here after a long time in the field. And as these openers can give the rest of the batting lineup a bit of a break, they've got the hardest job to do. But if they can do that, then, well, Derbyshire, any nerves there might be, could be settled.
You know, cheer, I think, some of those Derbyshire fans up as well. To, you know, you want to see the openers and go out and prove this pitch is not as bowler friendly.
Bell in, all struck on the pad. That looks very close. Gone, LBW. Bell strikes in the first over. Kame was caught on the crease there, and it did look pretty straight. I know we're at long on, but he was sort of waiting for the finger of death to be raised, and it was by Mark Newell. And Derbyshire, after a couple of boundaries in that first over, have lost the early one. Kame LBW for 8 for 1.
That's the thing with Bell. He's always got that full delivery, and he gets Harry Kame, who had edged one ball for 4, then clattered one that was too wide to cover boundary. But Bell has the last laugh, 8 for 1, and Gloucestershire, you talk about taking the momentum in from their mammoth innings in the end. That's the perfect way to start things off. Bringing Matt Montgomery to the crease, who's not been in form so far for Derbyshire this year. Then Wayne Madsen, who's playing his first game of the season. You want to get into the lineup, a surely tired Brooke Guest. So the perfect start after those boundaries.
You do sort of think with this Derbyshire lineup, with Madsen coming in at 4, what you really want, if you're Gloucestershire, is to get Madsen in against as new a ball as possible, because goodness knows Gloucestershire fans know as well as most fans around the country know that if Madsen gets in, he can bat for an incredibly long time. So as early as you can get him in, I think you've got the best chance of getting rid of him. It is going to be Williams. He's pouring away, unfortunately, the exact spot where he was lying down just moments earlier, having been run out tragically on 98.
Yeah, Caleb Jewell facing up. 4 slips. Yeah, Montgomery at the other end, 11 against Worcestershire, and 46 in the first innings against Lancs, 12 in the second. So only had to bat in that one innings in the opening game. But yeah, the one-day cup last year, tons against Essex and Surrey, and he played really, really well. He's been spoken about openly as a potential long-term Wayne Madsen replacement. So no pressure on those shoulders.
Oh, gosh, that's a lot to put at somebody.
Of course, Wayne Madsen will never retire, so the opportunity will never come.
That is true.
You know, I think it was Mickey Arthur who mentioned that over the winter. So then Jewell to face up. He'll have to wait to face his Tasmanian colleague. It'll be Will Williams over the wicket. Jewell defends. He made a pair of half centuries in this fixture last season, Caleb Jewell.
It felt like 100.
Yeah.
Particularly that first innings.
It was magnificent.
You've not seen timing through the offside quite like it. It just thunderous shots played with almost no effort whatsoever. And then eventually, I think Marchant de Lange came on and almost bounced him out once with a ball that went up in the air short of the fielder at fine leg, and then got him to sky one to fine leg.
Williams again goes full. Jewell just covers up into the point region. And was it Singdale, I think, also caused him a couple of problems with the bouncers in that game as well, as Derby County equalised. So it's all happening today in the football world. And the cricket one, of course, got those Women's One Day Cup games too. I think Lauren Bell took a fifer. I was reading the England players, turns out they enjoy playing cricket in proper cricket matches. Heather Knight, I think, made a ton.
Gosh, Durham women all out for 118.
Williams full, Jewell defends well. Bracey enjoyed that behind the stumps.
Yes, I did. Bless you. I did see. Dear me.
Who was that?
Pollen levels are obviously high today. Yes, I did see that Heather Knight 100 for Somerset's women. It's, of course, the first women's Roses Tier 1 game today. Yorkshire 241 and Lancashire 64 for 3. Getting a taste of the Roses rivalry for real.
Jewell defends straight back down the pitch, just past the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Because they were Lancashire Thunder for a while before, weren't they? But the Northern Diamonds, sort of Yorkshire plus Durham, so even though it wasn't really the Roses match, I suppose it was a sort of Northern derby, but now they've got Lancashire versus Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's the County Cup tomorrow, the T20 County Cup. Derbyshire are playing up at Denby against Cheshire, who are in the third tier, as Jewell turns this one away through square leg for a single. I don't think that'll be live streamed, but there'll be updates because Luke, who's on the camera today, is leading Derbyshire women's social media coverage. He's going up there 2:30 start. And
There's actually been a game today, and Devon have pushed Glamorgan to within 11 runs. Glamorgan defending a target of 141. Gloucestershire's match tomorrow is definitely live streamed. They're taking on Cornwall at the main ground in Bristol. So I can tell you that one will be covered.
Montgomery takes guard for his first ball of the innings. 4 slips, and it's away down to fine leg. Nicely bowled by Will Williams. He goes for just 2 off his first over. Derbyshire are 10 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obvious thing to say in any innings, really, but as much as that comment about Madsen as well, you just feel, especially from the cricket that we saw yesterday, that with the new ball, some of that variability in pace and bounce was there, but once the ball gets a bit older, you imagine it's possibly going to be fairly hard work, but Gloucestershire have got runs on the board to play with here. Bell bowls to Montgomery, who's forward and running the ball out to Charlesworth at backward point, and there's no run. And the other thing that Gloucestershire may do, I don't know, we'll see, they may do a little bit quicker than Derbyshire, is given the fact that they've got those 3 spin options with Middleton, Van Buren and Price, may actually go to spin, if not just earlier from one end, maybe earlier from both ends if they have to. Bell in now, and Montgomery plays that one off the inner portion of the bat towards mid-on. Might have just been a bit of bat on to pad there. But Bell is looking as if he's already getting through his action nicely. He just had a few deliveries to face with the bat, but he's been able to put his feet up for most of the match so far. Nice and fresh and ready to bowl, as that's a good ball. It doesn't miss the off stump by too much, despite a sort of feeling that some of what was going on behind Montgomery there was fairly theatrical, but even from this angle, it did look as though it was a ball fairly close to off stump, as Montgomery didn't offer a shot. They're still having to be pretty close, those slips, even for Bell, who bowls. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really nice piece of bowling. Gets some lift off quite a full length, and it flies through to Bracey. Perhaps he's going to quite enjoy bowling on this sort of hybrid surface, Bell, because he's got some height. We've seen he can get some lift off a good length. And it always helps to get an early wicket as well. His sixth delivery. In he bowls now, and it's a little bit wider this time. Montgomery is not perturbed by the couple that were perhaps fairly close to that off stump and doesn't go chasing one there.
Yeah, he's avoided Jewel so far. I'm sure Jewel in the analysis meeting would have spilled the secrets, as Bell will have looked to do as well.
Yeah, do you know what he really hates is when somebody reverse ramps him. So let's try and do that. Bell presenting that ball as he runs in now, and that's clipped away through backward square for 4 by Montgomery, as Bell possibly going for a delivery similar to what he came with, but maybe just a little too straight that time, and Montgomery picks him off for a boundary, and this outfield is getting quicker and quicker as the sun beats down. The April Derby sunshine beats down on it. It's 14 for 1. Derbyshire after 3 overs. As Gloucestershire made 498.
Your dinner later, you can't sit outside, can you? Because it's that sort of weather. It's pub garden weather.
Temperature will drop off.
It will, but Jewel facing Williams, full, defended back past Williams up to mid on.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know. I'm not sure that is there a good pub garden nearby? I don't think I've been to one in Derby.
The Weatherspoons does the job, as any Weatherspoons often does. Other pubs are available.
It just depends which job you're after.
Beer garden's good there. I'll have to keep thinking as Williams comes in, striding in, bowls. Jewel flicks this away just past mid-wicket, but mid-wicket has got his right arm out and done the fielding well. Is that Van Buren?
I think it's Borman, is it? He was there earlier. Yeah, it's Tommy Borman. Yeah, Van Buren tends to be either mid-off or mid-on. He's mid-off at the moment, doing the shining, which is usually one of his allocated jobs.
Lovely pub garden on Thursday as Williams bowls full. Jewel turns this to mid-wicket for no run. Up in the Peak District, huge pub garden, lovely views, and conveniently right next to the train station, so you can do a walk, have a few beers.
Where was that, sorry?
In Edale, in the Peak, right in the middle of the Peak District. Lovely pub. And that was not quite as hot as today, but in the end it was so windy we actually went inside. But yeah, Derby Pub Gardens. Williams in. Oh no, he's just turned away and he's going to start again because I don't think Jewel was quite ready. 4 slips in place. You can tell by how close they are that there's not loads of carry because they could be a little further back potentially. Jewel just drives, but without really overexerting himself into the offside, and comes through for a single. Just push the ball gently. Montgomery back on strike.
Yeah, well, I haven't really got the impression that either of these batters are exactly charging at Williams yet. But even if they're not, Bracey won't be long in terms of getting the helmet.
Off an inside edge from Montgomery from Williams. Final ball of the over. He'll come through for a sing. In fact, there's one more. The umpire's just changing over because the left-hander is on, so the square leg umpire moves from one side to the other. 16 for 1. In terms of a result from this game, Derbyshire either have to go huge or another big innings, and then the pitch really starts to do things in the next couple of days. Williams to complete his second over. 16 for 1 into Caleb. Jewell beats the bat with a nice delivery, and it's through to the wicket-keeper, James Bracey.
Well, yeah, I mean, with basically 500 to chase, you've got to bat for a long time, and you know if Derbyshire, once they've avoided the follow-on, which isn't going to be until pretty late into tomorrow, once they've avoided the follow-on, then it almost gets to the stage where, as long as you're within a certain chunk of Gloucestershire's runs, there's only one side who can really win it, unless Gloucestershire were to really force and set up a game. As Bell bowls, he's covering his mouth with the palms of his hands, thinking again that Montgomery's left one that might have got onto the stumps, but he didn't. For about the third time in the last 5 or 6 deliveries he's bowled at him, he's thought that. But yes, that's where Derbyshire have to go, isn't it, really? If you avoid the follow-on, and then you might be able to put Gloucestershire under some pressure the next time that they bat. But yeah, it's a long way off. Bell in to Montgomery. That's pushed away to point, where Charlesworth fields, having been removed from the slip cordon, seemingly. He was at first slip for quite a lot, especially at the end of last year when Bancroft returned to Australia. But Charlesworth has lost the battle with Hammond for being that third member of the cordon. Ed Middleton is a fine slip fielder for the second team, but he's fielding at fourth now, as that's played very firmly off a straight bat by Montgomery back to Bell, who, cat-like reactions, gets down to his right and plucks the ball cleanly. There's no run. As that was leaving Montgomery's bat, I was thinking that was going to be a perfect straight drive for 4, but not to be.
Bell is enjoying himself as his teammates.
Here he comes. Bowls full and straight, kept out by Montgomery. Yeah, they've never been the noisiest side, actually, Gloucestershire, but
even that was right off the middle of the bat, and everyone's got up.
Exactly. They're feeling very much on top. So this is possibly the noisiest I think I've ever heard Gloucestershire. As you say, even middle defensive shots are being greeted like inside edges that shave leg stump. Bell in and bowls wide of off stump and left by Montgomery. Your friend on his own in the random stand over there. He's got some mates now.
Wonder if he's happy about that or not.
Just annoyingly in his line of sight the whole time.
I wonder if they've watched the stream and thought, yeah,
move.
we're going over there.
Bell to complete the over. Bowls to Montgomery, who I think maybe plays inside that one. It's hard to tell from this angle, but Bell continues to probe away on a decent length, roundabout off stump. And 5 overs have been bowled. Derbyshire 16 for 1. Came LBW to Bell to the 6th ball of the innings for 8. And we've got, 4 overs left until tea.
Ben Duckett has 50 against Warwickshire. That wicket for Joe Root I mentioned, it's Sussex's 100th first-class wicket. And Will Williams, that's made the sidebar on the live text, Gloucestershire tail-ender. For how much more? Will Williams dismissed for 98. If you are just tuning in, we'll get through that scorecard as Williams comes in now to Jewell. Jewell defends underneath his eye line. Gloucestershire 498 all out. They started the day 287 for 6. Derbyshire broke that partnership overnight. Hammond and Middleton were dismissed quickly, but Brooks was dropped, we think, by Shoaib Bashir if the ball was going to carry, and him and Williams put on a mammoth 191 partnership, both career best scores Brooks 89, Williams 98 as Jewel defends again. This might just beat the fielder. It doesn't at mid-off. Van Buren with some brilliant fielding, and he just palmed it to Bell as well at mid-on in the white floppy hats just to make sure it wasn't going to run anywhere.
That was quite clever from Van Buren because the ball bobbling away, unless you really pluck it cleanly, it might still have got by, but it was a perfect assist.
Williams turning. He's on for just 4 runs so far. Not a cloud in the sky now at Derby. He bowls full, and again Jewel defends.
Well, 4 runs in 2.5 overs. You thought that his exertions earlier on would affect his bowling. Certainly not yet. I suppose if he's still bowling late on tomorrow, the questions might come in. But if he's bowling late on tomorrow, he might be hoping that it's possibly the second time around.
Jewel gets another full delivery, a little over pitched, you'd say, from Williams there, and Jewel is able to drive it down the ground for 4 runs. He moves on to 6. A neat off drive from the Australian opening batter.
It's an economy of movement again. He knows just how hard he's got to hit it to get it to the boundary, and doesn't have to hit it any harder than that. That's when you really start going extremely hard at the ball and those slips come into play. So it's a beautifully controlled shot.
Williams goes full again. Jewel defends into the offside. He's very much keeping the stumps in play. Born in New Zealand, isn't he, Will Williams, but UK passport, am I right in saying?
Yes, indeed. Was that a no ball? Williams is debating now with the umpire.
The square leg umpire has done a very gentle no ball signal up to the scorers, and it's not reflected on the extras tally yet.
Oh, there goes the walkie-talkie. Jane's got her walkie-talkie. That's what's causing that noise.
Ah, the walkie-talkie.
It's the walkie-talkie coming on. It's interfering with our equipment. They'll have to put the walkie-talkies away.
They will. I was going to say
far more important than the umpires talking to the scorers.
Williams. Jewel turns this one away through square leg. There'll be at least a couple for Caleb Jewel. The fielder gives chase out to the square leg boundary, and they'll come back for 2. So yeah, that no ball added 2 runs, of course, in the extras column.
Yeah, he's just destroying his figures. Is Williams here? 8 runs in 2 legal deliveries. Yeah, had a good debate with umpire Pratt as well about exactly where his foot landed.
Williams to complete his 3rd over. Jewel defends as well nicely. He looks in really solid nick, does Caleb Jewel. Not really been troubled by anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that can go big in this Derbyshire side, especially with Rees coming in as the injury replacement. You do sort of feel that Jewel can be a tone setter at the top, and then Madsen's the name that strikes fear into many around the country in terms of his prowess. So, like some Guest, Anderson, Rees still to get through as well. It's not like they can't hurt you. Bell bowls. Oh, that's edged by Montgomery, but it's down safely, and between that, well, it's sort of through that 4th slip, really. Middleton's at 5th and Hammond's at 3rd, and it's gone right between the 2 of them, not at catchable height. And it's 4 more runs. So I think we kind of knew Derbyshire were going to score quicker than Gloucestershire, because it's sort of what they do. Breeze early on in their innings, and Gloucestershire didn't score a boundary in about the first hour or so, I don't think, because that's let go wide of off stump.
It was bang on midday, I think, when the first boundary came. Yeah.
Admittedly, there were a few that would have gone to the boundary now, I suspect. But yes, it was, you're right, it was pretty much bang on 12 o'clock. I say it was an hour in. I mean, it wasn't an hour in terms of cricket, because the first over took 7 minutes yesterday, but anyway. Derbyshire managed to get their over rate back to level. Bell to Montgomery, forward and across, nudging leg side. Brooks fields from mid-wicket. There's no run. Brooks and Williams coming together on that leg side. Brooks just staying loose out there. Imagine they'd... Well, I'm not sure. I was going to say you'd imagine they'd let Bell and Williams have lengthy first spells, but it may be that one of them bowls a fairly short first spell and then switches ends. Bell bowls, full ball blocked up to Van Buren at mid-off.
It's interesting because we're still waiting for the Bell versus Jewell battle, and I think Montgomery will want to get up the upper end because Bell has caused him some problems.
Yeah, because he's got that ball, and we saw it. The ball that removed Josh Bohannon in the second innings of that game at Bristol, which came back through the gate. Yes, it kept low as well and splattered the stumps. That's a nasty delivery for a right-hander to deal with, but that time Montgomery comes forward and drives. It's a lovely shot, but for no runs at all. Van Buren again quickly across the ground and hurling the ball into James Bracey's gloves, as everybody likes to do now. And there's no run. 8th wicket at Chesley Street. Durham 170 for 8. 200 behind. Lancashire probably wouldn't enforce the follow-on anyway, but if there's Bell bowls, and he finds a gap this time, does Montgomery, with a check drive out through the covers. Charlesworth's hearing after it and will catch up with the ball. They take 2 and don't take 3, so 30 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Montgomery has 12, Jewell has 8. If Lancashire's first few matches, there's been a... Well, I'm not going to say fortune, because it's not, but there's been a certain element of them being just on the right side of the result a couple of times. At the moment, it looks as though there's not going to be too much doubt about this one. Massive first innings lead beckons if they can just wrap up the Durham tail.
Yeah, there's been a couple of early sort of potential deciders, haven't there? The Hampshire-Somerset game was talked about, a really big one. Somerset can finally go on and do it at the end of the season, and Durham versus Lancashire. I mean, we say early in the season, we're already about a third of the way through because of the schedule. So, you know, these early games are really important, and yeah, that Durham side, this would be a huge result for Lancs.
And the one thing at least you know in Division 2 is that you get to play each side twice.
Here's Williams. Jewell again defending out to cover for no run.
Whereas each of the last couple of years, and whilst Somerset managed to finish third in a 2-horse race last year, they didn't play Surrey twice, I don't think. And then the previous year, Surrey and Hampshire contending for the title, they only played once as well.
Did Surrey only play Notts once last year as well? Because that was such a big game.
Maybe. I mean, the big game was at the Oval, wasn't it?
Yeah, when Josh Tongue...
Look it up. I'm remembering a bore draw at Trent Bridge, but that may have been the previous year.
30 for 1 here. 2 slips for Williams, who has a fine leg on the boundary. He bowls and Jewell defends down the pitch, and a lot of encouragement for Williams.
No, you're right. They didn't play at Trent Bridge last year.
Well, I'm pleased with that. Someone who covers neither Surrey or Notts. We did. That Surrey-Notts game was convenient, actually, because it basically rained for 4 days here, so we were just sat in the stream room watching Surrey-Notts, which was excellent entertainment. Josh Tongue bowled really well. Those big celebrations at the end. Jewell defending, it was slightly troubled there by Williams. Gets a run on the offside, 31 for 1.
Yeah, it was the previous year, Notts and Surrey played at Trent Bridge, because I remembered Farhan Ahmed had stood out in a, I think it may, was it? No, it was kind of one of those Kookaburra games. It was right at the end of August, but anyway, there were a lot of runs scored. Burns 161, McCann 154. Farhan Ahmed 7 for 140 in the first innings and 3 for 77. It was something like he become the, certainly was, I think he was the youngest Nottinghamshire bowler to take a 10-wicket haul in the match, at least, if not more than that.
Here's Williams. I'm going to leave you at the end of this over briefly as it's half-time in the football. So I'll have to do an update. Williams bowling to Montgomery with the keeper Bracey up to the stumps. I nearly called him the goalkeeper.
Dreams of, I'm not sure actually what football position James Bracey would have had. He would have dreamt of playing for Rovers, and he probably dreamt of playing for Rovers at the moment. 8 wins in a row, something like that. But yeah, I'm not sure whether the goalkeeper was the position or not. Probably not.
Williams
Oh no!
pulls
Another
out. It's the
one,
same end
please.
where Dahl did his injury, and luckily Williams is okay.
Maybe he just. I mean, it didn't look too disturbing. It was just the fact that he pulled up, and maybe he realised he was going to overstep again or something. But just after the last 2 matches, I'm starting to get gun shy.
2 balls left in this over. That worried me for a moment because I was thinking this update's any minute and the overs continue. Williams comes in again, flicked away down the leg side by Montgomery for a single. Jewel back onto strike. 1 ball left in the over.
Good Neil.
Everyone moves around.
Charlesworth fielding down at fine leg.
Yeah, Gary Neville on commentary the other day, I think it was the Arsenal-Manchester City game, he described a goalkeeper doing the cricket fielding on the boundary is how he compared it. I'm sure he meant to say long barrier, but I was thinking the cricket fielding, long barrier.
Well, it's nice that it's just occasionally, after all the football analogies that you have to sit through during various cricket commentaries, that somebody finally went the other way.
Williams into Jewel. Jewel defends on the offside. No run. End of the 8th over. And Derbyshire are 32 for 1. They trail by 466.
So, 4 over spells, at least for Bell and Williams. It will be Bell to continue, handing his floppy hat to umpire Newell. I like that. I'm trying to remember. I suppose he hasn't had too much cause to be wearing it too much recently, but always like to see the proper floppy out. Here comes Bell to Montgomery, and it touches that away into the offside. Not quite enough space to come through for a single, so it just allows the Gloucestershire fielders to do pretty much what they've been doing every delivery, which is move in even closer to the batter, trying to exert what pressure they can. Doesn't really look as though the ball is exactly hooping around out there, as you'd probably expect, but they've got scoreboard pressure as there's a good short ball from Bell. Surprise bumper. They did have deep square back on the boundary in the form of Brooks. So certainly worth a try with this harder, newer ball. You might just hurry somebody for pace, but ducking out of the way was Montgomery, and I think that's probably the order of the day when those short balls come along. Bell in now and bowls, and Montgomery pushes forward, and it doesn't get a run to Williams at mid-on. We still haven't had Jewel on strike to Bell yet. 4.5 overs.
Yeah, all good, mate.
And
Okay, cheers.
we're still waiting for this anticipated battle of the Tasmanians. Bell approaches now, bowls. Montgomery drives. That's a really good-looking shot out through the covers, and he's timed it plenty well enough for 4. The ball crosses the boundary rope. Everything looks in good order for Montgomery when he's playing those front foot drives. Playing the ball really late, not going lunging after it and just timing the ball to the boundary. Looks like he's got the measure of this surface, which hasn't always been an easy one to get the measure of, despite the fact that you look at the scoreboard and see a pile of runs on there. Bell into Montgomery, well left through to James Bracey. 36 for 1. Montgomery 17 and Jewel 9. So there's a lot of traffic out there. Everybody's obviously decided that it's time to either go places or come back from places, or they've been on their sunny Saturday afternoons. As Bell runs in and bowls and straying onto the pads of Montgomery, turns it away square on the leg side out to the sweeper on the boundary, so Montgomery will keep the strike. We do have a turnover of strike, but that is that for the afternoon session, as Montgomery has 18, Jewel has 9, and Derbyshire trailing by 461 runs at tea, a session that has belonged to Will Williams and Henry Brooks. But if you'd have said that, it was a great afternoon with the bat. They started the day on 287 and they finished on 498, with Brooks and Williams putting on a partnership of 191 for the 9th wicket, as they narrowly fell short of eclipsing the county's record 9th wicket stand against any opposition. Henry Brooks skied one up in the air for 89. Will Williams was run out going back for, I'm afraid, what was a non-existent second run. 2 runs shy of a maiden first-class 100. Take nothing away from what was a really quite special innings for him and for Henry Brooks as well. Both career bests. Williams is very comfortably career best, and Henry Brooks going past his as well. And Harry Kane, the wicket for Gloucestershire, trapped LBW by Bell for 8 off the last ball of the first over. But Jewel and Montgomery will resume Derbyshire's innings in around 20 minutes' time. One more session to go here on day 2 at Derby.
Looking a little better for Derbyshire, just in the fact that they are finally batting and they were able to get Gloucestershire all out for under 500. Talking about nerves at the football, there were some real nerves here when Brooks and Williams. Brooks got into the 80s, he was caught by Brooke Essex bowling of Derbyshire, and then 9 down. Will Williams was run out on 98. He was trying to get a second to go to 99 with Gabe Bell at the non-strikers end. Run out by Ben Aitchison. So Derbyshire resumed and Harry Kane was out LBW. Final ball of the first over, bowled by Bell after hitting him for a couple of balls. Matt Montgomery and Caleb George settled well. So Derbyshire are 37 for 1 at tea. They trail by 461. Cheers.
With play due to resume shortly, could we ask that all spectators leave the playing field? Thank you. Please welcome back the officials and players for the final session of the day. The reserve batters for Derbyshire are Matthew Montgomery and Caleb Jewell. To goal from the City end, Henry Brooks.
Welcome back. After what felt like a very quick tea interval, there are a few people on the outfield for those 20 or so minutes playing some games of cricket and enjoying the sunshine as we're going to have a bowling change from the City end. Is my laptop all right there, Ed? I'm just worrying I'm obscuring the scoreboard.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
fine.
dear.
You see, there's
You've
very
got-
helpfully
yeah.
a massive scoreboard which was provided
Which
by
works,
Derbyshire County
yeah.
Cricket Club just behind it, which shows exactly the same information.
Excellent.
So you're fine.
So Brooks then, who made 89 in Gloucestershire's innings. If you're just joining us, Gloucestershire 498 all out. Lots of runs, a huge partnership, 191 for the ninth wicket between Brooks and Williams. And here is Brooks into Montgomery. He's 18 of 28 and he defends. Up the other end, Caleb Jewell, 9 of 21. Harry Kane was dismissed on the final ball of the first over. Hit Bell for 2 boundaries and then Bell had the last laugh, pinning him LBW of a excellent delivery. And Derbyshire looking to erode the deficit, which stands at 461. I'll have to do a lot of work to take this day away from Gloucestershire. Brooks then, former Derbyshire loan, he just jumps as he gets into his gather. No run again for Montgomery.
Okay, he's piling up the counties. Oh, that's very untidy. How's that happened? The ball's running off to long off. I'm not sure that quite created the sense of theatre and intensity that Gloucestershire were after. I have no idea how they've managed that. It's never a great sight when you see somebody running after a ball to the boundary when it's dead.
Brooks bowls, he's hit Montgomery LBW. It looked high at first glance. And it was a loud appeal, but a short-lived one in the end.
Brooks motioned up to the. Well, I don't think he motioned up as in finger up. It was more.
Yeah.
Was that a bit high? I don't think he was. I don't think he was suggesting to the umpire how to signal out. Yeah, as you say, although he's not the tallest Montgomery, and he was a bit caught on the crease, it may have just been a bit too high.
Brooks bowls, Montgomery covers up on off stump and defends. No run.
Well, from the point of view of Sydney Kit Kat, perhaps when another ninth wicket stand gets close to their WG and Mr. Kit Kat's record of 193, perhaps it's good that his name will live longer in history.
I hope it does. Down the leg side from Montgomery. Taken well by James Bracey.
So I think maybe whichever of Williams and Brooks I interviewed this evening, I say that was a great partnership, Will/Henry. But you still didn't beat a Kit Kat.
And they'll ask if you've been drinking, I'd imagine. I have no idea who I'm going to interview at this rate. It probably, if one of these two goes on and scores a few more runs, it'll be one of this pair. As Montgomery leaves. It's a maiden from Brooks in his introduction to the attack after tea, 37 for 1.
Here's one for you. I've just been doing a little bit more research on Mr. Kit Kat. And it says, I mentioned that he went to school at Marlborough College, the same school as Mark Lane still does some coaching at. So after an incident in a school match, when he was controversially dismissed, the MCC changed the laws of cricket to make it illegal for a bowler to bowl consecutive overs.
Wow, that's all those years later.
Oh no!
Brought it up again.
Oh, what have you done
Right,
there?
we'll move on.
I should be spitting when I tell him about that tomorrow. Here comes Bell. Bowls to Jewell. Let's push back up the surface underneath the clutches of Bell, but it's still mid-on.
Fletcher's got enough on his hands. He might not be in a good mood tomorrow anyway. And with Burton, the Exeter 1 approaching the hour mark.
Oh dear.
Because that will mean he'll have to do day 1 of Kent, days 3 and 4 of Kent and spend day 2 driving up to London to do Leyton Orient Burton, interrupting his stay in Canterbury where he enjoys himself, and I think I'd be there for day 2.
Right, finally got Jewel facing Bell and driving him through the covers for 4. That's quite the way to greet him. It's a long boundary out there, but the ball's only just crossing the rope now. Nobody had any chance of getting it, and Bell trying to bowl a full tempter wide of off stump and get Jewel to nick off. Instead finds the ball crashing through the offside for 4, which is what we saw quite a lot of when Jewel was playing here against Gloucestershire last year.
This is good. This is a good little battle. I wonder if they'll have a little pint in Derby to catch up over the course of this weekend. But in the meantime, it's going to be all action. 2 players who know each other very well, of course.
Well, as I said last round, this should be a bit of a ding-dong battle. And now Jewel has landed the first blow. He's on 13.41 for 1. 2 slips and I still think that's almost more of a 4th slip than a gully, I'm going to say. Cover in place. Bell to Jewel, comes forward and defends out to cover. So in that match where that partnership record was set, I was so caught up in what was going on out in front of us, I didn't have too much time actually to look at the scorecards. So this match, 1896 County Championship, W.G. Grace made 301 opening the batting with W.G. Grace as Bell bowls, and that's played down the ground. Just an on push from Jewel should get him a couple of runs. The ball hits that advertising mat, which always makes it travel a little bit quicker away from the field. And Williams possibly didn't need that after 4 overs and batting for pretty much all of the day. But anyway, chases it down 41 for 1.
Burton have levelled. Fletch will be going mad. Well, as mad as he gets on commentary, that's which isn't very.
That ship has sailed a long time ago.
The Pirelli will be going mad.
Bell over the wicket, he bowls and squares up Jewel. Good and proper there. And it flies past, perhaps not even the edge of his bat. And it goes through to Bracey. So there's a riposte there from Bell to being hit for 4 early in the over. So 551 all-out Gloucestershire were in 246.2 overs. Bell over the wicket, bowls, Jewel taps defensively to cover, and there's no run. So Mr. Kit Kat was unbeaten on 77. It was Gloucestershire side that included Gilbert Jessup as well, batting down the order, and Charlie Townsend, another one of their Test cricketers. So famous names down there, and Ranjit Singh was in Sussex's side, who were then dismissed for 250 and 178, so lost by an innings and 123 runs. But as Griff said, this partnership more impressive than that one, really.
Bowling as Brooks, defended stoutly by Montgomery.
In so much as the fact that you had an established, well, you had one of the all-time great cricketers, certainly for Gloucestershire, if not ever, on a triple hundred, or at least he would have been on a double hundred for most of the partnership, and then the number 10. Whereas for this partnership, you had Williams and Brooks.
Here is the aforementioned Brooks. And again, Montgomery defending well, plenty of encouragement in the field. And those Gloucestershire players.
And Griff also reminded me, which I had forgotten, as we were looking down the list of higher scores by a number 10, that Gloucestershire had 100 scored against them last year by Tom Hartley when he was batting at 10.
He's in the news this afternoon, by the way, being injured, and they've not been able to replace him. As there's a big appeal for LBW, the umpire says no, the hands on the head of Brooks. A loud appeal. Price is down on one knee now at first slip. We'll have to see this again. It looked closer than that earlier shout, and Brooks' last over on Montgomery that looked high.
must say, I wondered whether there was a bit of a suspicion of two noises there. It's tricky to know for sure. I mean, listening from the effects mic a good 60 yards away or whatever, but I did wonder, because other than that, it, as much as it can do from deep third, it looked pretty good.
Brooks bowls again, left alone. I think the scoreboard is slowed up momentarily. It still thinks Bell is bowling.
It's 43 for 1.
There we go.
It's been a good start
There we
with
go.
the ball from Brooks. Couple of LBW shouts already. He's only been going about 9 deliveries or so.
Bowls again, defended on the onside. A big round of applause from Bancroft at second slip.
He'll certainly be glad to have this weight of runs behind him, just have that security of knowing that for a while, a long while, you can just really pull the strings wherever you want. You can set whatever fields you want. You can make whatever bowling changes you want. It's a better position to be in as captain for sure.
Comes in again. Montgomery defends once more. End of the over.
Another maiden, I think.
Yes, you're correct. 2 overs, 2 maidens for Brooks. So the only wicket to fall came LBW Bell, final ball of the first over. He did contribute 8 runs, both boundaries as the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, there it is.
At least we worked out what it is now. Jane has no idea. She's trying to sort the scoreboard
No,
out.
she's absolutely right. It is very important actually that noise is being made, because it is trying to solve the scoreboard issue. Bell bowls to Jewel. That's clipped down to fine leg for a single, and moves Jewel on to 16. As actually, you get quite used to this at the Cheltenham Festival, because the scoreboard, the connection from one side of the ground to the other isn't always perfect. Oh, there we go, it's back now. 44 for 1. But every so often you just get used to having to do a bit of tally scoring on the page in front of you, but not to bother this time really. Bell into Montgomery and just left alone.
Of course, you're commentating side on at Cheltenham, aren't you?
Yes,
With
exactly, yeah, up on the balcony.
Repton, you're sort of almost at a long on or long off, depending on...
So,
Repton's an interesting one.
do you commentate in that thatched pavilion?
Yes, you're
Right.
round, sort of almost round the side of it. It's a lovely view. Myself and Fletch were there in the One Day Cup, and Derbyshire are going back there in the One Day Cup this year to play Glamorgan, which I'm really looking forward to.
Bell to Montgomery beats him. It's a good ball, which was on a length on 4th stump, and Montgomery prodded at it but didn't make contact.
So yeah, that was Derbyshire's first trip to Repton since I think the 90s, when they played one game, 80s. 88. It's all coming back to me.
Good timing. Sometimes you just have that voice in the back of your head.
I did actually write a piece about it in the week for the Derbyshire programme. That was a washout against Middlesex.
No, it wasn't. The game began.
It did begin.
Bell bowls, Montgomery defends to point, there's no run.
You can't let people in here. We need to lock the
Chaos.
door. But yeah, that was their second trip to Repton last year. They lost to Worcestershire, and there's a real short boundary. There's sort of a rocky outcrop that comes out onto the field, and the boundary is to bend round this rocky outcrop, and there's a particularly short boundary on one side, which Caleb Jewell was peppering. He scored 100 that day, but Worcestershire chased it down. Oliveira and Libby scored plenty of runs. But yeah, I think they're expecting a sold-out crowd again this year.
2 slips are now very much a gully as Montgomery drives again. It's that shot through extra cover, and he just seems to lean on it, and the ball makes its way to the extra cover boundary. It's the second time he's got one of those away, and Bell concedes a 4, so 48 for 1. Montgomery into the 20s.
So the Lancashire situation So Arav Shetty was injured, and they wanted to bring in Tom Hartley, and that request was rejected because Hartley is more experienced.
Yes, it's the experience business again. This is exactly why Tom Bailey wasn't allowed to replace Singdale last round. Driven and smashed into the stumps at the non-strikers end. Montgomery's denied 4. Gosh, these drives, he's just making them look so straightforward, but I haven't seen anybody driving like this, even Hammond in his 145. But that was too good.
Yeah, we've barely seen a cover drive today as well. You know, the lower order players perhaps. But yeah, George
Also,
Bell
because there
came
were
in.
boundaries out on the fielders out on the
Yeah.
boundary most of the time.
Yeah.
But yes, no, exactly.
George Bell was allowed to come into the team, so there's no frontline spinner. So Bailey bowled spin before tea. There you
Wait,
go.
so hang on. So they weren't allowed to bring in the spinning all-rounder who was actually removed from the team for the player that they were trying to replace, and instead they have to bring in a batter, a
who can keep
wicket-keeper
wicket,
batter.
yeah, as it's defended. Back of a length delivery.
This is
dual
just
defend.
getting beyond farcical. This is really
I
making
think
the whole
it
thing a
crossed that
joke.
point a long time ago.
Absolute joke.
Yeah, and I think we have to be confident and optimistic in that. Obviously, they can only change it after every team's played the same amount of games for fairness, but it can't come soon enough. Whatever they're going to do, I mean, they're gonna row back on it significantly. I imagine it stays in some form because look, Anuj Dal yesterday, you not continuing in any way. You're stretchered to hospital. Dual punches out to mid-off, and you know we had the Blair Tickner incident, of course, a couple of years ago, where both teams said, yeah, we're happy for him to miss the rest of the match. Sussex said, yeah, someone can come in and replace him, and the rules weren't there. But it also makes you think, are there this many injuries every season? You know, it's just you look at every game. Well, there's 2 injuries, there's illnesses and stuff, and you know you only hear of sort of a couple every season of serious injuries in the county game. Mid-match anyways, Jewel defends up on his toes. The Yorkshire one, 2 players got ill. I was even thinking the Derbyshire chased at Gloucestershire. You know, what if, for example, you wanted a quick 40 from a Nyron Donald who was up there at Old Trafford, and Brooke Guest suddenly eats some dodgy chicken, and suddenly an Nyron Donald's coming in all guns blazing trying to chase a low total, you know, and what would Lancashire make of that? So yeah, it's going to change, but it's also intriguing that Australia have different rules, and England, I think the ECB have almost adopted a more, as Joel is beaten again, really nice delivery. The ECB have operated an even looser sort of version, because I think in Australia it's only for the first innings, and if one team has an injury substitute, the other team can make a tactical substitute, and they restrict it just for the first innings of each side. But yeah, interesting to see how it will change. It's been such a talking point.
Well, just every time you think the situation can't get more ludicrous in terms of being like for like, you hear of a situation that's even worse.
Brooks over the wicket to Jewel. That wasn't too far over the top of the stumps. Jewel leaves 40 this partnership of 78.
This is cracking stuff from Henry Brooks on a surface that has offered precious little to the bowlers today. He's still not conceded a run in his 3rd over. He's bowling pretty quickly from a good height. He's troubled both the right and left-hander now.
Jewel facing the final ball of Brooks' 3rd over. Will it be a 3rd maiden? Jewel drives, and it will be a third maiden. Drives to mid-off, and Brooks, 3 overs, 3 maidens. Outstanding from the man who made 89 earlier today in that huge partnership with Will Williams.
Some of me almost thinks, well, oh, no, because you can't have that. I'm just thinking, because I don't think anybody would have batted much of an eyelid if at that Lancashire-Durham game, Lancashire had said, we want to bring in Tom Hartley instead of Arav Shetty. I don't think anybody would have made an issue of that. But there can't be any sort of opposition involvement either, because then you get the situation where a proper like-for-like might get rejected. Bell bowls, Montgomery is pushing forward and out to cover. Buren is off for a sprint from cover.
I do think it's a bit like, VAR in football, in that a lot of people just say let's get rid of it, but once it's in, it's going to stay in some form, and that's what I think will happen, because they've trialled it. They're obviously considering it, and there will be circumstances. I just think as long as you don't get to the IPL with the impact player, as long as it never becomes tactical,
But that's the problem, because in a way, if you're saying that you want them, or you have to have them in some form, Montgomery pushes forward. It's a well-organised looking defensive shot there, and there's no run as again Van Buren's raced all the way from cover to beyond the batter. But yeah, I don't know. I just think, as much as I liked the idea to start with, because I can remember matches where it's felt as if it's been ruined as a contest because a fast bowler, usually it's a fast bowler, has gone down injured early. Bell goes in and bowls, and Montgomery is again running the ball to Van Buren at cover. He sprints in, throws the ball to Bracey, and goes, no, not quite beyond the level of Montgomery there.
The Zimbabwe test last year at Trent Bridge, when Zimbabwe had a bowler badly injured, and you just think, as the underdogs in particular, this isn't benefiting anyone. And England wanted that practice, didn't they, before the India series, etc. And I mentioned the Blair Tickner one, where his wife, had leukemia, and suddenly these exceptional personal circumstances.
Bell in, Montgomery drives, and mid-off will get there in the form of Henry Brooks. There's no run.
Where absolutely nobody would stand in his way, saying, I need to leave this game, and bless Tickner, he had to come out and bat here with that in the back of his mind because of the rules, and that clearly isn't, a fair scenario. You'll get used to that, Jane laughing. Sometimes you can hear it when the microphone is still on in her score box.
Is there something you'd like to share with the rest of the class? No. Bell in, bowls, a short ball. Montgomery sways out of the way, and that completes a maiden. No, it doesn't. Bracey, I think Bracey thought it might be the end of the over and then just continued to jog. I wasn't sure whether the board had quite ticked over yet, but it hasn't. So there's still one ball left in this 8th over from Bell, 1 for 34. Derbyshire 48 for 1. Montgomery and Jewell easing their way into their innings and trying to see off this new ball. As again, Montgomery plays late. There's a needless scream from somebody, but that is back-to-back maiden overs, with Bell finishing off his second. Derbyshire 48 for 1. And that tea interval actually kind of helping Gloucestershire in terms of the fact that we know they've got these 3 specialist seamers, plus Ben Charlesworth can bowl as a 4th seamer, may only bowl relatively short spells, but it's meant that they've been able to give their front couple of seamers a bit more of a rest either side of tea, so they might not have to make a change even to Charlesworth for a little bit. They can really use this new ball with Bell, Williams and Brooks.
Jewell defends back to Brooks. Yeah, Jewell and Montgomery had started to find a bit of rhythm before tea as well, so perhaps it came at a bad time for Derbyshire, who are trailing by 450, 20-5 on day 2. As Williams is going through his warm-ups. Yeah, of course, the spinner into the side in Ed Middleton for Gloucestershire. And a pitch that I didn't quite have the angle yesterday. Was there some turn for Bashir, or not particularly?
Really,
there
no.
certainly wasn't today.
He got one to straighten really nicely and bowl James Bracey, but I think you'd say straighten rather than really turning massively.
Jewell again covers up to Brooks, who is still yet to concede a run.
But yeah, it doesn't really feel like a surface that's going to really break up, and even the footmarks, because it's so firm there. Not even sure there's going to be much in terms of footmarks to bowl into, and also because it's a hybrid, so
and no left,
you
no
don't get
left
the same
armers.
footmarks there.
No left armers with Jewell driving now smartly, and finally Brooks does go for runs. It took until midway through his 4th over, but that's almost a trademark Caleb Jewell cover drive. More through cover point rather than wide, but it's a lovely shot. Jewel on to 20. Partnership 44, 52 for 1. Derbyshire in their reply to 498.
The first runs that Brooks conceded, but it's still not one that you mind too much, though. I think when you've got 450 odd best part of runs to play with, don't mind the odd drive.
Oh, that's beaten. Jewel, is there a nick? The umpire doesn't think so. Jewel is standing firm. Brooks now standing, wandering back to his mark. There are hands on heads across the field. It's a nice delivery again from Henry Brooks. Can we have a replay here and have a look at this? Because Gloucestershire seemed convinced. We saw that with Mohammed Abbas, one delivery early. Here we go. Phoebe, thank you very much. Jewel going back in his crease.
Well, he's certainly, you can certainly see that he's hit his pad with his bat. His bat's come down and whacked his front pad.
Jewel is beaten again by Brooks. Through to the wicket keeper, and the Gloucestershire fielders get up again.
So, I mean, that would have created a noise, and I have no idea whether he edged it or not, but you could, I think, see from that replay that there would have been a noise. It wouldn't have been ball hitting bat, but more than that, can't say.
Brooks then back to the top of his mark. It's 4th over. He's gone for just 4 runs, and those were hit off one shot by Caleb Jewel in this over, and Jewel leaves this one alone outside off stump. So 4 overs, 3 maidens, 4 runs for Brooks. Derbyshire 52 for 1.
Yeah, it's been an excellent day for Brooks. Of course, he wants the wickets, but he's doing everything right in pursuit of them, building that pressure and maintaining the right area seemingly to bowl on this surface, and even the 4 that he was hit for in that over. So you don't mind at this stage some drives getting played. So Williams to return. Bell's bowled an 8-over spell, but with a 20-minute break in between, and Williams will change ends. So started off from the city end, and we'll have a go from the racecourse end. Always does that run in and practice delivery. And Middleton was doing a few swinging of the arms at mid-wicket. Be excited to see what Middleton can do, especially after he's got some confidence after scoring important runs with the bat, starting off that lower order, firstly resistance, and then more than that, stamping their authority on proceedings. Williams 4 overs for 14 in his first spell. Keepers up immediately as he bowls to Montgomery, and he's forward and running the ball along the ground to Henry Brooks at mid-off. And there's no run. Worcestershire continue to extend their lead at New Road, 348 for 6. 152 already in front of Kent. That's a heck of a task Kent have got to even save that game, really. Williams turns a bounding approach, is in and bowls, and that's worked into the onside. They want a quick single, they get it as Middleton slides across the square. And at 53 for 1, Montgomery moves on to 23. And Durham's still 8 down, just trying to almost, well, just about scrape avoiding the follow-on against Lancashire. I say whether they did force it or not, probably not, but they're trailing by 166. Potts and Minto on 18 each. Minto another. I nearly said impact sub there. Another injury replacement as the left arm quick, replacing a right armour in Connors. Over the wicket, Williams bowling to Jewel, and he waits for that one to come to him and just steers the ball to cover point, and there's no run. But Durham may well at least ensure that Lancashire don't have to make that decision, but it's Lancashire very much on top there. In the first division, well, I suppose Nottinghamshire are the ones who are in a bit of trouble at the moment. 159 for 4 after Warwickshire made 459. Duckett out for 62. Joe Clark is unbeaten on 54. Williams to Jewell just angles the bat, sends it out into the onside. Bell fields at mid-on. Most of the other games have a sort of a feel of where's the result coming from at the moment. Leicestershire 114 without loss after Glamorgan made 440. More runs for Rishi Patel after that massive 100 at the Oval. Both him and Jake Weatherald have half centuries. 2 slips in the gully. Williams over the wicket, bowls. Jewell comes forward. Toe end of the bat, examining it carefully to make sure that no shards of wood have exploded off it.
He's been very watchful, Caleb Jewell, because he can score quicker than this. He's doing a job for his side here.
Yeah, he wouldn't look great flashing at one and nicking off at the moment with the situation being as is. He's reining himself in, and importantly he's doing that. Williams to Jewell. That's very much reined in sort of defensive shot. 53 for 1. Surrey 109 for 2 after they bowled Essex out for 409. Sibley and Pope rebuilding that innings after a couple of early wickets for Essex. Burns and Smith both dismissed for single figures. And Yorkshire 121 for 1 after Sussex made 502. Is the Kookaburra ball back?
Derby have gone 3-2 up, turned it around against QPR. Burton are still level with Exeter, 4 minutes to go. Burton are going to be safe if that result holds. Brooks continuing from the City end. Montgomery takes a little shuffle down. I've not seen much of that actually. Martin Anderson is a player who loves to step down to the seamers, and Montgomery did so there, defending back down the pitch.
I just need to notice that Sussex have used 7 bowlers already in 34 overs.
Yeah, you worry about that pitch, if that's the case. The sun is certainly shining across the country.
They can be some of the most roady of roads at Headingley.
Brooks bowls. Montgomery just punches this out to mid-on. He had a little bit of trouble there, Bell. Took an ungainly bounce.
May as well go and bat out on the Kirkstall Lane.
The ice cream van is off. It's a little bit earlier, still lovely out, 10 to 5. Brooks turning to bowl. Some puffs of dust coming as he walks in, and Montgomery has flicked this away nicely for a mid-wicket. It was uppish for a moment, but Ben Charlesworth knew he was nowhere near the ball, and it races away to the boundary.
He was like just misfielded beyond the boundary. Where's your monocular?
Do you want it?
Well, I might have a look.
There you go.
I have to get it out of its...
Yes. Oh, we're looking
Couch
after
as well.
it.
This is proper
If
well.
whoever sent it up wants it back on day 4, it's got to be in good condition.
Needs to remain clean. You've got a... Where's the cloth thing gone? Yeah, there's a cloth in there to clean it with, and
I could do with that for my sunglasses. Brooks then, who's conceded 2 boundaries and nothing else of 4.5 overs. Bowls to Montgomery, and that's through mid-wicket again. Won't beat Charlesworth, who does miss field, though, and that does allow Derbyshire a single they really should not have had.
not sure. Gloucestershire are awash with resources in this match. Their batting consultant Ed Joyce is around, and yesterday at least David Milan was.
Yeah, I thought I saw David Milan
about for a bit.
Colourful. I think he had a cap on from the 100.
What cap it was?
I think it was from the 100. I couldn't tell you the team. And then I think it was a Rangpur Riders kit bag.
Yes,
where Mickey
it was.
Arthur has, of course, worked. Jewell covers up into the point region, no run.
Was it the 100? I mean, it was like a light blue colour. It looked like the Worcestershire Rapids light blue. I don't think anybody in the 100 plays in that colour, do they? No. Don't know. He played for the Superchargers before they turned into the Sunrisers Leeds. Anyway, whichever team it was, it wasn't a Gloucestershire cap, but the rest of his kit was Gloucestershire's. Won't be too long until we're seeing Milan in action.
Jaw defending out to mid-on. I read the season preview. I cannot remember what outlet it was, but I think it was the BBC's actually made. I think they were going around all the different.
Well, if it was, then that
correspondence.
dangerously sounds like it might have been written by me.
Well, that's good because I can quiz it. I think if it was you talked about Gloucestershire, this being a squad geared up for white ball cricket.
Well,
as a priority.
I think what I said was it because Milan had said this in his interview, so I was mostly echoing that. Really, I wasn't suggesting that Gloucestershire weren't, that they weren't focusing on red ball cricket, but given the number of signings that they've made that are only really for the T20, even never mind the One Day Cup. I mean, the One Day Cup, Gloucestershire have tended to have a fairly strong squad available to them for that anyway. Williams bowls to Montgomery, and that's pushed away to mid-on, and there's no run. So, that was sort of taken as read. But when you've got, of course, you've got two specialists overseas now for the T20 with Bancroft. I don't know if Bancroft might even go home for a few weeks. I've no idea, or if he'll still be about. But I suppose it's not that long before the Championship has a couple of rounds in June, so I don't know whether he'll have time or not. But in any case, you've got Darcy Short and Liam Scott for that T20, as that's... Montgomery plays a very uncertain, dangly defence, and the ball has run off, maybe bat onto pad, trickled wide of the stumps. For once in this innings, Montgomery looked a little uncertain there, but yes, you got those two. David Payne, of course, who's was injured in the IPL, but I think there's significant hope that shouldn't really affect his participation in the T20 blast. Marchand de Lange, who was re-signed, but only to a T20 deal. Williams ball struck on the pad, LBW. Williams has struck. Gloucestershire have a second. Montgomery was looking so well set, and then just that one defensive shot, the previous delivery, where he just didn't look as though he was particularly committed to either front or back foot, and the next delivery, he's trapped. LBW by Williams, who has his first wicket to go with his 98 with the bat. And Derbyshire 58 for 2 as Montgomery departs for 28.
He enjoyed that, didn't he, Will Williams? I think you could hear him running off in celebration. That did look very good at first glance. And Montgomery, he's defended well in the face of some really good bowling. He faced a lot of Bell in particular in Bell's opening overs and was really made to work. And he adds 28. And that brings Wayne Madsen to the crease here for the first time this season. After that injury suffered in Italy's T20 World Cup opener. It was such a shame.
Yeah, especially in the opening game as well.
Waking up to that news, getting up to see Italy and Wayne, and already sidelined. And he was an ever-present, though, walking around the boundary. He always seemed to be there carrying drinks and talking to people. And is it Madsen? It is Madsen. Lewis Rees has been put on the board. It is Wayne Madsen. He's only been here however many years.
I think Rees has been there for long enough as well. No. But yes, it's in a way, whilst you never like as the opposition to see Wayne Madsen walking out to bat, I'm glad that he's over that injury, because it wasn't a nice one, and especially given the timing of it, very unfortunate. So comes out now with his side under some pressure, trailing by 440 runs. He's got James Bracey in his ear. Got three slips who are standing fairly wide apart now. There's sort of uniform gap. They've not left that wider gap between two and the third. Gone for evenly spaced slips as Williams bowls. Well, stays down a bit first up. Williams had or Madsen, I should say, had to get down and dirty with that one first up. If you're not quite moving your feet first game of the season, back from injury, that's not really the delivery that you want to get first up. A ball that doesn't quite shoot along the floor, but certainly didn't bounce as much as Madsen would have expected.
22 overs left in the day. If you get Madsen now, get into Guest and Anderson, and then Rees the substitute.
Williams bowls, Madsen forward, playing back to the bowler.
Gloucestershire can really get on top and seize this opportunity, while it's there, while the ball is only 19 overs old. Maybe bring in some spin in the final few overs. This is opening up really nicely for them.
Yeah, I mean, they have plenty of time to play with at the moment, but as you say, you want to strike while the iron's hot this evening. You've still got 22 overs to go. You want to make those inroads now. Williams bowls, pitches it up. Madsen looks to drive, doesn't time it as Williams fields in his follow-through, so the over is completed. Was that a wicket maiden? I missed the graphic coming up. It felt like it was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So yeah. Williams' first maiden, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Montgomery, LBW in the over. Derbyshire, 58 for 2. Anyway, going way back to that that point earlier on, I suppose you had to have Milan into that list as well, who's only going to play T20. So, he did say, Milan, that he felt as though Gloucestershire were. There's a difference between prioritising the blast and making the blast a priority. I don't think that's just equivocation. So I think that was, in a limited word count, what I was trying to go for, really, in that, they've planned hard for the blast in terms of what the side's going to look like. So be curious to see how it goes for them.
Change of bowling. Charlesworth is on. Over the wicket to Jewell, and it starts with a no ball. So that adds 2 to the total. Burton, for those wondering, are safe. So they have stayed up in League One. And Derby are still leading away to QPR. I'll disappear for an update in a moment. So Charlesworth starts with a no ball. They took a run as well, so 3 off the first delivery.
I don't think, did he bowl at all against Lancashire? He certainly didn't bowl in the second innings, did Charlesworth? No, he didn't bowl in the first innings either. So his first bowl since that Durham match. He had a real golden arm working for him last year, particularly coming on with the old ball and suddenly making something happen out of nowhere.
Charlesworth in. Madsen defends, and it's picked up one-handed by Charlesworth. Yeah, the Montgomery LBW just didn't move his feet one way or the other, wasn't decisive, and it looked stone dead. And well bowled Will Williams.
So strange, just 2 balls in a row out of absolutely nowhere, having been so decisive at coming forward, executing executing several lovely drives. And then a couple of deliveries where he just didn't really go anywhere.
Driven nicely by Madsen. He gets up and running for the season in Derbyshire colours. All the way down to the very wide, long off boundary, and Madsen off and underway, 4 off 5.
That's a typically attractive and authoritative shot from Madsen to start his innings off with. It wasn't exactly a long half volley from Charlesworth, but he found a relatively small gap easily.
Madsen off the back foot now, defending to the short cover fielder.
16 wickets last year for Ben Charlesworth, averaging 27, looking for his first wicket this year. He's got an important role to play in this match, given, as we've been saying, Gloucestershire have altered the balance of their side. You can say it's certainly worked in terms of the batting. That's very safe to say.
Here is Charlesworth, 7 off the over already. Bowls. Madsen cuts off the back foot. No run. Derby have won. Away to QPR, so they could still make the playoffs on the final day next week. So they will have an action-packed afternoon. Burton will have a nice relaxed afternoon. Fans in fancy dress, etc. at Leyton Orient. Charlesworth, 2 balls left in his first over. And Wayne Madsen, who had to keep out one that kept low after his introduction to the crease, is leaving outside off stump, no run. Charlesworth strolling back to his mark in the late afternoon sun. A couple of planes very high above, flying from right to left.
If you're the Durham commentator, you'd be getting your flight radar out
yeah.
to try and find where they were going. Loves it.
Charlesworth, final ball of his first over, bowls to Madsen. Madsen back in defence. 65 for 2, Derbyshire trail by 433.
There's more aerial activity by the sounds of it as well. So Williams making his way to start a new over. Struck early in his spell from this racecourse end. It feels like an important period here, with still the end of the day isn't particularly close. 21 overs, so halfway through this over, Derbyshire will have batted half the overs that they had to this evening, and now you've got your overseas in duel if you're Derbyshire and your senior batter in Madsen at the crease. Jewel facing up, made a nice noise off the bat as he knocks it away in defence out to Middleton at cover, and there's no run. And again, in terms of the spell of Charlesworth as well, sort of backing up what Brooks has done to start off with from that City end, 5 overs for 9, and then also bowling early to Madsen. You don't want to let him off the hook, as it were, with the deficit being as it is. Williams bowls dual drives. Great stop from Middleton at cover. He's impressed with the bat, and now he's looking to make an impression in the field as well. He can field in the slip corner, as I say. He does a lot of slip fielding for the second 11, but Bancroft, Price and Hammond positioned in there. Fielding at cover, he got down well there, because I thought that one might squeeze through, and with the speed of this outfield now, may well have had a chance of going to the boundary. It's keeping that pressure on. Over the wicket, Williams bowls a full delivery, duel over the top of it. And again, Middleton called into action at cover. There's everything coming down in nice straight lines from duel. So you sort of feel as though you've got some time facing Williams, given that he doesn't bowl especially quickly, but you just know he's going to, first of all, he's going to nag, and then you've got Bracey back there, just sometimes maybe keeping a footwork a little bit less decisive as it might be. That's just a little onto leg stump from Williams, enough that Jewell can turn it into the onside. And oh dear, there's ended up being some relay fielding with the fielder, I think it's Brooks, who dollied it up to, is that Charlesworth, I think, from fine leg. They took 2 runs, and now Brooks has immediately gone limping off and has signalled to the dressing room. He's making his way off the field on his own, but immediately it looked like something was up. The only hope here is that he was out there batting for a long time in the sun.
Yeah.
He's bowled 5 overs. You hope that maybe it's just a bit of cramp.
If it's one you can leave for the rest of the day and potentially overnight, you leave it, don't you? You don't want to sub him out of the game if you think he can continue on tomorrow. Played such a key role. Bowled really nicely. But yeah, he knew straight away.
Williams bowls and a full delivery. That's Williams tumbling all over the pitch. He does pretty much a sideways roll on a length from that City end.
The umpire just tells him to get moving out of the danger area as well. There are a couple of them walking on.
Oh yeah, now Madsen's down. You see, look what you've done there. You made a total mess of it.
I'll clean it up, guys.
Should be a warning. 67 for 2.
don't think Wayne's that character.
No, I also think that you are kind of allowed to field the ball. Williams over the wicket bowls, dual forward, defending square on the offside. Borman into field. 67 for 2, 1 for 17 for Williams from his 7 overs, and yeah, that would be a sour end to what's been an excellent day for Henry Brooks, a career best with the bat of 89. And really searching first spell, a couple of loud LBW shouts, 5 overs for 9, and I just hope that that's the effect of a long day in the sun rather than anything else. I suppose Gloucestershire would have a, well, I was going to say they would have a, you would think a fairly ready-made injury replacement in Craig Miles, but you never know.
We know, yeah, here's Charlesworth, Madsen off the back foot. You just don't really know what is accepted.
No, I'm just, because I mean Craig Miles has played more first-class cricket than Henry Brooks.
Yeah.
So experience has clearly been a factor before. Miles has played 109 first-class matches.
Well, they're born in the same month. Do they have the same hair colour? You know, do we have to compare the heights? Where are we going next? Charlesworth turning at the top of his mark. Derbyshire 67 for 2.
He's played over twice the number of first-class matches as Brooks.
Madsen pushes back down the ground gently, takes a couple of steps, and Jules sends him back. Fielding done by Bell in his wide hat at mid-on. There are 19.4 overs left in the day. We're not going to be quite as late as we finished yesterday. Of course, we lost those overs of the Anuj Dal injury that had to be made up. But still a lot of cricket left to be played today.
Can safely say you're not a like-for-like replacement with Fletch.
If the listeners can't tell, that's Madsen edges, and it's past second slip. They'll come back through for 1. It's Cameron Bancroft who was getting down there. Whether it would have carried, I'm not sure, but it was a thick outside edge from Wayne Madsen. If they can get him and Jewel to be greedy before the end of the day, then it's an extremely good position to be in, but Madsen survives.
He played it in the same way as actually we saw particularly Middleton do, but even somebody like Williams, you just open the face and angle it almost rather than a full-on edge. That was very close.
Charlesworth bowling Jewel down the ground. Again, there's a fielder diving across to a bowler diving on the pitch to do the fielding, as he should be.
He's got the other end sorted.
And Wayne Madsen just looking and going, seriously, do I have to do some more? And he's just going to stand there and appreciate that good bit of fielding from Charlesworth and go back to some shadow batting.
Perfect Middleton leg breaks, landing it right where Charlesworth's just destroyed the pitch.
He's going to start turning square.
This could change everything.
Here is Charlesworth. Bowls to Jewel. Jewel punches down the ground to mid-off for no run. Quite a straight mid-off.
I was in the air for a little bit. It's not for too long, but it's that sort of wicket that Charlesworth had a bit of a knack of taking last year. The number of times that he bowled one that was short enough that the batter decided to pull, and he must have got, or even just work a way through the leg side. I feel like he got 3 or 4 wickets last year, just caught at mid-wicket.
Final ball of his second over. Jules gone after that. Guided away out to point, who I think had just lost it in the sunshine momentarily. He stuck both arms out as if to say which way. And the fielding done in the end.
The adventures of Will Williams continue.
69 for 2.
I'm up enough to do some bowling. Again, he's done plenty of running today. To run quite a lot of his 98 runs, actually. There were a few rather eye-catching 6s and 4s, but I think at one stage, when he was about 50, he'd scored over half his runs in 1s and 2s, maybe a 3, but he was having to do quite a lot of running. Of course, unfortunately, it was the running that ended up doing him in, run out for 98. Tragedy, tragedy. Here comes Williams, bowls over the wicket to Jewel. And there's no run. Just opening the face, steering to Bourman at point.
Could barely see that TV screen
Yes,
now
it's-
with the sun
it's
coming in.
just
There's, yeah.
obsolete now. Even if there were any replays that could tell us anything, I wouldn't be able to see them. No chance. All I can see is a rather horrible reflection of somebody in a
Yeah.
white,
Big red
and blue
microphone.
T-shirt with a silly thing attached to his microphone to ensure that it's covered up properly. Williams bowls, punched by Jewell, straight but not timed. I suspect we're going to be seeing quite a lot of batters do that, as what bounce there is likely dies over the next few days. Jewell's already stared at the toe end of his bat twice.
And the bowling's been really disciplined as well. There's been very little wide outside off stump for Jewell to throw the hands at, even if he wanted to take that risk. But, he loves to cut the ball, and that's not been a shot. He's not had any of that width.
He doesn't give you too much width, does Williams. Bowls now another one which is straight and forcing Jewell to come forward and defend. His defensive shot looks as if it's well worked out, but Williams will continue to niggle away at it until he gets one that he hopes either is beaten through or just about carries through behind. He's going to have a bit of a job getting it to carry. But Gloucestershire can afford to have those two slips in gully, given the state of the scoreboard. Williams bowls to Jewell and comes down on that one defensively and keeps it down. Middleton in from cover fielding.
Yeah, I think at times Derbyshire, when the wickets weren't coming, they could be guilty of maybe putting fielders back on the boundary a little too soon, whereas Gloucestershire have just kept patient quite nicely, and if Jewell's going to keep defending, well, there's no need to suddenly offer him a run.
I mean, it is partly scoreboard based, but I think it's something that you see everywhere now
Yeah.
because of
After the
one-day
first
cricket.
ball of that Ashes.
Williams bowls left alone. No ball from Williams. It's the first no ball that he's bowled from this racecourse end. So 2 more runs added to Derbyshire's score. Spoil what could have been another maiden over for Williams. It's 71 for 2. So 2 runs are added. 427 behind. And Williams not gone for many off the bat from this end yet. He bowls now to Jewell. Yet again, Jewell has to play defensively to a ball that would have hit his off stump if he hadn't done so.
It's an identical shot. Really is.
He just won't get bored, Williams. Just a question of how long he keeps going here, because he's had a fair old run out, and of course Gloucestershire are now down to 2 seamers plus Charlesworth, with Brooks having gone off the field. Hopefully nothing serious. Williams in and left by Jewell across the off stump. Especially last ball of the over, that's when you really get the good reactions from Williams. He often sort of charges through, sticks a leg out sideways, did all sorts of things. That time he was just doing a far more usual hands behind head sort of thing. But it's another good over. It would have been a maiden were it not for the no ball. And Derbyshire 71 for 2.
Yeah, which actually is not a bad score, considering how good some of this bowling has been and the pressure built up. They have been able to tick over. Madsen was off the mark with that lovely cover drive. He faces up to Charlesworth again, and he drives again through the offside, and this one won't get to the boundary. I don't think. Hammond is giving chase. They'll come back for 2. Jewell is sent back in the end.
So remind me, this result from Burton, this means that you'll be covering football
I
next week
think
rather
so.
than cricket.
Leighton Orient behind their netting up high in their gantry, if I remember it rightly, and Fletcher will get all 4 days
Fletch
in
gets
Canterbury.
3 nights out or 4 nights out in
I wasn't going to say it. Yes, I think he'll be quite pleased with that.
Look out.
And yeah, I'll be carrying that radio equipment around London. There's Charlesworth comes in, lovely shot. Wayne Madsen is here, ladies and gents. He's cut that through the point region for 4 with real authority. 11 of 14, Derbyshire 77 for 2.
Yeah, he's getting some width to play with. And okay, he might be behind by 400 runs, but he's got to be a little bit careful here with Madsen early in his innings. Just don't want to get those feet moving and get those arms freed, and Gloucestershire are already down to 1 slip.
Yeah, this might be Charlesworth's last over. Maybe we'll see some spin as the fair-haired Charlesworth comes in again. Madsen defends off the back foot to short cover.
If I remember rightly, I'm going to have to check this, whether he actually got him out, but I remember a spell that Graham van Buren bowled to Madsen in the game here last year when there was almost nothing happening.
I think you're right.
And he made Madsen play and miss about 4 or 5 times trying to cut him. And then I think he may have eventually got him that way, but...
Yeah.
Or was it stumped? It was...
Yeah,
it was,
during a lull in the game.
Yeah.
I recall that. As Charlesworth comes in again, Madsen maybe just kept low a tiny bit, and he gestures as such to Caleb Jewell at the non-striker's end. Yeah, they do have the options, whether it's Van Buren, Middleton or Ollie Price.
Yeah, Madsen had got 118. No, he was out to Price, actually. Bowled. Oh, was he looking to... I think he was out... Was he out reverse sweeping?
I think you're right, yeah.
Now I remember it.
First game of last year.
I think he was out reverse to the famous reverse sweep. He just missed one. But Van Buren did have a spell, I think from this racecourse end, where he just had a bit of trouble seemingly trying to cut it, which is odd for Madsen.
Madsen drives here up to one of the 2 cover fielders, and I think that Madsen was really angry, sort of uncharacteristically annoyed at himself that he got out that way as well, if I recall rightly, because as you say, it was sort of out of nowhere.
Yes, of course, it didn't really matter too much in the end because Derbyshire charged to a 9-wicket victory. Gloucestershire couldn't really set them too much, and it was over around about tea time on the 3rd day.
Madsen gets a full delivery and digs it out back to Charlesworth. End of the 24th over. Derbyshire 77 for 2. They trail by 421.
That's another thing that Ben Charlesworth likes to try. He's sort of one of those that you know that he's not going to be trying to bowl 6 balls exactly the same as Williams will. Charlesworth will stick in a Yorker. He'll try a shorter delivery, and every so often I say he can either do you for lack of pace, or when he really bends his back, he's got a quicker delivery that's because of his action seemingly is quick enough to just surprise a few people. Is Craig Miles, who is on the field at mid-wicket at the moment. He does seem to be stretching, but I don't know that anything official has happened.
Mayer was bowled around his legs, reverse sweeping. Henry next door, thank you very much.
That's very good.
Has dug out the clip.
Thank you, Henry. When I saw bowled Ollie Price, I suddenly remembered it, but yeah, anyway, we might see some spin before too long. I think it's a particularly stunning prediction, given the fact that Gloucestershire are down to, at the moment, the 3 seamers, and a couple of them are in the middle of, or perhaps towards the end even, of spells. Williams continues as Jewell guides that one down to safety into the gully, and Price is in the way to field. So there's no run. 5th over of this spell from Williams. He might continue for a bit longer, but I imagine he might need a breather, possibly a bit sooner than some other days. Didn't get any break at all, and as soon as he picked himself up, dusted himself off and took his pads off, he was out warming up to bowl. Over the wicket he bowls, and Jewell defends almost as though he defended that almost like a dog that had put its tail between his legs. The bat went almost right down between both pads. But yet again, it's just, will you hit me off this length, or Or are you just going to be that patient?
Yeah, and I think Jewel knows maybe a few balls left of Williams and somebody else comes on. I think if it's a spinner, he might look to be a little bit more on the front foot.
Williams bowls. Jewel struck on the pad. It's quite full, but I think it may have just pitched outside. He was trying to flick that one leg side. Williams almost gasping at the umpire, but it just felt from the shot that Jewel was trying to play through mid-wicket and on the angle, maybe just didn't quite pitch in line, but we'll see. It seemed to be turned down quite quickly by umpire Newell. So even if there was a replay, I don't think I've got any chance of seeing it. So
It was, right arm over to the left-hander is always difficult.
you have to make up your own mind if you're watching on the stream. As again, almost like he is through the shot early there, as Williams bowls another one that's probably pitching outside, but he's got Jewel out in front of that turn leg side, seemingly tired of pushing everything towards cover, and try and roll the wrists on it maybe, open up the leg side, but Williams bowling another one of these spells that first of a 3-year deal, Gloucestershire will hope they can get quite used to. He bowls now to Jewel for tapping to mid-off. Madsen thinks there might be a single there, but Jewel not interested whatsoever. So it's picked up by Graham van Buren. So we'll have, in theory, an hour's play left after this delivery, so won't be doing too badly, especially if a couple of spinners were to come on.
If you reserved your spot at the curry house.
Can't be that busy, can it? Williams bowls. Jewel drops it down into the offside. And that is the end of a maiden over from Williams. 77 for 2.
How spicy are you willing to risk?
Oh, I don't really think in terms of spice when I order Indian food. No, I just think in terms of what looks good on the menu. I don't really care whether it's...
Yeah.
I don't...
And then
I don't
deal
want
with the repercussions.
I don't really want one that's, that's like eating sort of baby food in terms of strength, but I don't want my head blown off either. So, I just want what looks good, really.
Now then, Charlesworth to Madsen, deep square and fine legger on the boundary. There's a catching cover. Madsen goes off on the back foot, and again it's just too much width offered by Charlesworth, who Madsen has got stuck into. It's the third boundary, I have it, that he's hit off the medium pacer, and Madsen moving along to 15, Derbyshire 81 for 2.
Bell's already getting loose again. Sort of feel as though that may have to be the case for a little while for Gloucestershire, at least until they can get some sort of assessment on Henry Brooks, but there's going to have to be a lot of Williams and a lot of Bell. Charlesworth has tended not to bowl more than 5 in a spell.
Madsen drives again through the cover region this time out to the fence. That's 8 runs of the first 2 deliveries, and he's not had to work too hard, has he, to get up and running for the summer. There've been some lovely shots, but these are deliveries that the likes of Williams and Brooks and Bell have just not offered up.
No, I'm afraid Charlesworth's not really quick enough to get away with bowling those sorts of balls, and Madsen will work out that the ball's not really doing a huge amount, and there's also only one slip anyway, so that just frees you up a little bit in terms of getting an edge anyway, and he's just happy to plant those wide ones out to the boundary, so now Gloucestershire have had to protect that.
Madsen now pulls through mid-wicket. That's a gorgeous shot that will run away in front of those T20 dugouts, and that's 4 and 4 to start this over.
Yeah, well, he tried the short ball. Again, if he bowled a couple of dots and then bowled that, then you might be talking differently, but because Madsen was in full flow, it's just that start that you don't want to let a player like Madsen get off to, especially not when he's probably feeling comfortable seeing Gloucestershire as one of his favourite opposition.
You make it 4-4-4-4. It's tucked away through mid-wicket. There'll be a couple. It's not going to be another boundary. They will come back for 2. Who is on? Is it Craig Miles, did you say?
Miles was on as a sub. Yeah, I think that's him at mid-wicket, just strolling in now. So there is somebody. I'm having to peer through 2 windows, and it's 3 miles away, but there is somebody stretching out next to Mark Lane, the head coach, and I think that might be Shane Jurgensen, the bowling consultant.
Madsen chips this one in the air, and it's just past the catching cover fielder, Ollie Price. He's down on his haunches. That cannot have been far away. It's fielded at mid-off in the end. There's no run. Well, after some real tap that Charlesworth received, he nearly got the Derbyshire captain.
And that would have been really very typical of a lot of the wickets that Charlesworth can get. The batters feel as though they can play some sort of a shot against him, but we've seen this pitch hasn't always been the truest. That's why that short extra is there.
Final ball of an expensive over. Madsen digs out the Yorkie. We've seen a bit of everything from Charlesworth in these 4 overs. 91 for 2, Derbyshire 407 behind.
I mean, he won't be happy with the start of that over, Charlesworth, but finished it off better with the last few deliveries, but you wonder whether it might be time for Gloucestershire to go for some spin from that City end. It looks as if it's going to be Bell to bowl here, but not before they've had a discussion about the ball. Graham van Buren is at pains to point out exactly what's wrong with it. The umpire, Mark Newell, is he getting something out to just repair something? Or we're going to have some interference soon. The walkie-talkie's out.
I'll have to let Jane know later.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Is that the ball gauge that has come out? It might have been, with views being obscured by Bell at the moment. He's not giving off the body language, Mark Newell, of an umpire that wants this ball changed. So I think whatever he's done to it, I think he may have effected some running repairs and then said, "That's fine, get on with it." Matt Taylor is on at mid-off now, so I think Gloucestershire have got 2 substitute fielders on. Miles is still there, I think, at forward square leg, and now Matt Taylor at mid-off. Both of them possibly too experienced to replace Henry Brooks, if needs be. Anyway, let's hope not. Here's Bell, starting his 3rd spell. He's bowling round the wicket to Jewell, who's squared up and thick edging through gully. The ball's going out towards the boundary, but doesn't have enough pace to get there. They'll run 2, and they will take a 3rd, as there's a bit of relay fielding, and Madsen is ever rapid between the wickets. 91 for 2, no, 94 for 2. There it goes. Jewell on to 27.
Scored quickly as well. 36 of 48, the partnership. Large part of that in Madsen, who's 25 of 24. Those boundaries of Charlesworth in the last over.
Yeah, I suspect Jewell, albeit off a thick edge, probably be quite happy to get his personal tally moving again, because he was really tied down by Williams from this end. It's a short mid-wicket for Madsen. 2 slips. Bell bowls to Madsen, who cuts it away, slashes it for 4 through cover point. Didn't look that short or that wide, but he's such a prolific cutter, is Wayne Madsen. And that's going to have to be fished out from in amongst some of the warm-up equipment over there. 98 for 2. 400 runs the deficit.
Yeah, he just looks in very, very good touch, does Wayne Madsen, and he's reminding Gloucestershire why he's such an important part of this Derbyshire side, and Jewell has been a good foil as well.
Bell to Madsen, who drives, edges it, and goes for 4. There's no fielder down on the deep third boundary. There's nobody at gully who probably would have caught that anyway. It probably needed to be a second gully to take that one, but it was in the air, and it was a false shot, but it does bring up the 100. Derbyshire 102 for 2, and Madsen continues to race along, 33. I don't think it surprises anybody that he's come in and looked as if he's never been away. It's as much as you can say a moral victory, that one kind of was for Bell. He bowls now to Madsen, who leaves, perhaps not the most decisive leave we've seen all day, but just a little flinch and the ball runs past his glove and his bat, which was inclined such that he made it clear he didn't want too much to do with that one. 14 overs remain after this one as Bell bowls. Madsen is forward and defending into the leg side. Again, Gloucestershire sort of feeling as though that may not have been quite where Madsen intended it, but they're going to have to, well, I suppose they're going to have to try and build some pressure all over again on Madsen. Jewell may not be feeling the greatest at the non-strikers end, but Madsen will surely be feeling happy about his return. Middleton gets ever closer at mid-wicket. Bell bowls to him. That one stays down a bit, but Madsen is getting into a very low position to cover any sideways movement as well as the ball staying down. And there's no run out to cover, so that completes the over. And what have we got now? Yeah, we've got some spin, and it's Van Buren who's going to be the first of the spinners into the attack. I wondered who'd win out of him, Middleton and Price. It will be it will be Graham Van Buren. He got through a mountain of work last year, 25 wickets, and he has already made some important breakthroughs this season even. There's no short leg, there is a slip. Van Buren over the wicket to Jewell, that's flicked away to mid-on. He wants a single, oh dear, and then somebody just pulled the rug out from underneath the feet of Miles Hammond. He was, I'm sure in his mind, readying himself for a shot at the stumps, then all of a sudden he went flying. And Jewell takes that single, 103 for 2. Van Buren round the wicket to Madsen. He's stroking that one out through the covers. There's a fielder on the cover boundary already, so Madsen is restricted to a single, 104 for 2. Deep cover and deep mid-wicket on the boundary for both these two.
I wonder if these Madsen runs mean I'll be speaking to him, which would be enjoyable, as it's defended by Caleb Jewell. Van Buren bowling to the left-hander, left-arm spin to the left-handed Jewell. Van Buren over the wicket, little twirl of the arms. Jewell defends to mid-wicket. All happening on BBC Radio Derby. Derby of an 88th minute winner to keep their playoff hunt alive, and Burton Albion staying up. Van Buren bowls, Jewell defends straight back to the bowler.
The question is, though, will you interview him if he's not out?
Yeah, that is the question. Yeah, if he gets out late. Jewell is off an edge. There's no run. Out to, I think it's Bell in the floppy hat. And end of the Van Buren over. Derbyshire 104 for 2.
Yeah, as you said, of course they'd love both of these two, but 13 overs to go. You get one out, maybe Derbyshire decide to put a night watchman in or something. If you get the wicket a little bit later on, you can cause a bit of chaos at the end of days like this. And then all of a sudden, you look at the scoreboard and you notice how much you're trailing by again. Whereas at the moment, I don't think anybody's overly concerned with the way that the deficit is, because Madsen has come out and is settling some potential Derbyshire nerves with the way that he started. Here comes Bell and bowls. Madsen drives a little early on that shot and all trickles up to Taylor at mid-on. So he was looking to cover drive. I don't think it was anything to do with the shot itself, but Bancroft's got a double teapot out of first slip. I think he's just having a chat with Price as to possible next course of action. Bell into Madsen, and that's turned towards Matt Taylor, one of the substitutes up at mid-on. Miles still there, I think at backward point. I think is it Williams who's nipped off. I'm trying to see who that is down at fine leg. I think it's Williams who's off the field for now. I think that might be Charlesworth down there. In comes Bell, bowls, Madsen drives firmly, and it's a handsome dot ball.
Yeah, this will end the day on a nicer note if these two can stick around. The Derbyshire faithful can see some Wayne Madsen runs. They'll go home with a little bit more of a spring in their step after a frustrating first couple of sessions.
Yeah, I think you have to say, even if Derbyshire score quite quickly, it'll take pretty much all of tomorrow to erase the deficit. So, admittedly, there might only be one side that could win the game from that point, as Bell bowls and Madsen plays that one from close to his body off to Hammond at cover, and there's no run. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. I think Fletch and I, when it comes to Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire, will have covered less exciting final days if it gets to that point. But we're certainly a very, very long way away from that happening. But
Yeah.
the match that was ruined at Bristol a couple of years ago, where the only excitement, you know how much Fletch loves his bonus points, the only excitement was how many of those each side could get. That's been swatted away on the drive from Madsen, crunching drive through the covers for 4 runs, and he is looking as though he's rather pleased with what he's receiving at the moment. It wasn't that wide, but he just saw it so early, flashed it away through the covers for 4, 108 for 2.
Yeah, there's maybe a couple of tired deliveries, but it just looks like, apart from the odd bit of inconsistent bounce, it's a really good surface to bat on when you get anything wide.
Bell to Madsen, who beats him. Out of nowhere, really. That was a tentative prod from Madsen, and there's one of those deliveries still that does every so often just exactly take off, but it kisses the surface and goes through quickly. So 108 for 2, and that is the end of Bell's 10th over, 1 for 49. Got that wicket in his first over. The first over. Harry Kane LBW for 8. Montgomery LBW Williams 28, the 2 wickets, but the 50 partnership up in fine fashion in that over. Madsen 38, Jewell 28.
Williams is back on for Matt Taylor, who's gone off as Van Buren bowls. Jewell defends it, and Van Buren and Madsen nearly become entangled. It was one of the least likely little scraps you would ever see between those two.
I think, if I remember, they might even have gone for a Bry one evening, a fixture between these two sides.
Here's Van Buren. Oh, he's bowled him! It's found its way onto the stumps. Van Buren has raced away in celebration. And Jewell's long stay is over. I wonder if it was inside edge on to pad onto the stumps. It wasn't a conventional route, but that's the end of Caleb Jewell, and the left arm spin does the trick.
Well, that is exactly what Gloucestershire wanted. This partnership, which was looking dangerous, but mostly because Madsen had scored nearly all of the runs, 38 out of 50. And the pressure that was built up on Jewell by the seam bowlers ends up telling, and he was in a very defensive frame of mind because of that, and it was just a bit of a a nibble from Jewel and inside edge, I think, but it's almost looped onto the stumps
it
quite
takes
slowly.
something.
But what a strike that is for Van Buren, and he's always somebody who's enjoyed his appeals and his wickets, and I think he particularly enjoyed that one. It's safe to say, as you say, he was. There we go. I think that's Mr. Wilcox entertaining us downstairs.
He has picked up one
yeah.
wicket in each game this season, so he continues that.
All right, he's got a streak going, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
4th wicket of the season, 1 in each match. As Anderson comes to the crease before Brooke Guest, who maybe they're just letting him rest a little bit longer.
And then the injury replacement, Rees. And Chappell, Aitchison, Abbas and Bashir.
Yeah, that's the opening Gloucestershire wanted. Anderson's been in really good form at the start of the season. But yeah, it felt like one of Jewel or Madsen gone before the close, and Gloucestershire will be happy now. But yeah, it's Madsen, not to say he's batting on a different pitch, but he's looked in ominous touch.
I think though Gloucestershire will still just hang on to those odd moments, you know, that the ball from Bell that beat his bat, the push from Charlesworth that went close to extra cover. They've not been totally removed from the game.
Van Buren bowls around the wicket, and Anderson defends. Plenty of cheers. Anderson, who made 228 here against Worcestershire, 54 and 15 at Old Trafford against Lancs. So season average is looking rather good for Martin Anderson, who defends again off the back foot to Van Buren. Continuing around the wicket, the shadows lengthening across the county ground now as he bowls. Anderson just took half a step forward and defends out to Ollie Price in the covers. No run. So your laptop, you're not risking that in the sun.
Oh
That's
no,
gone
no,
behind you. Yeah.
that's not sitting on that warm table. No chance.
Final ball of Van Buren's successful over, and Anderson just keeps it out. Played that very late. And the fielders noticed that too. So Derbyshire 108 for 3. They trail by 390 runs. There are 11 overs left in the day.
Well, it was that extraordinary game last year at Bristol, which was a Kookaburra game where Gloucestershire were bowled out for 187. Madsen, surprise, surprise, got another 100. And Derbyshire looked as though they were racing off to just an absolutely insane first innings lead. What were they? They were 301 for 2, replying to 187, and then they were bowled out for 398. Gloucestershire declared on 526 for 6, with Bancroft making 176 and Van Buren 175. And then Van Buren turned from batter to bowler and really pulsating final day as Bell is in edged and put down at first slip. Bancroft launching away to his right. It was quite high up. It was travelling, but it was a chance. He got hands to it, leaping up to his right. Almost a goalkeeper-esque effort from Bancroft, but it has gone down, and goodness me, that would have been the dream evening for Gloucestershire.
Absolutely. There have been some chances go down over the course of these 2 days. It did go very quickly.
Bell bowls. Oh, Anderson tries to pull that and is through the shot maybe a bit early, struck on the body. So Madsen gets a life on 38. It has been tricky. We've seen, well, potentially seen a couple in the first innings go down as well, because the ball either flies through or it really dies, and it's sort of nowhere in between. So you feel quite close for the one that dies as Bell bowls to Anderson, who's reaching for that one and trying to sort of half drive it out into the covers. He doesn't get a run for it, so he's remaining on naught. but that's the price that you pay, is the one that hits maybe more of the artificial grass, takes off, is edged, and then it goes through very quickly. I mean, Bancroft's certainly somebody that's used to the ball going through quickly when he's fielding in the slips. Bell bowls inside edge from Anderson. He'll get his first run, but it was a streaky one. Down to fine leg. 110 for 3. But at the same time, if you're not always expecting it, if you're thinking, if you're in that mode of, right, palms down close to the floor, as, let's be honest, you mostly are in this country, if you get one that's suddenly shoulder height, it's not easy. Of course, he'd have hoped to have taken it, but he's got no time to react. Bell to Madsen, left alone. But he will feel he's close here, is Bell, and he has had some catches dropped off his bowling in this short Gloucestershire career so far. In fact, I think it was very first over that he bowled for Gloucestershire. He could have had a wicket. He was put down at fine leg. Get at least one more catch dropped off his bowling at Lords. That really would have been the prize one. In comes Bell, bowls, Madsen forward, running the ball out to cover. And it's fielded smartly by Miles Hammond there, so no run. Could have been back-to-back overs for Gloucestershire to remove Jewell and Madsen, but they're going to have to reset and create another opportunity. Derbyshire 110 for 3, with a deficit of 388.
Still 10 overs to go in the day. It is Wayne Madsen's 100th first-class game here at Derby, as I'm sure Fletch would have mentioned yesterday, but just to inform people, because he's out there batting. And 2 right-handers now to face the left-arm spin of Graham Van Buren, who removed Caleb Jewell in his last over, bowling to Anderson around the wicket. Anderson takes a step down and hammers that through extra cover for 4 runs. He likes to use his feet, Martin Anderson, and that's a productive use of them there. 114 for 3.
Yeah, that's a really fine shot from Anderson. If his shot to get off the mark was streaky, that one was the exact opposite, and he's not pushed that offside sweeper back yet, which I think is a good thing, but too many more of those and Gloucestershire may have to think about it. There's still very little turn really out there, I don't think.
Van Buren into Anderson. He defends straight back down the pitch to Van Buren.
But he's a crafty customer, Van Buren. He can skid one through, he can get a bit of drift through the air.
That's nice and flat. Just punched out to Price at short cover. Still lots of energy in the field, as you'd expect.
We've just been charging about half of it with Jewell in the previous over, trying to catch up with Van Buren.
Anderson again shuffling forward. Been some good wicket celebrations today, haven't there? Even Bashir's late on. There was not a send-off, but the arms were outstretched and the ball was in the air, and the score was 400 and something on the board. These are all big wickets at this stage in the game for the visiting side. That's flat and defended well by Anderson. Angled the bat nicely.
Just to get that wicket early with the spin as well, just to give Gloucestershire that belief that spin could be a real factor in the rest of this game.
Anderson defending gently again to Van Buren. A nice quick over, as we all appreciate at this stage in the day. There are 9 remaining. Derbyshire 114 for the loss of 3 wickets. The first 2 LBW, Harry Kamer, Matt Montgomery, and then Caleb Jewell bowled Van Buren for 28. Madsen is 39 off 39. Anderson 5 off 13. Gloucestershire have their 3rd bonus point, of course, in all of this.
Oh gosh, of course, yes. You do tend to forget about the
Incredibly.
for the 3 wickets. Well, you say that, but of course, Gloucestershire were struggling for that first bowling point in the game against Durham at Bristol. Bell bowls to Madsen. Oh, good grief! He's inside edged that for 4, and I have no idea what sort of shot that was. I must say, it was a desperate lunge at the ball. It was almost like he didn't see it, and then all of a sudden the bat came flailing at the ball. He's inside edged it. It's missed the stumps, and even worse for Bell, it's gone for 4.
Well, Wayne Madsen's boundaries have either been perfectly timed and controlled, or just as streaky as you can get. And Bell, who saw Madsen dropped in his last over, really would like to see the back of him.
Bell in bowls. Madsen turns it leg side. He's got the gap at mid-wicket. The ball's running out towards the boundary. I don't think anybody's going to catch it. It does slow up a little bit as it gets there, but no chance for Charlesworth to run it down. So another boundary. I mean, Bell 1 for 59 in his 12th over, but it doesn't feel as though he's bowled that badly. It's just there's been a few balls which have been hit with authority to the boundary, and then it's been supplemented by a few that have come in slightly more fortuitous fashion. And of course he'll feel he should have 2 for by his name anyway. He's in and bowls a shorter delivery. Madsen rocks back and out of the way of it and rehearses a little uppercut over the slips. I'm sure that would have pleased Bell if that had come off. Just exactly what you want to see as a seam bowler.
Be hundreds and hundreds of county cricket fans checking scorecards. Wayne Madsen in the runs, 47 of 42 as well.
Imagine a few of the old fantasy players would have gone with Madsen on his return. Bell bowls, cut away, and he for once doesn't find the gap. It's on the bounce to Hammond at cover. There is a fielder out on that backward point boundary as well. It's Craig Miles, so still no sign of Henry Brooks. And of course, as long as he is off the field he's then going to have to be, if he is able to return, he's then going to have to be on the field before he can bowl again. Bell in, Madsen pushing forward, beats Hammond at cover, and will take a single to Charlesworth on that, to Craig Miles on that deep point boundary. 123 for 3. Madsen's not really dealt in singles very much. He's moved on to 48. How many boundaries is he at? Your laptop's closer.
Madsen, 10.
Yeah.
And just having a look back at the latest of those, and how that has missed all 3 of the stumps is remarkable. And I think Wayne Madsen will acknowledge that to the bowler.
Anderson 1 ball this over to face. Bell bowls a short ball, and Anderson, I think, did go after that one.
He steps down, yeah.
He certainly did, given the fact that he's now kicked away at the dust at the edge of the pitch. He doesn't make any contact with it. Bracey takes, and Bell has to walk away frustrated again. 123 for 3. And it's been, well, possibly if Van Buren is able to take another wicket, especially, we might even just keep going for a 7-over spell to the end of the day over there.
Been an intriguing day of cricket. It's moved along at a good pace, considering one side scored 498, which is just remarkable considering overnight they were 287 for 6, and Derbyshire removed the 2 set batters. Madsen pushes this back to Van Buren within the first 4 overs, and they made 498, and then everyone sort of got in and found runs, smashed the ball to the boundary, and then was LBW. Montgomery looked in good touch as Madsen cuts away in front of the deep cover fielder. They'll push for a second, and they come back for 2, and Wayne Madsen marks his 100th first-class game here at Derby with a half-century. It's come off just 46 deliveries and contains 10 boundaries. He's steering his side nicely on his return to county championship action this afternoon. He will face up again to Van Buren. He cuts this again, just for a single.
Yes, you do. Oh dear.
That was a pop.
No, we're all right. That sounded an awful lot like when our line is disconnected, but I think we're okay.
Van Buren just adjusting where he wants Bell on the deep extra cover field boundary. He wants him in 10 yards as he bowls to Anderson, who stands tall and defends. Bancroft enjoyed that at first slip for some reason or another.
I think he's enjoying the fact that so far Anderson's not really striding forward. He's allowing the ball to come to him. We've already seen Van Buren skid one through.
Anderson defends out between the legs of short leg. Tommy Borman is under the helmet.
Yes, and the youngster in there.
That's how it is.
The disturbing thing from a Gloucestershire point of view, Madson's now passed 50 11 times against Gloucestershire. Come back to that.
Anderson does step down and defend. End of the over, 126 for 3. They trail by 372.
Wayne Masson's 50 came from 46 balls and contained 10 fours.
10 fours out of 51. But yes, previous 10 times he's passed 50 against Gloucestershire. He's gone on to score 107 times out of 10, including, as I briefly alluded to earlier, both matches against Gloucestershire last season. Got a massive double 100 in it was a match that was affected by rain quite heavily. Must have been about 8 years ago or something at Bristol, but he's got 700s against Gloucestershire. It's the most of any opponent. He's facing up now to Bell, who's bumping him, and Madsen ducks down underneath. He's got a much better average actually against several other opponents. It's just that when he gets in against Gloucestershire, he's really got in. Came in averaging 47.5, but he's got 600s against Leicestershire and averages over 60 against them. 54 against Worcestershire, 50 against Sussex. Bell into Madsen, flicked away to mid-wicket where Charlesworth fields, and there's no run. So yeah, it's troubling, and it's been the sort of day that there've been a couple of opportunities which have been missed, but they've all been costly. The ones that have been missed. Hammond put down on 99, goes on to score 145. Brooks gave a chance on 5. Bell in, and forward Madsen. Check driving to mid-off. There's no run. Brooks going on to make that career best 89. And now Madsen. Difficult chance, but some coaching advice going on now as well. I do hope he...
Middle stump, let's have it.
I do hope he realises where our effects microphone is. Bell bowls! Oh, he's beaten him. There was a brief inquiry from a few Gloucestershire fielders forecourt behind, but the bowler and the keeper weren't too interested. But Bell is continuing to cause Madsen problems every now and then. As many a shot as he's hit to the boundary, there's still just been the odd one where... And it comes out of absolutely nowhere.
There's a lot of bowlers who will leave today thinking, I deserved a little bit more than I perhaps got across both sides.
Bell goes in now, he bowls to Madsen, and Madsen covers up defensively. He doesn't have to, I say he hasn't had to, he hasn't played many defensive shots, to be honest, in his whole innings. It's almost a surprise when he does play a full-on defence. Middleton now doing some loosening at Ford Square. I would have been surprised if Gloucestershire hadn't given him a bit of a go with the ball before the end of the day, but he's not going to get much of a spell now. Maximum 3 overs. So this could be the last ball of Bell's spell today. He bowls, and that's flicked down to fine leg by Madsen. So he'll keep the strike at the end of that over, and Bell has caused one of the county game's best plenty of problems, but he's still there on 52 from 53. Derbyshire 127 for 3. It's certainly getting towards night watchman territory now.
I have no idea who that would be, to be quite honest.
I'd have thought would be if you're going to do
the
it.
most capable, because he could also go out and have a bit of a swing in the morning.
Exactly. You wouldn't want to...
It wouldn't be the last 2.
No, it wouldn't be the last 2, and you wouldn't want to send Chappell out there, I don't think, because he's too useful a lower order bat.
Duke Weatherall, the Tasmanian, has a century for Leicestershire in a high-scoring game as Madsen gets one again that keeps a little low. He tries to cut, no run. Well, you'd think, Ed, it's just about defending now, seeing this one through, but Madsen's eyes lit up there.
It's that cut shot again against Van Buren. It's just so skiddy. You have to get so low to hit that shot.
His arm's wheeling again, and it's just not getting up at all here, really, for Graham Van Buren. He's going to bowl for the rest of the day, you feel. So, I think we might see Middleton from the other end, replacing Bell or Price. Van Buren, deep cover, deep square. Madsen drives back to the bowler. A few fans have headed for an early exit. It's a long day in the sunshine. I think it's a little cooler tomorrow. Van Buren around the wicket to the right-handed Madsen, drives straight to Ollie Price at cover. Here's the remarkable Gloucestershire scorecard. 43, 16, 145, 15, 4, 14, 46, 89, 98. 0 not out. And yeah, it'll be interesting, whoever I speak to really analyse how this pitch is playing. Well, Wayne Madsen's enjoying batting on it because he's cut that. There was just enough width and he manoeuvred himself in the crease to give him enough. Then he's cut that away to 4 for its 11th boundary. And he moves along to 56 off 58 balls.
Teased Will Williams. Of all people today, he's bowled 9 overs, he's batted and made 98, and then he's charged off after that just as he was thinking he might be able to have a dive. The ball just escaped him, but Madsen does get that cut shot away there, but even that shot there sort of illustrates exactly how low and late you have to play it. He's not going to put it away, though. Why would he? How many runs he scored with it?
Madsen defends to mid-wicket, some shouts in the field. That's me done for the updates for the day, Ed. That's good news. I appreciate you filling in for me for multiple today.
No, it's very, very usual. It's like I say, I think for those listening via the BBC Sport website and app, it's well, as long as they have to put up with me talking for a couple of overs.
Not much longer.
Don't have the random update stuck in the middle of the commentary. So anyway, yes, Middleton's going to bowl. So he has a potential to get through 3 overs at the end of play here.
Going to finish at a sensible time. So that is good news.
Yeah. He's not going to go overly attacking, but Middleton having his first bowl since the end of 2024.
His practice delivery is almost funded into the shins of, I think it's Van Buren, who is now bending down. That's better.
He wants it on the full rather than, yeah. He's a tall man, is Ed Middleton. He might not get a huge amount of turn out of this surface, but what we have seen is that there's occasionally some bounce, so you might be able to extract that. Walks in and bowls, and that's driven by Anderson, beats Hammond at extra cover, ball goes towards the rope, and oh, great footwork from Bell. How's that? On the boundary, just kicks it back in and saves 2 runs. That's old-fashioned fast bowler fielding that, and perfectly executed. Great touch. I can't actually see which boot he's used to especially keep it in.
Well, he might have played English football when he was younger, but, you know, for your Aussie overseas as well, fantastic work.
Middleton bowls. Anderson forward to defend straight back. So 133 for 3 with a couple of runs to Anderson to move him on to 7. Gloucestershire just hunting for one more. It's been a terrific day for them, even if they don't take another one, but they get the proverbial cherry on top. This is driven by Anderson. He's got it past Van Buren at mid-off. There should be another couple of runs here. Van Buren chases towards the wide long off boundary. Anderson showing that he's happy to drive against the spinners. He's got most of his runs that way, 8 out of the 9. 135 for 3. short extra cover in place now with Ollie Price. So having seen him drive, they might hope that he chips one up in that area. Middleton bowls very full and turned right where Price was at mid-wicket. So Anderson manoeuvring the field similar to the way that when Gloucestershire had their success today and yesterday evening, well, Middleton himself did a bit of it. Anderson starting to play with the field a bit. He's on to 10, 136 for 3. Madsen back on strike. 56, no change to the field. Price right in his eye line at short extra cover. Middleton bowls to him, and that's driven squarer this time by Madsen. Bell out there, stoops down, picks it up, hurls it in. 137 for 3. Middleton settled in terms of line. There's not been any shorter stuff either, so at least he's asking them to drive in this first over. Completes it now, and Anderson does drive a ball that was certainly nowhere near a half volley, and that certainly interested the Gloucestershire fielders. So 7 runs off the over as Anderson takes a single out to that offside sweeper again. So 138 for 3, 360 runs behind our Derbyshire, so what, 211 more runs to avoid the follow-on. I suppose we'll have to see when we get to tomorrow. I don't expect that Madsen will give his wicket away particularly easily, so the question is, can he stay there and build something big in the mooring?
Van Buren bowls to Anderson, who stands tall and pushes this to Price. Yeah, we did say to her, we have a lecture on Monday afternoon, and we did tell our lecturer that it's a batting-friendly surface here and the weather is set fair, and she said, fair enough. We might not be there, we are working, as it's defended by Anderson. Luckily, she does know her cricket, so
I was going to say,
she'll check a scorecard and know where things are, you know. But yeah, I did say there might not be many results this weekend. You can't rule one out here, you never know. Van Buren bowls, and it's another one that's to be watched right under the eye line of Martin Anderson. He's got a short leg in keeping him company, and they just, I think, have a little chat. Anderson comes back in front of his stumps. Van Buren, who prized the wicket of Caleb Jewell, tosses that up with a real howl as he bowled it, and then it wasn't particularly quick, but cricketers will do what cricketers do.
He does love a grunt, as Van Buren. You describe it as a bit Rafa Nadal-esque.
Defended again by Anderson.
Particularly that one a couple of deliveries ago, the way that just sort of get extended out in that sort of nya sort of way.
It's if you're throwing a washing machine off a bridge. That's very random. It's been a long day.
Something you've done?
No, I've never had any washing machine problems, apart from when a flatmate opened the door on it halfway through the wash the other day. It wasn't his finest idea. 3 overs remaining, 138 for 3. There was a fair bit of mopping up. And he had left one pillowcase, one solitary pillowcase. Everything else was fine and in there. He left one pillowcase, and he decided that was cause to open the door of the washing machine to put that in. And half the washing machine ended up on the kitchen floor.
Oh dear. Anybody live below?
No, luckily not.
Right, Middleton. 3 overs to go. Day 2. The encouragement won't stop from one particular spectator especially. It's a good ball from Middleton. As Madsen comes slightly around that to defend, but it goes straight back. Always the most conventional defender of a ball is Madsen, but gets the job done, that's for sure. Middleton in and bowls. Always cut and missed at that one as Madsen. He thought that one was going to just sit up quite nicely for him, I think, and then it just didn't bounce as much as he expected.
That's what would be worrying me the most if I'm Wayne Madsen. I think the ball that bounces a little more you're okay with. It's the one that skids through like that, particularly if that's on middle stump, middle and off. That's the way that Middleton can get Madsen out here.
Little under edge. Middleton in reaching for that drive is Madsen, and great stop from Miles Hammond. I think that is at cover. He would have got a single. I was expecting them almost to run with the shot anyway, but that keeps Madsen trapped on strike. Hammond tumbling away to his left at some pace. So Madsen waiting again for Middleton. That's driven back and Middleton can't get there. Gosh, is it that hard as Madsen? No risk at all because it's straight along the floor. Mid-on, no chance at all. And out for another Madsen boundary, 142 for 3.
You can see why Middleton has tried to bowl it full in the hope it skids through, but that was just easy pickings in the end for Wayne Madsen. But as Ed said throughout, when you've got the runs to play with, you can try that sort of thing.
So many players that probably doesn't get hit there, but it's almost like the hockey slapped.
There's a reason for that.
Yep. Back goes Madsen. Just defends to cover. Durham are still batting against Lancashire. They've had some trouble with
Yeah, and Matt
these
Potts has scored runs.
tail enders, getting them out. Potts 58 not out yet, and Callum Parkinson, who's not the worst number 11 on 20. So any thoughts Lancashire might have had of enforcing the follow-on gone. Durham 103 behind, left alone by Madsen. That ends Middleton's second over, 142 for 3. Worcestershire continue to build their lead at New Road, 427 for 8. Kent made 196. As D'Oliveira's top scored there for Worcestershire with 90. The First Division, and gosh, Yorkshire 182 for 1 after Sussex made 502. Looks like it could be a thrilling day 3 and 4 there.
Van Buren, his final over of the day. And there's a big appeal as Anderson gets back down. No run.
Assume that Finley Bean must have got pretty close to 100 by now if he hasn't got there.
Anderson defends again.
95. Surrey 175 for 3. Essex made 409.
1.4 overs left. Van Buren just wants to move short leg to silly mid-off. Just in case something happens. As Anderson now steps away again because deep backward square is going to come into square leg to make up for the fact that short leg moved round. Van Buren, 4 balls left, in this over. Anderson flicks this to mid-wicket for no run, and very much a case of shutting up shop now for the final few deliveries.
You'd guess so.
Gloucestershire will hope not. Here's Van Buren. Anderson defends past silly mid-off. Almost a silly point. But you can picture where he's standing. It's very, very close. If it gets hit at him, it'll probably hurt.
Perhaps he's thinking he might take a catch in the same way as Montgomery did.
Montgomery set the tone. There's no excuse now. Van Buren bowls. Anderson drives just past the feet of Tommy Borman and out to Price for no run. 1 ball left of the penultimate over. And the TV is ready to automatically shut down. You're nearly there. It's nearly there. Final ball. Oh, it's just left outside off stump by Anderson. And he survives Van Buren. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 13 runs, and then the wicket of Caleb Jewell. And the final over of the day will be bowled by Ed Middleton from the racecourse end. Derbyshire 142 for 3. They trail by 356.
Yeah, so they can't lose more than 1 more, at least, but they'll certainly not be hoping or expecting, I'm sure, to lose 1 more. Middleton has the honour of completing the day after he started it on 41 not out. Hammond and Middleton out relatively early, but then it was all about that near county record ninth wicket stand for Gloucestershire, with Williams making 98, Brooks 89, building the lead as Middleton bowls into the pitch and Madsen rocks onto the back foot, whips it away into the leg side, and Charlesworth fields from wide mid-on. They take a single.
Snap from David Griffin. So Wayne Madsen has passed Kim Barnett's tally of 1,626 first-class runs to become Derbyshire's highest run scorer against Gloucestershire in this form of the game, 700s and 450s.
Well, Kim Barnett turned coat, didn't he? Here comes Middleton, bowls. Anderson back and dabbing away to backward point, and there's no run. Just to complete the set of scores from elsewhere, Leicestershire 214 for 1. Glamorgan made 440, but Jake Weatherall retired hurt 104. And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 230 for 5. After Warwickshire made 459. Joe Clark 88. Couple of wickets for Chris Wokes. Got a delay here, I'm not entirely sure why, but perhaps Gloucestershire just wanting to string out these last few deliveries. There are 4 balls to go in the day's play. Middleton tossing the ball from hand to hand, as most leggies do. Tosses that one up, and Anderson defends. Careful to cover up any mischief there might be, but say we still have yet to really see one that's turned appreciably. And after 3 deliveries, Gloucestershire want to put in a second slip, and the sweeper from the leg side boundary comes up, so there's still a sweeper at deep point, but nobody covering the leg side. 2 slips as the close catches. Middleton bowls, and a cut shot which will be half stopped by the substitute Craig Miles at backward point. They take 1, but Miles saves anything more than that, 144 for 3. So now that Brooks hasn't finished the day, it would be quite a way into the morning session tomorrow that he would be allowed to bowl. If we get any news on that, of course, bring it to you in the morning. But Brooks has not retaken the field after he pulled up in pursuit of a ball at deep cover. 2 balls remain. Another field adjustment. They're going to leave a mighty gap on that onside for Madsen. There's nobody between mid-on and now almost a 45 fielder on the leg side. Middleton bowls, and Madsen's forward, and sending this one along the ground out to cover. Last ball of the day. And it's been a good one for Gloucestershire, but you feel they're going to have to work very hard for the remaining 17 Derbyshire wickets they're going to have to take in order to win this match, but they've given themselves every chance. Middleton in, last ball of the day is kept out by Madsen into the offside, and Derbyshire will close on 144 for 3. They've lost 2 wickets in that evening session. Montgomery, LBW to Williams for 28. Jewell on the same score, bowled by Van Buren, one sneaking through the gate. Madsen, who was given a life, Bancroft a tough slip catch on 38. He remains on 62. Anderson on 12. And Freddie, it's been a pleasure to call day 2 with you. I'll be
Likewise.
back tomorrow.
You're going to finish up from a Derbyshire point of view. That's it, I'm out.
Cleared.